Chapter 1045. Idiot. Li Longji commented after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished speaking. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, hoping that they would agree with his judgment. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan frowned at the same time. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time. It's interesting to deal with such an opponent, Zhang Xiaobao commented. Wang Wan also said, "What should we do to create a diversion?" "We'll beat them at their own game and lure the snake out of its hole," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "Could it be that someone is stupid?" Li Longji understood the meaning behind their words and asked with uncertainty, "If they're not stupid, maybe we can turn the act into reality. Investigate the owners of the transfer accounts and deposit accounts. Compile the information on the large deposit accounts in the past 6 months. Send the guards to the west of Jiangnan to enter a state of combat readiness. Increase the activity of the spy system. The Ministry of Works and the Agricultural Temple Research Institute will increase the defense forces and hold a recruitment competition in early summer. The time will be set to be half a month later. In addition, speed up the construction of the railway and recruit new medical students. The current students will immediately undergo the basic medical examination. Those who pass will be sent to the nearest place, and those who pass will be sent to the surrounding area in turn. We'll rotate layer by layer to increase the number of medical personnel in Tang as fast as possible." Zhang Xiaobao replied to Li Longji and issued a series of orders to the inner court. After that, he turned to look at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded lightly and then said, "Order, our troops stationed in Shanshan City in the east of Qinghai Lake will split up and go around Qinghai Lake. We'll move to the northwest at the same time. We'll practice to adapt to the environment and cooperate with guns and cannons along the way. Continue to increase the supply of meat and wheaten food in the name of rescuing the Tubo disaster. When we reach Pengzhou Pass, recruit the local people to secretly make military food. We'll conscript the surplus ships of the merchants in Jiannan province. Fill them with fodder and enter the Ruoshui River of Jinchuan. We'll go against the current north and stop at Mizong. Our Yellow River fleet will head west and gather at the Bailan tribe downstream of the source of the Yellow River. Don't travel empty-handed. Also, send some things to the tribes along the way. Choose what they don't produce locally. We don't need seafood. There's a saltwater lake there, so we can send tea leaves. Also, we can hire locals to go to Qinghai Lake to help make Huangyu products." The people in the inner courtyard took note of it seriously. When they turned and walked to the door of the cabin, Zhang Xiaobao added, "Tell Xiaobei and the others that they will only stay in Hangzhou for 2 days at most. No matter who they meet, as long as they are friendly with them, invite them to Jiangzhou. If they follow, bring them along. If they refuse, arrest them." "Yes." The inner yard disciple left. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately lowered their heads and continued to write. After each finished writing a page, they didn't look at each other. They each called for their respective inner courtyards, solemnly handed the pages to each other, and waved their hands to let them leave. Li Longji listened and watched from the side. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were done with their work, he looked at them with a puzzled expression. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "What exactly do you two want to do?" "The Ministry of Works, the Agricultural Temple, the Medical College, the Army, and supplies. Do you want to act in advance?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads and said at the same time, "Let's make the Tang Empire busy." "What's the benefit of being busy?" Li Longji asked again. "Cooperate with the other party," Wang Wan answered. "Find someone to play a game," Zhang Xiaobao answered. Li Longji was confused. He thought about it and asked, "Can you bring me along to play?" "Well, okay. Every 2 days, send a group of people to the government offices in various places of the Tang Empire to patrol. Send 7 groups in a row. Then, order the local troops to strictly check the people entering and leaving. That's enough." Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be hesitant, but in the end he nodded and agreed. "What's the purpose of doing this?" Li Longji admitted that he didn't understand. to play together. Zhang Xiaobao went back to the original topic. Okay, like a guessing game, or throwing a handkerchief behind me. Don't tell me that the two of you. As Li Longji spoke, he pointed at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Then he got up and left to arrange things. Xiao Bei and the others, who were getting closer and closer to Hangzhou, had been living a good life recently. They could listen to Grandpa Fish's stories and listen to the things that happened to Grandpa Fish when he was young. There were the roads he walked on, the rivers he crossed, the local customs, deceit. Climbing mountains was like picking stars, and people's lives were like grass. They could also learn calligraphy and painting from the Jiangwang clan. They could also learn how to play the zither and play chess. They could play the plucked strings and play the 3 plum blossoms. After they finished learning, the 9 of them would teach each other and make up stories for Pan, and her brother. The rest of the time they would exercise and think about what was delicious. If they saw a place along the coast that was damaged, they would send a report to the nearest family business and ask them to pay for the repair. The local government would guide them, and they would report back. Grandpa Fish, is the grassland really that dangerous? My family has a business on the grassland. I even flew back from the north. I didn't see any wolves, nor did I see any snakes that would kill people with a bite. At noon, Xiao Bei and the others had just eaten. They walked back and forth on the deck of the ship, digesting the food while listening to Old Man Wang, who was also walking around, tell stories. When Old Man Wang talked about the grassland, Xiao Bei couldn't connect the grassland he saw with what Grandpa Fish said. Xiao Bei felt that Grandpa Fish should be talking about the stories and not the real things that happened to Grandpa Fish when he was young, so he looked up and asked. Old Man Wang held Xiao Bei's hand. The wrinkles on his face were piled together, but there was a smile on his face. His other hand was holding Xiao Yuan. He really wanted to hold Xiao Hai's hand. Xiao Hai was Qiao Er's biological son, but he knew he couldn't do that. He could imagine that if he held Xiao Bei's hand with one hand and Xiao Hai's hand with the other, the 2 children would give up at the same time and stay far away from him, thinking that there was a difference between them. Yes, Xiao Bei and Xiao Hai would definitely think that way. They were much smarter than other children. Hearing Xiao Bei's question, Old Man Wang continued to smile and said to Xiao Bei, when you left, you were in a large group. The wolves had already run away when they saw you. The snakes were also killed by people who were familiar with the grassland and became your food. We didn't have the same treatment as you back then. In a caravan, the big ones had a few hundred people, and the small ones only had a dozen or so people. They wore thick clothes, regardless of whether it was winter or summer. What they were most afraid of was encountering a pack of more than 30 wolves. When a caravan of more than a dozen people saw a big pack of wolves, they would first guard their horses, light a fire, and take out their weapons to be on guard at all times. It was better during the day, but at night it was very likely that the caravan would not see the sun tomorrow. It was difficult to find traces of people who died on the grassland. When the wind blew and the grass grew, the grassland was still grassland, but there was no sign of people. I only encountered it once. That time, as Old Man Wang told the story, or rather, the things that he had experienced, a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. Xiao Bei and the others listened attentively, interrupting from time to time to ask a question. From the looks of it, the waves are the most powerful on the grassland. Xiao Bei concluded after listening to the story of the grassland. Xiao Yuan pursed her lips and said, on the grasslands, humans are the most powerful. Didn't Big Brother and Big Sister say that there will be a day when humans will regret killing too many animals? It's not that they regret not having enough to eat or wear comfortable clothes because they don't have enough of those animals. It's that when an animal is gone, the children in the future will never see it again. Perhaps it's nothing to some people, but many years later, will people still guess the animals of today, like digging up the stones called dinosaurs? Okay, I admit that you're right. For the sake of younger children, we shouldn't kill all the animals. We should catch and raise them, just like the zoo in the capital. In fact, I really want to bring all the animals from everywhere to the capital. That way it will be very lively. Xiao Bei looked at Pan Er and the other two, and finally stopped arguing with Xiao Yuan. His eyes looked at the clouds floating in the sky as he slowly spoke, his eyes filled with yearning. Old Man Wang felt that his thinking could not keep up with the children. When he heard what Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan said, he asked puzzledly, "The animals of a place naturally have the habits of a place. If you bring them to the capital, will they still be able to live?" "Grandpa you haven't been to the zoo in the capital?" "Oh, that's right. When we go back, we'll take you with us and let you see what the zoo in the capital is like. We can enter all the places. As long as Uncle Emperor can enter, no one will dare to stop us. The things that have just arrived are usually not allowed to be seen by others, even if they spend more money. Before we came out, my elder brother and elder sister had people get a big white bear from a very cold place. Swimming is very fun. I've seen it before. I don't think I can gain any advantage from swimming with it. It's so big, and its swimming speed is so fast. Don't you think it's amazing? In order to keep them alive, we put ice on the places where they live. It's easy to do in the winter, but when it's summer, who knows how much ice money we have to spend every day. Also, they eat fish. Other than them, there are also small bears from very hot places. Then, we have to heat them up and specially get them food. Otherwise, they won't eat. They're even more picky than me. Let me tell you, the more Bebe talked, the happier he became. He let go of Old Man Wang's hand and kept gesturing. Pan Er could occasionally understand a sentence or two, so she was busy learning from Bebe. Old Man Wang had indeed not seen it with his own eyes. In fact, if he went to the capital, he could also see new animals that ordinary people could not see. However, he had not been to the capital in the past 1 or 2 years. He was busy elsewhere. During the New Year, he came back to the house in Hangzhou with his master. First, there were many merchants in Hangzhou, and they could eat the food they got from overseas at any time. Second, Hangzhou was far from the capital. His master always had things in his heart that he couldn't let go. Sometimes he didn't dare to face them. Although he still had an official position in another department, he didn't like to go there personally to do things, so he left them to the people in the departments. Old Man Wang had also heard about the animals in the zoo from others. At that time, he already had a very good impression of them. Today, when he heard Bebe talk about them, he realized that those who saw the animals did not describe them very well. They missed a lot of things. For example, the habits of the animals and how they looked when they ate, etc. "Bebe, why are you different from what others said?" Old Man Wang asked curiously. "Ah, different? No, that's what my brother and sister told us. They also divided the animals into different families. Some animals look different from the outside, but my brother and sister put them in the same category. Grandpa fishing, it won't take long for my brother and sister to arrive in Hangzhou. You'll know when you see them. They're so awesome. No matter what kind of things people catch from where, they can directly tell the general living habits of those things. For example, they sent a kind of small bear from the very south. Like what I just told you, my brother and sister call them koalas. They say that this kind of animal is the most fun to play with. If they don't have enough food and temperature, they can train them and other people can hold them. If there are 10 of them, and 9 of them are held by people, but one of them is not, that koala will be very sad. Don't you think it's like a human?" Bebe made a gesture of holding a big cloth doll as he spoke to Old Man Wang. Pan rushed over and opened her arms to let Bebe hold her. When Bebe was done, she would find someone else to hold her. Such an action made Old Man Wang chuckle. While he was laughing, suddenly a shout came from the observation deck. Someone fell into the water. Where? Binoculars. When Bebe heard that someone had fallen into the water, he quickly asked the people next to him for binoculars. The thing he didn't want to see the most was someone drowning because he was good at swimming. He took the binoculars and looked at the river. Bebe showed a puzzled expression. He pulled Xiao Yuan and held the binoculars in front of him and asked, "Xiao Yuan, have you seen a drowning person like this before?" Xiao Yuan looked and was also very puzzled. He shook his head and said, "No, that person's rise and fall is too regular. Could it be that he is practicing drowning? I haven't practiced it before, but I heard from my brother and sister that in the future, when the medical conditions are improved, there will be a special Navy. It is the Navy's drowning training program, learning how to drown under what conditions. That way, the survival rate after being saved will be much higher than the people who are not familiar with it. But I am afraid when I think about it. I don't have the courage to take the initiative to drown." Bebe pulled the binoculars back to her eyes and nodded. She said, "Yes, this person is too interesting. Look at the shape of his mouth when he is shouting. It's clearly the word help. But why does his hand move downwards when he is shouting for help? After shouting, he immediately pushes up. It's tiring to shout for help at the same time. When we have time, let's try going into the water and see how long we can last. This is physical work. He has a good physique." When Old Man Wang heard the people on the observation deck shout that someone had fallen into the water, he became nervous. After interacting with Xiao Bei and the others for a long time, he realized that he had already reached a level where he could ignore life. But Xiao Bei and the others had changed his mind, especially when Xiao Bei saved the earless child. That kind of serious respect and protection of life made her feel deeply moved. Therefore, when he heard that someone had fallen into the water, he wondered if Bebe was going to jump in to save him again. In the end, he saw Bebe and Xiao Yuan's indifferent attitude. After listening to their conversation, he finally understood what they meant. Hence, he took a pair of binoculars and looked over. After watching for more than 10 seconds, Old Man Wang had to admit that Bebe and Xiao Yuan's observation was very detailed. That person was really like what the two children said. His ups and downs were too regular. Furthermore, when he was shouting for help, his mouth was wide open. After such a long time, he still did not sink. Hence, he asked Bebe and Xiao Yuan, "What do you think he is doing? Is there a need to ask? Waiting for me to save him. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm good at swimming. But what if he has a water-splitting thorn? It will be very dangerous if I get too close to him. Let's stop the boat and see how long he can shout for." Bebe was very smart at this moment and said, disdainfully. Xiao Yuan also said, "Why don't we get someone to throw a few stones over? Whoever is stronger can try and see if they can hit the target. It's fine if they're not accurate. Find a few more people and throw it a few more times. It's bound to hit him. When he's really drowning, we'll get someone to save him." Xiao Hai, who had been silent all this time, said at this time, "Send someone to save him. See what he says when he comes back. We will wait on the boat and be careful. Let the people who are going to save him search him while they are saving him." "Oh, that's fine too. He can't have appeared on our way by accident. Didn't brother and sister already send us a message? They said that if we meet people who are deliberately trying to get close to us, we should think of a way to bring them along to Jiang District. I thought that people would only appear after we arrived in Hangzhou, but I didn't expect to meet them now. Brother and sister are so awesome. How did they know that someone would appear? This is so fun." Bebe was not angry. Instead, she seemed very excited. The person below was still trying to drown. At this time, someone on the boat began to lower the boat and then paddled it closer to the person. He did not jump into the water directly like before to save the person. Who knew if that person was preparing in the water with the idea of killing one person to break even and killing two to make a profit? Geezer Wang's eyes never moved away from the person who had fallen into the water. He wanted to see if he knew this person. If he knew him, it meant that the person had come for him or something related to his family. If he did not know him, it was not easy to guess. He hoped that the person had come for him. Otherwise, on the way to Hangzhou, there would be many dangerous things that targeted Bebe and the other children. Just like that, Old Man Wang watched as the two rescue boats rowed to the man's side. He watched the man's actions. Bebe and the others were also watching. When they saw that the person was pulled to the boat weakly and immediately kowtowed, Bebe shook her head again and said, "It's too fake. If he is really drowning, he shouldn't be kowtowing now. He should be vomiting or coughing hard. His eyes should be red, and his nose should also be flowing out. Xiao Yuan laughed and said, "In a while we will pretend that he is drowning. Let's see what he wants to do." While the two of them were talking, the person had been helped up. He looked at the sky as if he had just survived a disaster. This appearance gained the approval of Bei Bei and the others. After a while, the two boats carrying the person were pulled up to the deck of the big boat. The person was also helped up to the top by others. When he saw Bei Bei, the person did something that made Bei Bei and the others puzzled. He actually raised his head and laughed. It was impossible to tell that he was drowning. Chapter 1046. Xiao Bei and the others were stunned by this person's laughter. They looked at each other and tried hard to recall the story that their brother and sister had told them. Finally, Xiao Bei thought of something and asked, "Did you say that you were very satisfied that we were able to save you?" "Yes." This person nodded and shook his head in a very natural and unrestrained manner. His hair that had become messy in the water earlier splashed water all over Xiao Bei and the others' faces. This was because he was a little far away. The two people next to him were even hit in the face by his wet hair. These two people glared at him, but did not say anything. Others did not say anything, but he said, "Not bad. You are indeed good servants. Even if you encounter something that makes you uncomfortable, you can still endure silently. Good. Also, I am very satisfied with you children. After seeing me, you were able to remain calm. Furthermore, you were able to guess what I was thinking when I laughed out loud. As such, I did not wait for you for a few days in vain, nor did I waste the time soaking in the water for so long." As this person spoke, he reached out and moved his hair to the front. He grabbed it and stroked it from top to bottom. The water formed a small stream and splashed onto the deck. Xiao Bei pouted. If it were not for her status, she would have gotten someone to kick this person down. What was this? She had seen arrogant and shameless people, but she had never seen such a person. Xiao Bei sulked and did not speak. Old man Wang was not willing. This was the precious child of the family. Although they were relatives, Xiao Bei's status was different. Even if they were just a little bit relatives, they had to treat her seriously. He coldly snorted and asked this person, "Who are you? Why did you lie to us to save you? Why don't you tell us the truth?" When this person heard the voice, he arrogantly turned his head to look at Old Man Wang. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he turned his head back. He said to Xiao Bei, "How can you have such an insensible servant in your house? What are you yelling for? If you talk to me like that again, I will get someone to kick you down. It is not up to you to say what my family does. I am asking you a question, so answer quickly. Do you think you are very smart? You know how to pretend to be drowning so that we can save you? Have you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? There was a child who liked to lie to others. Then he cried wolf. This way, others would have to save him." Xiao Bei finally could not hold back. She stared at this person and told him the story of the boy who cried wolf. When she finished, Xiao Yuan continued, "You are the child who lied. Before you do anything, you never consider the feelings of others. I will give you one last chance. Speak." This person was stunned by Xiao Bei's story and Xiao Yuan's words. After a while, he regained his composure. His eyes turned, and he suddenly smiled again. He praised, "Not bad, you're right. I didn't waste my efforts. I finally found someone who can inherit my legacy. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Hu, and my name is Liang. My ancestral home is in the Shannon East Road. I lost all my family when I was young. I could only think of ways to survive. I suffered a lot, but I also learned many skills. I can go up the mountain to fight tigers, and I can also go down the sea to catch dragons. I am a very big fish. Did you see me in the water just now? Do you think that I am very unusual? I am also familiar with all kinds of books, and I am proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I know the way of metaphysics and the power of the stars. Unfortunately, for many years, I have been trying to find someone who I can pass on my skills to. I have long heard that you are extraordinarily intelligent, so I want to meet you. Why don't you quickly become my disciple? What are you waiting for? In the process of introducing himself as Hu Liang, he raised his head again, looking very capable. Xiao Bei sighed and did not say anything. He turned around and left. The others also walked towards the cabin. They were already speechless by this person. He was so good at bragging. If they did not have brothers and sisters, perhaps they would be a little curious when they saw such a person, and then let him perform. However, in the stories of the brothers and sisters, it was said that there was no need to pay attention to such people. They were either mentally ill or big liars. There was no need to give them any chance to perform. It was not worth it to waste their time. Don't go. Let me finish. If you don't believe me, you can test me. See if I have many skills. If there is anything wrong, you don't need to chase me away. I will jump off the boat myself. Hu Liang was anxious. As he spoke, he wanted to chase after Xiao Bei's group, but the people beside him grabbed his arm and could not break free. Don't grab me. Let me tell you, if your master loses a chance to accept a talent because of you grabbing me, you will not be able to afford it. Hu Liang tried a few times, but in the end, he was not as strong as the protection team. After helplessly giving up, he angrily said to the people around him. The people standing in front of him and blocking the way laughed disdainfully and said, "Accept a talent? Do you think this is the spring and autumn period? Do you think others will value you just because you're crazy and act like you're capable? Let me tell you, our family lacks everything, but we don't lack people like you. The little things you know are nothing in our eyes. Hurry up and leave. Don't wait for us to get you off. Do you see the platform in front? Go there and jump down from the top. You won't fall on the deck below. Go, go." As the guard spoke, he followed the two people who were holding Hu Liang and pushed him towards the platform, letting Hu Liang struggle. Seeing that he was about to reach the platform, Hu Liang finally did not insist on his arrogant appearance. Instead, he cried and begged, Don't take me away. To be honest, I haven't eaten a full meal for 2 days. I don't have a single cent on me now. In the past few months, I've been looking for a job in countless places, but all of them look down on me like dogs. In the end, I often only get to eat 1 meal a day, and that's because people are kind enough to give it to me. From yesterday until now, I have only eaten half a steamed bun, and there's hair on it. I don't know what I ate wrong, but my stomach hurts. In desperation, I came here to wait for your ship so that I can ask your doctor to take a look at me. Otherwise, I will die sob. In the end, this person was already choking with sobs, which annoyed the 3 guards. However, the 3 guards still sent Hu Liang towards the platform. At this moment, a servant girl came out of the cabin and shouted, "Wait, my mistress said that she is very heavy now, so she wants to accumulate good karma for the child." Fine, no matter if he is really capable or just a liar, it is not easy. Let him stay on the ship for the time being. After speaking to the 3 guards, the servant girl said to Hu Liang, "My mistress is kind. Remember, you can stay on the ship, but you are not allowed to wander around. If your stomach is not feeling well, you can ask the doctor to treat you and get medicine. You have to eat whatever is given to you during meals. You can't ask about things casually, and you can't talk too much when others are talking. Otherwise, you will be pushed down." Thank you, thank you. I don't dare. I will listen to your mistress's arrangements. I wonder if there is anything to fill my stomach now. I am really too hungry." Hu Liang thanked and promised. He grinned and asked the servant girl for something to eat. "Wait in a while. Let someone accompany you to wash up and then change your clothes. When the time comes, there will naturally be food sent to you. Also, didn't you say that you can read? Write down everything about yourself. It doesn't matter if you can't think of it now, slowly recall, especially the things that happened in the past few months. If we find out that you are lying, then it won't be as simple as pushing you down. We will arrange a cabin for you, and you can only stay there. You are not allowed to come out without being called. Do you remember?" The servant girl asked one by one and looked at Hu Liang, waiting for his answer. Yes, I remember all of them. I won't forget a single one. Thank you. I will definitely repay you well. Hu Liang nodded and promised again. The servant girl waved her hand, turned around, and walked away with light steps. The 3 guards looked at Hu Liang. The empty-handed one said slowly, "Since the mistress found you pitiful and let you stay on the ship for the time being, you can stay for a few days. Don't let us see you play tricks. Let's go, we will arrange it for you." The other 2 people still grabbed Hu Liang's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and walked towards a cabin. Xiao Bei and the others did not stay idle. They immediately told their brother about this matter. The reason they let the person who called himself Hu Liang stay was because of the news from their brother and sister. Since he was already here, it was better to keep him by their side and observe him. No matter how powerful the other party was, he would not be able to play any tricks under their watch. When Zhang Xiaobao received the news, he, Wang Wan, and Li Longji were looking at the new thing. It was a lifting device that was driven by an electric motor. The previous device used pulleys, but it required manpower. Just last night, the technicians who traveled with the fleet had perfected the design and manufacturing of the electric lift through experiments. They were going to follow Lu Zhou to design the railway. It just so happened that they had nothing else to do during the journey, apart from asking Wang Wan for advice when they encountered something they did not understand. Most of the time, they were busy with their own design ideas, trying to turn their theories into reality. The principle of the lift was very simple. When it was energized, it would rotate, and it would drive the capstan to wind the steel wire. Then there would be another button. This button was a gear that worked in the opposite direction and controlled the gear change. This thing itself wasn't too difficult. The difficult part was the precision of the meshing of the gears. What he was making now was a simple elevator. In the future, it would be used on a steam engine ship to allow the ship to easily move forward and backward, and also control the speed. In this way, when the ships turned or when they were in formation, it would be of great help and increase the turning speed. Li Longji was looking at the new lift that lifted a small boat up and down. No matter how he thought about it, he felt it was a very simple thing. He was just about to ask Zhang Xiaobao why he spent so much effort to make this thing when he received news from Xiao Bei. Quick, Xiao Bei's news is here. Let me have a look. When Li Longji heard the news from the people in the inner court, he was even more enthusiastic than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. As he spoke, he snatched the piece of information from Xiao Bei. He glanced at it before he raised his hand and showed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a thumbs up. He said, "Amazing. You two really guessed it. What do you think is going on over there?" "Someone went to look for my mother?" Zhang Xiaobao played along and asked. "Yes, that's right. It's a crazy person. Tell me, who do you think this person is? What's his purpose?" Li Longji asked as he waved the piece of paper in his hand. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and gestured for Li Longji to take the piece of information. He said, "Xiao Bei and the others are still 2 days away from Hangzhou. I originally thought that they would arrange for someone to wait in Hangzhou. I didn't expect that they would arrange for someone to wait there." "Very good." After taking the piece of information and reading it, Zhang Xiaobao raised the corners of his mouth. He said to Wang Wan, who had also read the piece of information, "This person is not ordinary. He actually knows a bit about psychology. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong person." Wang Wan also smiled and said, "That's right. He used a series of actions to make others lower their guard against him and think of him as a clumsy opponent. In fact, he knew very well that if he stopped the boat and waited for help in the water, he would definitely be exposed. He used those very fake actions to judge Xiao Bei and the others' perception of him. From there, he guessed to what extent Xiao Bei and the others were guarding against him. When he got on the boat, he took the initiative to say that he was faking it. His purpose was to observe the reactions of Xiao Bei and the others in our inner courtyard, so that he could use the most appropriate identity to deal with them. In the end, he described himself as very pitiful in order to further test the extent to which Xiao Bei and the others understood his identity. This kind of trick was useful for others, but it was useless against our inner courtyard. No matter what he did, the inner courtyard would not lower their guard against him. If he wanted to pass the information to his accomplices, then there was only one way. When he came over, he had already told his accomplices that if he didn't come down from the boat, it meant that we were guarding against him. He would wait on the boat for an opportunity and tell his accomplices not to contact him again. Li Longji was listening to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talk on the side. He was very surprised. He didn't expect that such a simple matter would be so complicated by the two of them. Thus he asked, if that's the case, what's the use of him staying on the boat? Won't he still be able to pass the information back if he's chased off? Doesn't he know how tight the defenses of the Zhang family and Wang family are? He can't possibly think that he has the ability to successfully make a move against Xiao Bei and your mother under layers of surveillance and protection, right? Gao Lisher, who had followed them to look at the lift, couldn't figure out what Hu Liang was thinking. If he put himself in a dangerous situation and didn't do anything, wouldn't he be a fool? Then he said, when he gets on Xiao Bei's boat, he will definitely change into someone else's clothes and then take a bath. He won't be able to carry anything on him. Even if he wants to poison him, he won't be able to find an opportunity. Sai, this kind of opponent isn't difficult to deal with. Wang Wan didn't say anything and signaled for Zhang Xiaobao to explain. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and explained, actually, there are other ways to carry things. For example, if you want to put something in your mouth, you can also use a kind of glue to make a bag. You can put poison in it and eat one end into your stomach, leaving a string on the other end, then tie it to your teeth. When you want to use it, you can just spit it out from your stomach. However, I'm sure that Hu Liang won't do such a thing. The inspection at my house won't miss this. We'll check his entire body from head to toe, inside and out, even the area behind but even if he has a scar on his body, we'll check it carefully to see if he cut his skin and stuffed something inside. When it's healed, he can use it at a critical moment. Then he should have a motive. Li Longji voiced out the doubt in his heart. He has a few motives. First, he wants to alert the enemy and put us in a tense situation at all times to see how we react. Second, he wants us to put more of our attention on the assassination of Xiao Bei and my mother, thus neglecting other aspects. Third, he wants them to adjust their strategy. Some plans should be changed. For example, when they were waiting for our ship to reach Hangzhou, they disguised themselves as dock workers or even were dock workers themselves. We told them that they couldn't make a move and that our defense was too tight. Finally, he thinks that no matter what we do to him, no matter how we pretend to be on guard against him, and no matter how we change our habits, he can get useful information from it. These are all the reasons I can think of. He even thinks that he alone will restrain the energy of many of us. This is also a waste of manpower, haha. Zhang Xiaobao guessed and said a few motives, then smiled indifferently. Li Longji and Gao Lisher suddenly understood, and at the same time, their expressions became solemn. They thought that if the opponent casually sent a person, and he was so powerful, then how powerful was the person hiding in the dark? They wondered what the result would be this time. The main thing was that Great Tang would lose a lot of things, including lives and money. Li Longji sighed and said, if it weren't for the news from there today, I would have thought that the Jiangnan West Road incident was more of a coincidence and that someone was really going to make a big move. However, through this Hu Liang, Xiaobao, you and Cuckoo have guessed correctly. There's a power behind this. Don't you think that Great Tang will suffer a great loss? Wang Wan continued and comforted. Your Majesty, don't worry. There won't be a big problem. They don't want to harm ordinary people, just like us. They won't go to other countries, just to poison people. It's meaningless. In that case, even if they choose a small river and throw a large amount of poison into a shallow well, or buy pigs and put the poison into the pork, these methods won't have much effect. Even if they opened a restaurant and poisoned the people who ate there, it would only be a small portion of the population. It was far too small compared to the people of the Great Tang. Their main goal is to disrupt Great Tang and make the people lose confidence in Great Tang. They want to pull me and Zhang Xiaobao down from the altar. They haven't made a big move yet, and they are still probing. That's why Xiaobao and I arranged that series of things to confuse them. So that's the case. Right, that's how it should be. Their goal is to get rid of the two of you. Right now, almost everyone knows how important the two of you are to Great Tang. If the two of you were to lose your standing in the eyes of the people, the impact on Great Tang would be unimaginable. That's why they schemed so hard to deal with the two of you. However, Xiaobei arrived at the right time. This emperor guesses that they haven't finished setting the trap yet. In order to deal with the manager of the Great Tang Bank, Xiaobei and the others wanted the manager to take them seriously. So they started a rumor. As Li Longji spoke, he began to think about many things. He realized that this matter was truly very interesting. Most likely, the people hiding in the shadows didn't want to act so early and hadn't finished setting the trap yet. However, Xiaobei and the others had released the rumor. If they didn't act now and waited for the rumor to pass, they wouldn't have enough strength to make a move. In the end, once they acted, not only did they fail to threaten or harm the status of the Great Tang Bank, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan, they even helped the two of them consolidate their positions. This could be said to be a miscalculation. What made the other side even more uncomfortable was that so many people had gone to save money and wanted to make a move against a country as large as a family. The most worrying thing was the lack of unity. Just like the wolf pack, their individual strength wasn't so strong that they were invincible, but wolves were more dangerous than tigers. They were even more dangerous than ordinary armies. An army would collapse before the main commander died. It was too difficult to make a wolf pack collapse before the leader died. Gao Lishur was the happiest about this. He chuckled and said, "The eyes of the common people are bright." Yes, Xiaobei and the others often say this. They know who the Great Tang can't do without. Naturally, His Majesty is the most important. However, the common people also know that His Majesty isn't a big problem. What he is most worried about is the Great Tang Bank. Thus, when they were saving money, they said that the Great Tang Bank can't fall, and neither can the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. Because the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families have fallen, His Majesty will stand at the forefront. There will be no one in front of him to block all kinds of things. Xiaobao, you should think about it carefully. It's best if you make the other side suffer so much that they can't even take back their money. I've thought about it, but I need to know who the other side is first. Let's send a plan to Xiaobei and the others. Let them leak as many secrets as possible and let Hu Liang know. Zhang Xiaobao's expression was relaxed. It wasn't that he wasn't worried, but that he had long been used to facing all kinds of pressure and difficulties. If there really wasn't any difficulty, he wouldn't be able to display his abilities. Let him know. Li Longji was puzzled. Yes, let him know a bit more. He actually didn't come here to hurt anyone, because he knows that he can't hurt anyone. The only person he can hurt is himself. He will definitely be very obedient on the ship. He will be so obedient that he will do whatever others want him to do. He will be so obedient that he won't ask, say, look, or hesitate. Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? If he knows a bit more, he will be anxious and want to spread the news, even if he has to sacrifice himself. But what we need to do is let him hear a lot of secrets, but not let him spread them, and even more so, not let him die. He has bad intentions. So how can I let him have an easy time? Zhang Xiaobao very naturally raised his hand and placed it on his face, flicking it over and over again. When Wang Wan, Li Longji, and Gao Lishur saw Zhang Xiaobao's actions, they all silently mourned for that person, called Hu Liang. Xiaobao, it's been a long time since you've had such bad intentions, right? We remember that when you were scheming against the rich people of Great Tang, you didn't do such a thing either. We really miss it. Li Longji patted Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder and said, Oh, Itchy, I'm not bad. I'm a good person. I'm the kind of person who walks to hell on my own after death. And even the king of hell is too embarrassed to accept me. He says that I'm too kind and I shouldn't go to hell. Zhang Xiaobao's hand changed from flicking to rubbing, and he rubbed his face a few times. The king of hell is sending you to hell to ruin him. We can even imagine how the infernal judge's hand would tremble when he wrote your name. Tell me, what's the use of this elevator that your technicians came up with? I don't think it's a big deal. Li Longji patted Zhang Xiaobao's head again and pointed at the elevator. Wang Wan covered her mouth and snickered, helping to explain. Your Majesty, the elevator isn't very useful. Even if there isn't an elevator at the docks right now, it won't take too much time to transport goods. However, the elevator isn't just about the engagement of the gears. It involves the strength of the steel of the gears, the compression resistance and regularity of the ball bearings, and the conversion between self-supporting and semi-self-supporting forces. In fact, the elevator was developed in preparation for the lathe. Right now, we have a lathe driven by an electric motor, but if the processed object is too sturdy, the lathe's effect will be reduced. We can't just use the lathe to experiment directly. It's a waste, and it's also very dangerous. Therefore, by collecting data on the elevator and then using it on the lathe, we include the problem of the strength and precision of the different force conversion devices that act on the processed object. It goes like this. Normal force conversion is done through gears. What does a gear do? It embodies the simplest principle of a lever, but normal levers only have a single pivot point, and it's a problem of receiving and supporting forces. However, if we use gears and shafts, we can use this method to create a two-axis interaction, or even a three-axis or more axis cooperation. When this technology is completed, it won't be using the pivot of the lever itself as the center. Instead, during the linkage process, it will be using multiple angles to make the processed object be at the center. In this case, stop, don't talk to me anymore. I don't understand. Now I know that this seemingly useless elevator is actually very useful, right? Quickly go and send a message to Xiao Bei and the others. Li Longji was confused. He knew that Wang Wan had already given him a lot of face by not using too many terms and explaining it very simply. However, if he didn't come into contact with this kind of thing and didn't learn it, he wouldn't be able to understand it no matter how simple it was. He just had to change the topic. He took Gao Lisher and hid far away. He found a quiet place to think about what kind of power the person behind this was. As for the industrial side, it was not his business. Actually, after passing the elevator test, we can make the mold for the finished product. Cold forging is very useful sometimes, especially when making sharp objects. Sigh, it's a pity that people don't listen. Wang Wan wanted to tell more about this to others, but she couldn't do anything if they didn't listen. She could only turn around and look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. Honey, please tell me, I'm listening. I haven't learned systematically before, so I don't know much about this. After learning from you, there are too many things to learn. Tell me about it, and I'll see if it can be used in scams. It's very useful to fool people. What's there to say to you? I'm tired of being together with you every day. Tonight, you can sleep somewhere else. I'll have some peace and quiet by myself. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she left Zhang Xiaobao with a beautiful figure. Zhang Xiaobao scratched his head. Why did this happen? It seems that I have to control myself in the future. It won't do for a long time. All right, I'll rest for one night. I have to find a few people who are willing to listen to her lectures. If you don't let me sleep, don't think about sleeping in that room. We'll work for one night, and we can sleep together in the morning tomorrow. Yes, you have to keep your promise. Zhang Xiaobao was a man of his word. As expected, he didn't sleep for the whole night. Wang Wan also didn't sleep. There were always people coming over to ask about the physics lessons. She didn't know why everyone had questions today, and they were more concentrated than usual. Only the technicians knew the reason. Zhang Xiaobao went over and asked them about their skills one by one. When they answered, he continued to ask around the question in detail. In the end, their grasp of the theory was different. Therefore, the technicians said that they couldn't answer. Zhang Xiaobao pointed away for them. He said that Wang Wan asked him to come over to help the technicians learn more as soon as possible. He would be responsible for asking the questions and play a role in guiding them. Wang Wan would wait in the cabin for others to learn. In the end, the technicians went. They were very grateful to Wang Wan, who was so sleepy that she kept yawning, but didn't dare to change her clothes and sleep. Hu Liang was in a similar situation as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He also realized that the situation in front of him was different from what he had imagined. At first, Hu Liang thought that when he got on the ship, he wouldn't make any unnecessary movements, when the other party clearly doubted him. Then, when they arrived in Hangzhou, he would summarize what he saw, heard, and even the types and tastes of the dishes he ate. This would allow him to further understand the Zhang family and the Wang family. This afternoon, he had already struggled in the water. It was not easy to control his body to make large movements in the water while shouting for help. Then he got on the ship. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried, even if he was prepared to be killed at any time. He didn't want to die quickly. Otherwise, he would be really stupid. After tossing around for a while, he was also checked inside and out. Even his teeth were not spared. What was even more infuriating was that whoever checked his lower body used too much strength. It still hurt even now. When he was finally done and started to eat, he realized that he was eating dinner, not the time between lunch and dinner when he said that he was hungry. The other party considerately came over and asked him what he wanted to eat. He even held a book. Oh, it was a menu. There were thousands of dishes in it and asked him to choose. Just looking at the menu was enough to make him dazzled. He finally chose a few dishes. When the dishes were served, he realized that the amount was too large. The other party said that he must eat all the dishes he ordered. Otherwise, it would be a waste and a heinous act. Then he could only eat. After eating, he realized that he was so full that he didn't even dare to move. Speaking of which, the doctor was really amazing. He could guess that she was stuffed, so he got someone to send over some medicine to help with digestion. Once she took it, it really did help with digestion. Originally, she was stuffed, but now she had diarrhea. After struggling for a while, it was already 4 a.m. He finally wanted to sleep for a while. But what kind of cabin was this? Could they not make the wooden boards between the cabins so thin? In the end, he heard voices. Now there was still voices. It was endless. Hu Liang lay on the shop and thought. At the same time, his ears couldn't help but listen to the movements of the 3 maidservants in the cabin next to him. You, ask me another question. I love it when people ask me questions, okay? A maidservant's voice sounded. Hu Liang knew that the person who spoke was called Yir. When he first heard her speak, he felt that she was not bad. Her voice was sweet, but it was so sweet for 3 hours. Who could stand it? There was another one called Zer. Together with you, who gave people problems, there were a total of 3 people. The 3 maidservants on night duty had just been switched over 4 hours ago. There was still 1.5 more hours before they had to switch over to sleep. This was what they said. It meant that the maidservants of the Zhang family and Wang family would change shifts for 6 hours. It was very short. The maidservants of other families usually didn't receive such treatment. Occasionally, they would take a break. If the master found out, it would be a big deal. The treatment was good. No wonder they were all loyal. He noted this down, even if it was fake. All right. Yi, you're always like this. I don't have many questions. Next time, if you want me to ask alone, I won't be on night duty with you. Tell me, there's a kind of leisure exercise. When the upper part is happy, the lower part is in pain. When the upper part exerts strength, the lower part is bleeding. What kind of exercise is this? When Hu Liang heard Er's words, he wanted to curse. You're a girl, yet you're shamelessly asking such a question. Let me think. You, don't tell me first. What kind of exercise is it? When the upper part is happy, the lower part is in pain. Aya, I can't think of anything. Just tell me. Yi Er's voice sounded. At this moment, Zir spoke. You're so stupid. It's fishing, right? Only people with impure thoughts would think of something else. Yi your face is red, yet you're still pretending that you don't know. Oh my God, my thoughts are impure. What kind of question is this? You're cheating me. Hu Liang smacked his head and mumbled. In the end, his voice was accidentally heard by the person next door. Yi Er's unique sweet voice immediately sounded. Look at you, your thoughts aren't pure either. Eavesdropping on us. You're a man, yet you're thinking about dirty things all day. Tui, close your ears. Hu Liang opened his mouth and wanted to explain that the wooden plank was too thin. He thought about it and decided not to. With the help of his hand, he successfully closed his ears. As soon as he blocked his ears, he reacted. How could he listen if he blocked his ears? Like a thief, he quietly let go of his ears and perked them up again. This doesn't count. Who asked you? Or to think of something else? Another one. Good you are. Say another one. Yi Er's voice sounded again. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's talk about something else. Tell me, did we really come here with Xiao Bei and the others to catch someone? I think we're going to Hangzhou to meet our relatives. I changed the topic and talked about something else. In my opinion, it's definitely not. Do you know? Xiao Bei and the others want to go to Zhangzhou. There's going to be a railway passing by there. Xiao Bei and the young masters are going to open a shop. The officials in Jiangzhou are really bad. I heard from Madam that there's going to be trouble in Jiangzhou. It was young Master Xiao Bao and young Lady Cuckoo who told Madam that many people will die this time. You definitely don't know what the bad guys want to do in Jiangzhou. No, Jiangnan West Road, right? It's scary to say it. They've set up a big trap there that involves all kinds of things. Fortunately, young Master Xiao Bao and young Lady Cuckoo have already come up with a plan to deal with it. When Hu Liang heard this, he shivered. He pressed his ears against the wooden plank and narrowed his eyes at the same time so that he could hear more clearly. I really don't know. What is it? You tell us. We promise not to tell anyone else. Yes, sweet voice sounded. Actually, it doesn't matter if others hear it. Before dinner, young Master Xiao Bao sent a message saying that he wants Hu Liang, who is new to the ship, to listen to our secret and find an opportunity to let him go. He wants him to spread the news so that young Master can beat us at our own game. Not to mention anything else, young Lady Cuckoo's army has already made a move. Even the Emperor is not idle. Our Tang Empire is going to make a big move and catch all the bad guys in one fell swoop. Continued. Hu Liang felt very depressed when he heard this. He really couldn't tell if was telling the truth. If it was true, it meant that the other party had 3 maids. They were probably telling him. What was their purpose? But it was fake. His people were indeed going to make a big move. He just didn't know where Wang Wan's army was sent. What kind of big move was the Emperor of Tang Empire referring to? At this moment, Zir asked, if we tell Hu Liang directly, will he believe us? Why don't we speak louder? He's next door. I believe he can hear us. We've completed the mission, right? Guess, did he cover his ears? Impossible. It was the sweet voice again. I know what kind of person he is the most. He eavesdrops on a girl's conversation. He's so flirtatious. He pretends to be honest on the surface, but he's so flirtatious in his heart. If you don't believe me, why don't we ask him? Hu Liang, did you hear that? If you didn't, snort. If you did, knock on the wooden board. Hu Liang gritted his teeth and persisted. He told himself that no matter what the other party said, he couldn't admit that he was eavesdropping. Even if a girl spoke without thinking carefully, he had to bear with it. He happened to hear the other party's question and snorted. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. Hu Liang had slapped himself. Look, he heard it. He's snorting. Her voice was still as sweet as honey. Sigh. Hu Liang sighed. He covered his mouth with his left hand and pressed his right hand on his left hand. He looked like he wouldn't make a sound even if his nose was blocked and he suffocated to death. I think he's regretting it now. He's a very smart person, but he still did stupid things. Hu Liang, don't worry, we won't laugh at you. Continue listening. We really won't laugh at you. Why don't I sing you a song? It's the kind of love song that Lang sang for Mei. Just listening to her voice made one look forward to how sweet the song would be. Chapter 1047. Hu Liang did not know how he got through the night. The voices in the cabin next door did not stop from evening to dawn. He collected a lot of bits and pieces of information, but he did not know which was true and which was false. The person next door deliberately told him the news. When the person next door asked him a question and he did not answer, the person next door would knock on the cabin board so that he would not fall asleep. There were 2 times when he was really too sleepy and was about to fall asleep, but he was woken up like this. Young master, Hu, you're awake? Come with me to wash up. Breakfast is about to begin. Hu Liang walked out with sleepy eyes. Before he could get used to the dazzling morning sun, a person appeared beside him and greeted him with a smile. Thank you for your trouble. Hu Liang politely cupped his hands and followed the person to the bathroom. The bathroom in the morning was different from the bathroom where Hu Liang bathed yesterday afternoon. There were 2 large pools for bathing, and there was something that sprayed water from the top. The inside of the pools and the floor were covered with baked tiles. Ordinary people did not even dare to think about using them, and this was only a place prepared for the people of the inner courtyard. The bathroom was 3 large pools that were half the height of a person. They were also covered with tiles. At this time, there were already many people coming to wash up. They were all men. The women were probably more troublesome. There was a row of mirrors in front of the pools. Some of the men were facing the mirrors and tying up their hair. Some were tied up with ribbons, some were tied up, and some were pinned up with hairpins. Young master Hu, here are your toiletries. The person who led Hu Liang here opened the cabinet in the bathroom and took out a thin porcelain box. He turned around and handed it to Hu Liang. Hu Liang gently opened the box. There were a few things inside, most of which he recognized. There was a toothbrush with a brown handle, a tube of aluminum toothpaste, a towel made of pure flour, a tea-scented soap, a tube of something similar to toothpaste and tea for washing his face, a razor, and a comb. There was only a very small and long scissors. He did not know what to do. He looked around and found that someone was using the scissors to cut his nose hair. He could not help but chuckle and muttered, "Just pull it out. Why bother to cut it? Men are not like men." That person didn't say anything immediately. When Hu Liang started washing his face and the other party finished cutting his nose hair, he turned his head and said to Hu Liang with an unfriendly expression, "After you're done washing up, we'll go out and fight." "What for?" After wiping his face, Hu Liang asked in surprise, "I'll let you see who's not a man. I'll fight you with one hand. If I can't beat you down within 3 moves, I'll voluntarily quit the Seedling Protection Team. I'll take off the Seedling Protection Team's logo and throw it into the river." The man pointed at the rice seedling logo on his chest. Ugh! Hu Liang estimated the fighting strength of both sides. While squeezing toothpaste into the toothbrush, he said, "Why bother? Actually, pulling is really more convenient than cutting. I've always used the pulling method. Ignorant. It will grow and become thicker after it is plucked out. At that time, it can only be used to block stones and not dust. I don't think you dare to fight one-on-one." Humph. The members of the Seedling Protection Team left after they finished speaking. Hu Liang began to brush his teeth vigorously as he stared at himself in the mirror. His gaze was unfriendly. After brushing his teeth and preparing to shave, he carefully observed his surroundings and continued to mutter, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? You're just brave and ruthless. I'm a think tank." After shaving twice, he stopped to look at the razor and muttered, "Good stuff. The inner courtyard's special provision is really extraordinary. Let's shave. I didn't shave before and let it grow on its own." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said that only rich people can grow beards. Ordinary people grow beards that delay work and grow parasites. So troublesome. After Hu Liang finished cleaning up, the person who led the way just now called him again. Young master, who follow me? What do you want to eat? Do you still have the smoked chicken from yesterday? Although Hu Liang was full last night, he still planned to eat. Last night, not counting other things, he ate 2 smoked chickens alone. Fortunately, they were semi-big chickens that were specially raised for a short period of time for the sake of tenderness. Meat chickens and egg-laying chickens had not been fully cultivated and needed many generations of cultivation. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already working hard to do this. The person who led the way glanced at Hu Liang. Wei Wei shook her head and replied, "There's no whole chicken. There are cold plates made of bits and pieces. If you want to eat meat, there's cold, shredded chicken made of chicken breast meat. Once you've decided, you can't change it. It's shameful to waste basic food. It doesn't matter whether you spend money or whose money you spend." Hu Liang understood the hidden meaning in the other party's words. He estimated that there was something better. If he chose chicken meat, he would miss out on good things. He said, I know. Zhang Xiaobao said that only poor people would order a table of cheap dishes. They would buy steamed buns that cost 100 strings of coins and throw them away because they couldn't afford a dish that cost 1,000 strings of coins. Wait, let me see first. I'm not busy. When they arrived at the restaurant, Hu Liang was proud of his wisdom. He opened the breakfast menu. There were 30 kinds on one page, and a total of 12 pages were listed. While he was dazzled, Hu Liang found it difficult to choose. He wanted to eat everything he saw. He scratched his head and asked the person who led the way, "What do you want to eat?" A bowl of bean porridge, 3 pies with pork fillings and 3 cucumber and egg fillings, half a plate of radish pickles, and half a plate of garlic and cucumber. That's all, the person who led the way answered. Hu Liang thought about the taste and shook his head. He asked again, "What did Xiao Bei eat this morning?" "I don't know. Let me ask." The person who led the way turned and left. After a while he returned. Xiao Bei chose a bowl of milk, 2 sauce steamed eggs with salted mushrooms, 2 tails of sugar-free cake, and a fruit platter. That's all. Why didn't she eat fried eggs? You can tell from the name that it's too troublesome to make. Hu Liang added, "She doesn't like to eat it." The person who led the way answered quickly, "What about Xiaoyuan?" Hu Liang did not plan to eat the same thing as Xiao Bei. She added a sauce steamed egg with salted mushrooms. The person who led the way answered quickly, Yes. Xiaoyuan is a boy and has a bigger appetite than a girl. Where's Xiaoqiang?" Hu Liang was speechless. 2 bowls of soy milk, half a kilogram of youtiao, half a plate of spicy cabbage, half a plate of salted garlic, and a plate of dried tofu with onion oil. Why do you want 2 bowls of soy milk? Because she likes to drink it. All right, give me 2 bowls of soy milk, 2 trays of soup dumplings, a large plate of soy sauce smoked chicken wings, 6 spicy duck heads, and a plate of pig's ears. If I can't finish them, can I take them back to the cabin? That's fine, but we can go to the kitchen whenever we want to eat, as long as it doesn't affect our work. If you want to eat buns, I suggest you order tofu pudding instead of soy milk. I like to eat this way. I don't need the duck heads and chicken wings first. I'll go to the kitchen to choose when I'm hungry. After spending a lot of energy on breakfast, Hu Liang finally chose what he wanted to eat. He looked around and chose a table near the window of the cabin of the restaurant and sat down. While waiting for the food to be delivered, Hu Liang continued to observe. The restaurant wasn't small. There were 30 square and round tables inside. If it weren't for the few wooden pillars holding them up, the canopy would probably have fallen down. The words Restaurant Number 1 were written at the entrance. Thinking about it, there should be restaurants number 2, number 3, and so on. Maybe it was a big restaurant and a small restaurant, and Xiao Bei and the others wanted to sit alone. While Hu Liang was thinking, the breakfast he ordered was brought over by the servant who was in charge of leading the way. The servant sat across from him. Just as he was about to speak, Everyone in the restaurant stood up at the same time and said in unison, "Hello, madam." Hu Liang also stood up. He was shocked. "Hello, everyone. Please take a seat." When they heard a woman's voice, they all sat back down with a hua sound. Only then did Hu Liang see the person who came out of the door through the gaps between the people who were walking to and fro to get food. With just one look, he was stunned. The person who came in was Jiang Wang clan, Madam Wang, Xiao Bei, and the other 11 children. They were puzzled and asked the servant opposite them, "Is the master eating together?" "Why are you here if you're not eating together?" the servant asked. "What I mean is that the master needs to have the identity of the master. If you're always with the people below you, it's easy to lose your dignity. Only by keeping a distance can the people below you respect you, understand?" Hu Liang explained. "Madam has already kept a distance. She usually doesn't joke with us. Only Xiao Bei likes to joke with us. But how can we dare to think that she's easy to bully? Do you understand?" The servant replied, "That's too casual." Hu Liang insisted on his opinion. "If you keep talking about it, I'll chase you off the boat. No, I'll lock you in a small dark room. It's safer to eat together. If there's any danger, the people around you will be your cover." The servant was obviously angry. Hu Liang raised a hand and signaled for the other party to stop talking about this topic. He lowered his head and began to eat. As he ate, he realized that other than the sound of eating, the restaurant was very quiet, so he raised his head again to look. He whispered to the servant in front of him, "To be honest, if you guys go to a big family, the treatment you get is much better than the Zhang clan and Wang clan. For example, if you get 10 strings of cash a month in the Zhang clan and Wang clan, you can ask for 10 strings of cash a month. If you go to a big family, you can ask for 10 strings of cash, which is 100 strings of cash, and people will fight to get you." "Really?" the servant asked in a low voice. "Of course." Hu Liang nodded. "Can you introduce me to a big family?" the servant asked again. Hu Liang shook his head in disappointment. "I'm just kidding. I thought you would scold and refute me. Who doesn't know the benefits of being in the Zhang clan and Wang clan? The monthly salary is only a small part of it. The real benefits are the stability of the family and the other benefits. For example, if it's a meal other than you, who else would let you choose from hundreds of different kinds of food? You see, if I want to join the inner courtyard of the Zhang clan and Wang clan, is it difficult?" "Not difficult, not difficult at all." Hu Liang was very happy to hear the reply, but he was surprised because the voice came from behind him, and it was a child's voice. Hu Liang turned his head and saw Xiao Bei standing there with a piece of watermelon in her hand. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, asking, "Why don't you walk?" "Because I'm wearing soft-soled shoes. I like to run around, and hard-soled shoes aren't good for my feet. Back to what I said just now. Tell me your family's name and address, and I'll find them. You can directly join the inner yard, okay?" Xiao Bei raised one of her feet to show the soles of her shoes. Her eyes were smiling like crescent moons as she asked, "This is not necessary. I'll apply to join after I learn more skills. When I get to Hangzhou, I'll be separated from you. I really don't want to leave." How could Hu Liang tell her his family? He pretended to be very regretful, but he refused. Xiao Bei smiled indifferently. "I don't want to leave you either, so you have to go to Jiang district with me. You can't stay in Hangzhou. Actually, we already know where your family is. Your father's surname is not Hu. Don't underestimate our family's intelligence system. Maybe you can reunite with them in a few days. Thank you." "Yuk Sai." Hu Liang's eyes suddenly widened. Then he sighed in frustration and stopped talking. Instead, he stared at Xiao Bei. "I'm going back to eat. In the future, remember to always tell yourself that as a spy or a spy, you either keep silent or nod and show agreement no matter what others say. That's the only way to qualify. Sai, I'm Didacho Bai. Eat slowly. You can eat whatever you want while you're in Jiang district. There are also various games for you to play. Don't feel burdened. Cherish the peaceful time." Xiao Bei said something to Hu Liang and then silently floated away. Hu Liang fell silent again and lowered his head to eat. He didn't need to ask at all. Just based on his reaction just now, the other party knew a lot of things. The first was that he still had other people. The second was that he cared about his family. The third was that his surname was fake. From the other party's words, he could also understand what the other party meant. He couldn't spread the news. The other party had made it very clear that he knew that he didn't have good intentions. At the same time, he didn't care about what he could do. He might even make use of him. After he finished eating, the inner courtyard opposite him put down his chopsticks at the same time and said, "Young master, come here. You can play games now. There are classic Monopoly games and sandbox games for commanding. If you don't want to play, you can play billiards, mahjong, poker, and so on." Hu Liang nodded and walked out of the restaurant with the inner courtyard. He turned his head and asked, "Will I die?" The inner courtyard shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that you won't die now. Wait until Jiang District. Didn't you already think about dying on the ship when you came?" Hu Liang nodded and then suddenly shook his head. "When I came here, I thought that I would have a chance to go back alive. The success rate was very high. Who would have thought that you guys are different from what I thought? It's okay. Maybe Xiao Bei and the others will be happy and let you go. You're just a pawn. It doesn't matter whether we kill you or not. It won't affect us." The inner courtyard comforted Hu Liang again. The two of them walked and talked in low voices. If people who didn't know the details saw them, they would think that the two of them were not enemies but close friends. Old man Wang finished his meal in advance. He was old and slept less, but he slept more often. He liked to go to bed early and then get up early. After eating, he would find a place to stroll around and talk to people of similar status. When he was in Hangzhou, he usually chatted with the local provincial governor and the people of the various departments. After all, the identity of his master was not ordinary. Although the emperor had somewhat alienated him and sent his master out of the capital, the position of provincial governor was still there. In addition to such an official, he could only find the local big families. Usually he would do business with them, so there were not many people he could talk to. He was not like Xiao Bei, who could chat with people regardless of their status. Xiao Bei had a good brother and sister. He didn't need to care about what promises he made with others and couldn't fulfill them. It was the same today. He wanted to find the technicians on the ship or those who specialized in learning to chat. When he turned his head, he saw Hu Liang with the people of the inner courtyard. They were talking and laughing as they walked toward the entertainment room. He was stunned for a moment. He raised his hand to call a maid and asked, "How are you going to deal with Hu Liang? I think he looks good today. Did you reach an agreement with him?" The maid didn't have much defense against old man Wang. She replied, "He didn't sleep well last night. He forced himself to stay awake. He will probably fall asleep when he plays the game later. We can't have any agreement with him. We don't kill him now because he is still useful. When he's no longer useful, we'll have to see what young Master Xiao Bao and young Lady Cuckoo want to do. I reckon that the two of them won't kill Hu Liang. Instead, they'll give him a new identity and train him so that he can continue doing what he's doing now." Old man Wang thought for a while and understood. If Hu Liang was kept alive, others would feel uncertain. Especially when they saw that Hu Liang was treated well on the ship. They would think that he had betrayed the organization in exchange for benefits. And Hu Liang couldn't commit suicide himself. He must find a chance to spread the news. This was the time for the two sides to compete with wisdom and courage to see who would be better. I will also go to the entertainment room to have a look. Unfortunately, I can't play gate ball. When I was in Hangzhou, I had nothing to do, so I played gate ball. But I can only play it once every 10 days. Everyone else is busy. Old man Wang walked in the direction of the entertainment room as he spoke. The maid thought for a while and said, "Steward Wang, you shouldn't go to the entertainment room now. You should go to the infirmary. Yesterday, when young Master Xiao Bao sent the news, he said that you should go to the infirmary to have a look. Then you can be nursed back to health. You can't eat 3 meals a day now. You have to eat at least 4 meals a day. You must have snacks a few times in between. You have to eat less every meal and eat more every day. You have to follow special procedures to maintain your health. I am already so old, and I have seen Xiao Bei and the others. Even if I die tomorrow, I will be satisfied. Xiao Bei is so smart. I don't know how to teach him. Xiao Hai is also good. He has the style of a master in the family, especially since he usually doesn't talk. I think he will be better than Xiao Bao in the future. Old man Wang still walked in the direction of the entertainment room. He looked stubborn. The maid didn't stop him, but followed him. She said as she walked, "Yes, if I had a younger brother and sister like him, I would have no regrets if I died tomorrow. But if I could live, wouldn't it be better? The longer I live, the longer I can take care of them. If they cause trouble outside, I can also help. Our family designed a life with rules. It's not a rigid rule, but a very flexible one. Ordinary people can enjoy it. In the imperial court, people below the 5th rank and under the age of 60 are definitely not given a hand." Old man Wang stopped walking at this time. He stood there and thought for a while. Then he asked, "Where is the infirmary?" "Xiao Bao, Xiao Bao. Cuckoo, where is she? This emperor has a good idea to tell you." "Where is she?" While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran to the observation deck to enjoy the scenery, Li Longji ran into their room and walked around. After coming out, he stood below the observation deck and shouted, "Let's go down. I don't know what he's thinking of again. Can't he see that the two of us are enjoying some alone time here?" When Zhang Xiaobao heard the voice, he looked down and saw Li Longji looking up. Opposite him, Wang Wan said with a smile, "I guess it's about the people's livelihood. He's recently become addicted to this kind of thing. He always wants to achieve communism one step at a time. Communism under the control of imperial power." Wang Wan said as she climbed down. As soon as the two of them came down, Li Longji began to complain, "Look at the two of you. Why didn't you tell me that you were going up there? You made it difficult for me to find you. If you want to go somewhere in the future, you should tell your Majesty first. Or you should send someone to wait for your Majesty at the entrance, so that your Majesty doesn't have to ask twice." Zhang Xiaobao didn't believe that Li Longji would spend a long time searching. Basically, he would know where he and Cuckoo were the moment he asked the second person. Sure, it's not that troublesome. Xiao Bao, what did I think of?" Li Longji seemed very excited, as if he had a good idea waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to ask. Zhang Xiaobao played along and asked, "Your Majesty, what good idea did you think of this time? Quick, tell the subject. Next time, you have to be more professional when you pretend. Just by looking at your expression, I can tell that you don't mean what you say. However, this time, this emperor really did think of a good idea. It's an idea that can help the people in need when the rich people in the village are too busy." Li Longji didn't lose interest because of Zhang Xiaobao's perfunctory words. He waved his arm and looked like he was giving advice. Zhang Xiaobao didn't respond to Li Longji's words. Instead, he looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded and said, "Your Majesty, did you think of this idea? If a village needs help, for example, if there's a family that doesn't have enough manpower, other than the old and young, you can ask the other villagers to help. When the time comes, you will give them a certain amount of benefits, such as reputation or worthless awards. Isn't it similar to how merchants sponsor schools?" Ah! Wang Wan's words shocked Li Longji. He asked in confusion, "Cuckoo, how did you know? Didn't you and Xiao Bao always say that when building a material civilization, we can't forget about building a spiritual civilization? Otherwise, once there's a deviation, it'll be very difficult to change it back. It'll take years, decades, or even decades to hundreds of years before the people can regain their confidence." This emperor thought that when it comes to the spiritual side, which is also the moral side, we naturally have to start from the most basic social structure. A village is just right. What do you all think? After saying that, Li Longji stared at Zhang Xiaobao, afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would say something against his idea. This was how interesting the world was. The more one was afraid of something, the more likely it would happen. If it was someone else, they might say something against their will to please Li Longji. However, Zhang Xiaobao definitely didn't care about Li Longji's feelings, especially when it came to the people's livelihood. After hearing Li Longji's words, Zhang Xiaobao didn't consider Li Longji's feelings at all. He directly said, "Actually, after this year, I'm thinking of taking over the matter of merchants sponsoring schools so that the merchants don't have to continue investing. The funds required for the schools will all be taken care of by Your Majesty's money in the bank. Honestly speaking, the amount of money invested in the children isn't too much, and our great Tang can still bear it. Great Tang needs the people to have a conscience and guide them to a better direction. But it doesn't mean that we should push the responsibility to the people. The people have already paid the taxes, so why should we make them pay more? That only shows that the people in charge are incompetent." Zhang Xiaobao's blunt words made Li Longji feel very uncomfortable. If it was anyone else, he would have already chased them away or flung his sleeves and left. But facing Zhang Xiaobao, he couldn't do so. He knew that getting angry at Xiaobao and Cuckoo was useless. The losses outweighed the gains, and it would only make him seem petty. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, the two of you are the people we trust the most. Since these words came from Xiaobao's mouth, I believe that you should have a good idea. Share it with us." Li Longji cleverly pushed the question to Zhang Xiaobao, but who would have thought that Zhang Xiaobao would look at Wang Wan once more? Wang Wan could only continue the conversation. "In truth, it's very simple. If Your Majesty wants the people to do something, don't give them any rewards. Let them feel that when they do something good, they aren't doing it for the sake of other people's appreciation. The rewards don't need to be material, and even the spiritual rewards from the court are dispensable. When they do something, they think more about their own conscience. If they want to do something, they will do it. Just like me and Xiao Bao, we don't need Your Majesty's praise, and we don't care if Your Majesty is angry or not. We just want to speak frankly. Because our hearts are open, we do things that are worthy of our conscience. If we want to do something, we will do it. It's just like how Xiao Bei gave lollipops to Big Man and Little Man." Li Longji nodded, indicating for Wang Wan to continue. In his heart, however, he thought angrily, "You don't care because you treat the great Tang as your own. In your eyes, I, the Emperor, am just a symbol that helps you maintain your status." When he thought of this, Li Longji didn't need Wang Wan to explain. He immediately understood and said, "We understand. What we want to do isn't to reward, but to let the people of the Great Tang treat the Great Tang as their own. Then we won't care about anything." Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with Li Longji's ability to think things through so quickly. Seeing that Li Longji couldn't think of a solution at the moment, he said to him, "What Your Majesty needs to do now is to set up donation boxes in various places and then set up different funds. Anyone who wants to help others can take the initiative to put the amount of money they think they can afford into the boxes. This way, it won't be a reward or a forced action. The donation boxes don't need any locks, and they have to be made of glass. Everyone can see the money in the boxes and can take it out at any time. When faced with this kind of temptation, the people of the Great Tang would rather find work to earn a living. They would rather eat simple food than secretly take money. When that day comes, the Great Tang will be invincible in the world. When the test of human nature is over, that will be the happiest moment of the soul." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he thought of the abnormal days he and Cuckoo had 100 years ago. Although many people criticized them in that era, they had indeed done these two things. Even if a father secretly put a grain of sand in the useless books and paper sold so that his child could go to school, his child would still report it. At that time, the lives of the people weren't rich, and in some places, a person only had 3 grams of oil a month. However, it was precisely in that deformed era that people would help each other. It was also under the support of that kind of spirit that they fought one classic battle after another, using the worst weapons to fight against the most advanced weapons. When the horn of charge didn't stop, the horn of charge wouldn't stop. Unfortunately, a deformity was a deformity, and the development of society was too slow. When it developed faster, that spirit was gone. That was an era that made people feel helpless, but also an era that made people reluctant to part with. As he thought of this, Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Wan could be said to have a tacit understanding of this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to clamor about using cold weapons to fight against the other party's hot weapons. It was because there was a word called spirit, and there was a kind of attitude that was fearless. Those days were truly worth reminiscing about. The world was vast, and how many heroes had led the city to set up camp. But at that time, who dared to call themselves the world's #1 army in the face of a charging army blowing trumpets? Wang Wan smiled, a smile of pride unique to soldiers. Following Zhang Xiaobao's words, she said, "This matter can be said to be difficult, but it can also be said to be simple. I can guarantee that wherever I and Xiaobao have family members who have been officials, the people there will very consciously abide by this rule that isn't a rule. If there is good from above, then the people below will follow. Xiaobao and I have already set an example. That is, when facing the lives of the people, when there are people who doubt us as officials, we can have a clear conscience. When facing the development of business, we can be firm and unyielding. If your Majesty wants to do this, then you should also set an example. Invest the first copper coin. Make the first declaration. I believe that, at the very least, those people who have been depositing money in the Tang Bank 2 days ago will follow suit and take the initiative to supervise." Li Longji listened and thought. For a moment, he seemed to enter a dreamlike world. Faintly, he said, "Is it like that ha-ha-ha mirror flower fate that you told Xiaobei and the others about?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "In this world, there is no such thing as a gentleman. There are only trade-offs. If you invest in one aspect, you will inevitably be rewarded in another aspect. Take me and Cuckoo, for example. In truth, everything we invest in is not in the pursuit of material goods. Although we make a lot of money, the purpose of making money is so that we can support the things we pursue. We don't have high requirements for material goods, at least according to the amount of money we earn. We only do it for the pure land in our hearts. The meaning of our lives lies in this. Thus, we will not allow others to sully this land. Otherwise, we will use blood to wash it away." Li Longji nodded. He had to admit that Xiaobao and Cuckoo were true to their words. Anyone who dared to touch their bottom line was truly tired of living. Their hands were stained with blood, but in the eyes of the people of the Great Tang, they were clean and pure. Those whose hearts were for the people were revered by the people. After thinking about the two's words, Li Longji nodded. "We understand. We will think of a way to satisfy the needs of the people in terms of survival. Then we will make the people feel that survival is not the only thing. There are still many things that they need to do. Their purpose in life is definitely not to eat and wear. Then what should we do now? Immediately have people place glass boxes in the various villages, and then explain the use of these boxes? That won't do. If we really do that, the people will be worried that their money will be stolen. The current situation is actually not bad. At the very least, the trust of the imperial court is still there. The people are willing to trust the imperial court, and they are even more willing to trust us. The first thing we need to do is to strengthen this trust. At the same time, we need to strike at those with unstable minds. When everything has become a habit of life, why would we need to use glass boxes to store donations?" Zhang Xiaobao was very glad that the imperial court was still able to control the people, and the people were also willing to trust the imperial court. If a certain fund or association was established, the people would be able to release Qian without worry. They wouldn't have to worry about people being greedy. This was because they knew that the imperial court would constantly send out inspectors to supervise and control each other. They knew that telegrams could be sent directly to the capital. If they found that some officials were unqualified and took away their donated money, the imperial court wouldn't just ignore them if they sent a telegram. This was especially so for himself, Cuckoo, and Xiaobei. The imperial court had zero tolerance for corrupt officials. It could even be said that if an official was caught by Xiao Bei and the others, even if they didn't die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. This was an era where even the aristocratic families had to consider ethics and morality when doing things. This was because Li Longji, the emperor, didn't say that regardless of whether the underworld was right or wrong, as long as they could get money, they would be good people. Li Longji didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan giggling at each other, he asked gloomily, "In other words, we can't realize our idea right now, right? There's no place to put the boxes to receive donations, and we can't monitor them. Is that right?" "There's a place. There's definitely a place. I thought of a good place." Xiao Bei and the others set up a chain of 4,000 candy houses. "Why don't we put them there? When someone goes to spend money, they can put the change into the donation boxes. I believe that no one will dare to touch the unlocked boxes, and no one will suspect that Xiao Bei and the others didn't use the money on related matters. If your Majesty feels that the number is not enough, we can also put donation boxes in all of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's shops. When the people are relieved and get used to it, we can find the top 100 merchants on the list of top billionaires and ask them to put the boxes in their shops." Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to think too much about it and immediately said where the donation boxes should be placed. When Li Longji heard this, he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, there's a place. So Xiao Bei and the others' candy houses can be used like this. Doesn't that mean that in the future we can use them anywhere that is similar?" Li Longji was happy. He believed that once this matter started, it would definitely achieve good results. When the time came, he would let 100 capable merchants take charge of this matter. Those merchants would definitely not take the risk for a small amount of money. It was not an exaggeration to say that merchants who could enter the list of top billionaires were making a lot of money every day. After the donations were distributed, no matter how much money their shops could receive, it would not be enough for them to take the risk of being greedy. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and then said, "Not only do we have to do this in the Tang Empire, we also have to help people from other countries. When the time is right, we will use righteousness to pressure other countries. Even if their country's productivity is not good and their national treasury's income is not enough, we will use this banner to promote them. If they donate to us, we will use it. A portion will be directly used to improve their people's lives, and the other portion will be used to support their political opponents. If they think that they are smart and set up such a donation box, we will secretly investigate them. I believe that in a situation where their productivity is not high enough and their education cannot keep up, there will definitely be people who will use this money for other purposes. We will do our best to publicize this matter and criticize them. Then we will encourage their people to rebel. This way, when we attack them again, their people will support us and think that we represent justice." When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he unknowingly broke out in a cold sweat. This Xiaobao was really too evil. As long as there was a resource that could be used, he would use it to harm others. However, this was also what he liked, so he nodded and said, "Then let's start with Xiao Bei and the others' candy houses. We hope that one day, wherever the Tang empires will goes, the local people will overthrow their government and then welcome the Tang Empire's dragon grace." While Xiao Bei and the group of children were still learning, they received a telegram from their emperor uncle. Xiao Bei was the first to take it and read it to the others. Then she said, "Look, this is how Uncle Emperor trusts us. Tell the people who are building the candy houses in various places to work hard to speed up and strengthen the supervision. I want to see who dares to touch that sum of money." Xiao Bei appeared very excited as she spoke. Her eyes swept across the faces of her brothers and sisters, hoping to get approval. However, her brothers and sisters all frowned. Xia Yuan asked, "Then where should this sum of money be placed? If it is placed in a bank, who will be responsible for the interest? How do we explain it to the people who took out the money? Interest? The interest will be used as labor costs. We have to arrange for people to withdraw the money, calculate it, and then help to send the money to the people who need it. This is all a cost, and when the time comes, we will use the interest to settle the bill." If anyone objects, let them handle it personally and see if they want to be paid. Isn't that right? Even if we don't want the money ourselves, for example, if we want to buy food for the people who need it, won't the transportation cost be added to this? Then it's about how to spend the money. We have to settle the accounts once a month and post it on a notice to let others know that we didn't get any benefits from it. Is that okay? Xiao Bei circled around this matter. In this short period of time, she had already thought of many things. However, Xiao Yuan still shook her head. But if we do as you say, the prices of the various items in each place are different. The transportation costs are also different. Some are transported by land, while others are transported by water. How are you going to make the people believe that the cost of the place you mentioned is that high? Ah. Xiao Bei was taken aback. Then she said, "Our existence is a guarantee. Would anyone doubt us? If I were really greedy for money, why would I take out my own money to help others? Anyone who objects to us has bad intentions." You mean to say that we are not allowed to have different opinions? Xiao Yuan continued to pour cold water on her. We are allowed to have different opinions. For example, some people praise us and say that Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan are great. This is one kind of opinion, but it can also be another. They say that if we don't believe Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan, who else can we believe? Another saying is that if we have to find a faction that we are not afraid of, it will definitely be Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan. At the same time, it can also be, Xiao Bei, stop. Why do I hear you saying all the same thing? We can't be so shameless, okay? Xiao Yuan was speechless when he heard Xiao Bei say the same thing in different words. He hurriedly interrupted Xiao Bei and asked, "What's the matter?" "Ah, you can't always praise? That's easy. Let's have a meeting and say what you think." "That's good." Xiao Bei really couldn't think of any good ideas, so she used the most common method, a meeting. While Xiao Bei and the others were having a meeting, Hu Liang heard about the donation box from the people in the inner court. He couldn't imagine Zhang Xiaobao's goal, but when he heard about this matter, his eyes lit up and he thought about his own organization. Thus, he didn't rest well during the day, and when night came he couldn't sleep again. This time no one disturbed him, although the voices next door were still there. He was excited. He thought that he could use the Great Tang's current policy to help his side gain more benefits. While he was too excited to sleep, Hu Liang was troubled again. He realized that he was still on the boat, and this plan was about to be used by the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan. If he couldn't follow suit, he wouldn't have a chance to enter this industry when the time came. That was money. If a person was given 1 copper coin a day, with so many people in the Great Tang, they would receive more than 10,000 strings of coins a day. It was definitely not a small amount. He believed that even those on the top rankings would be tempted, but this money had a limit. If he couldn't immediately spread the news, the organization would miss a good opportunity. With this thought, Hu Liang couldn't sleep. Chapter 1048. While Hu Liang was tossing and turning, unable to sleep, there was also a group of people on the bank of the canal who were very restless. After they got on the boat from Hu Liang, they began to follow the boat. They walked on land and along the river. The boat went with the current. When the weather was good, the sails would be raised. Not only was it easy, but it was also fast. However, the people they were following were riding horses. People could persist for a long time without eating, or eat and drink on the back of a horse. If their riding skills were good enough, sleeping on the back of a horse was not a problem. But as horses, they couldn't bear it. Standing up to sleep and constantly rushing were two different things. After running with the ship for an entire day, the horses only rested for half an hour. When night came, the horses clearly could not bear it. There was a small group of 7 people. On the surface, they looked like merchants. There were horses and carriages. It was difficult for outsiders to see what was in the carriages, as they were covered with cloth. After half a month of climbing, there was finally a horse that couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't very fast, but it didn't have much rest. It fell down with a boom, and after that it couldn't get up anymore. "No, we can't continue. Otherwise, the horse will die of exhaustion, and we will not be well. A person who had just been riding a horse was now lying on the ground. It was much warmer here than in the capital. Not only were the weeds on the riverbank showing 2 inches of their bodies, even the nearby trees had sprouted new buds. The person who spoke just happened to be lying on the grass. A lot of the grass was pressed down and he was panting. It was unknown whether it was because he was tired from riding the horse or because he had just fallen. Third brother, it's a sunny day today. You should get up quickly to avoid catching a cold. Eighth brother is really too much. He said that when he got on the boat, he would think of a way to ask for information and then send it to us. Now, I see him playing with others on the deck, but there is no news at all. I really don't know what he is thinking. Another person said to the person lying on the grass. The person who was lying down propped up his upper body with his arm and looked at the brightly lit fleet that was still rapidly moving downstream. He said, "Fifth brother, I think eighth brother has his own difficulties. Didn't he already tell us before he boarded the ship?" He said that if he can't send a message, it means that he's in a bad situation. He asked us to be very, very, very careful. It's best if we can take turns to follow him so that we won't be targeted. At the same time, we can't send a telegram. Let's wait and see if eighth brother still doesn't send us a message tomorrow. If he does, it means that eighth brother is in great danger. Wait, I also want to wait. The problem is whether the person who sent us here is willing to wait. When the time comes, we will not be able to complete the mission and will be punished when we return. The one who was called fifth brother by the person lying on the ground was not very happy. Seeing that he could not catch up, he could only grit his teeth and squeeze out the words from his mouth. Another person followed his words and said, "Fifth brother is right. Eighth brother is not so smart that he can do things perfectly. Maybe he really forgot. We should send the message back as soon as possible. Sometimes the more dangerous it is, the safer it is. If we don't send the message now and delay the mission, we can't afford to be punished. I agree to send a telegram. What about the others?" A person who had not spoken glanced at the remaining 6 people and asked, "I agree, I disagree, I also agree." The other 6 people said in unison. At last, 3 people agreed to send a telegram and 3 opposed. Everything fell back to the person who asked. The person paused for a moment and said, "Well, in this case, I also agree to send a telegram. Eighth brother is a coward. He said that the telegram we sent would be easily intercepted. After all, we're using the Tang Empire's information transmission method. They will definitely strengthen the defense and inspection of every telegram. In the current situation, there is a big possibility that we will be exposed, but I think it is impossible. When we send a telegram, we don't use words that are very obvious at first glance. We send the telegram specifically to other places to send the price of various grains, meat, and other products. The people in charge of inspection will not judge whether we are doing bad things behind the scenes every time according to the price we send out. I agree with eldest brother's suggestion. It is better to send a telegram than to be unable to keep up with the speed of the other party. Whether eighth brother has encountered problem or he has forgotten to contact us, we must report it truthfully. Fifth brother, who had just spoken, agreed. Third brother looked at second brother and saw that second brother was indifferent. He sighed and said, "For votes against 3. In this case, let's find a place to send the telegram." Second brother, who had not spoken, suggested, "If we are going to send a telegram, we should first buy more goods so that people will know that we are real merchants and not spies." After coming to a decision, the 7 of them didn't mind. It was still night, so they walked along the road, knocking on people's houses. Especially in places like the small shops, they spent more money than usual to buy things that people cultivated and grew. This made the goods in the caravan even more abundant. Then, without waiting for dawn, they immediately found the nearest place where they could send a telegram. Usually, the place where they could send a telegram did not rest for 24 hours. Unless there was a special situation, If someone was in a hurry, it was very likely that they would not be able to send the message in time. When the telegram sounded, the 7 of them could no longer see Xiao Bei and the others' fleet that was going south along the canal. The 7 of them did not rest, but sent a telegram, causing Zhang Xiaobao and the others to be unable to have a good rest. Seeing that it was already midnight, Zhang Xiaobao, who was sleeping soundly with Wang Wan in his arms, was woken up by the movement outside the cabin. He casually put on his clothes and opened the cabin door. He saw the people from the inner courtyard standing at the door waiting, looking a little anxious. "Young master, we have found Hu Liang's accomplices. They sent a report of the price of vegetables to Jiang district an hour ago tonight. Take a look," the inner courtyard said, and handed the report to Zhang Xiaobao. After taking a look, Zhang Xiaobao revealed a disdainful smile. He nodded to the people from the inner courtyard and said, "Continue to keep an eye on them. They dare to play this trick with us. They really underestimate us. When they continue to send telegrams, you guys collect them and compare them a few more times. Try your best to decipher the key algorithm." "Yes," the person from the inner courtyard replied and turned to trot away. "Xiaobao, what's wrong? Did they send a secret message?" Wang Wan also woke up and asked while rubbing her eyes. "They did. It's a good idea to report the price of vegetables to other places, but it's a little stupid. Where do you think rice can be sold for 7 copper coins per kilogram? This is clearly a corresponding code with a high number. Now that the people in Jiang district have followed, none of them can escape. Even if we can't decipher it, we can follow the clues and find the other party's secret telegram." Zhang Xiaobao shook the telegram in his hand twice and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan lay down again after hearing this and muttered, "There's no hurry. It's impossible for Jiang district to send a price report to the other party tonight. There are still a few hours to arrange. Even if the other party finds something wrong from the telegram, they won't have a chance to run away. Let's sleep." Xiao Bei naturally also received the information. After listening to the analysis of the person in charge of this matter, Xiao Bei hugged the information and slept well. At dawn the next day, when Hu Liang was about to freshen up again and go to eat, the person from the inner courtyard who led the way yesterday came over with a piece of paper in his hand and said to Hu Liang, "Young master, last night we received a telegram from someone else." "Oh, it's an interception. The content is a price list for vegetables, fruits, grains, and other things. We didn't notice it at first, but 7 copper coins per kilogram of rice is really too expensive. It's more than 3 times the normal price of rice. Some of us joked that the person who sent the telegram was crazy. Where could they find such expensive rice in the thousands of miles north and south of the river? If you don't believe me, take a look. Isn't it interesting?" While they were talking, the person from the inner courtyard handed the telegram over. Hu Liang didn't have time to read the contents of the telegram. He only listened to the words of the inner courtyard. In an instant, it was as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. All the pores on his body opened up, and he felt cold all over. He took the telegram in a daze and looked at the content on it. Hu Liang exhaled softly and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them again and asked, "How did you find out?" "We have a group of people who are in charge of figuring out encryption and decryption. The method you used is too simple. We don't have to spend as much effort as you when we send messages. This time, we directly send groups of numbers or letters and then restore them. Tell me, what's the content of the telegram sent by the 5 of them? I believe you know that no matter who receives the telegram in Jiang district, they can't escape our surveillance. We'll give you a chance to make a contribution. If we're satisfied with your answer, you can still see your family." The person from the inner courtyard explained a little. He watched Hu Liang's expression and asked. Hu Liang nodded dejectedly and asked, "Can you guarantee that you'll let me go? That I can still live a normal life? As long as your answer is useful to us, nothing is impossible." The person from the inner courtyard made an uncertain promise. "Okay, I'll tell you. The content is that they found out that my operation failed. They told the people in Jiang district not to act rashly. It's best to endure for a while. When Xiao Bei goes there, don't make any reaction. Hide in the dark and don't be exposed. However, I reckon that the people of Jiang province might not completely listen to the 5 of them. They will still send out men of sacrifice to assassinate Xiao Bei instead of not leaving any traces behind. As for the rest, I can't guess. Unless you can provide me with new information, I can help you analyze it. Hu Liang looked like he had lost his fighting spirit. After he finished speaking, he squatted there and looked at the tiny gap between the deck and the wood. He was in a daze. The person from the inner courtyard nodded and said to him, "Okay, I'll report it truthfully. As long as you sincerely repent, you'll still have a new life." After he finished speaking, the person from the inner courtyard left. A few other people were responsible for protecting Hu Liang and preventing any danger from happening to him. The person from the inner courtyard who got the information found Xiao Bei and the others again. He shook his head and said, "He still didn't tell the truth. I said that they had 5 accomplices, so he followed my words. It seems that the management of this organization is very strict. Even if we found the person who received the information in Jiang district, we couldn't find their roots. Also, I judged that they didn't know that we were going to Jiang district. If there was an ambush, it would probably be in Hangzhou. Otherwise, Hu Liang wouldn't have emphasized the assassination in Jiang district. He got the information from the maids in our inner courtyard yesterday and the night before yesterday." Xiao Bei and the 9 children looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Xiao Bei said, "It's fun. It seems that Hu Liang is not an ordinary person. Tell brother and sister. We'll speed up and not give them too much time to react." After this incident, Xiao Bei's fleet suddenly sped up. Hu Liang was no longer able to obtain any useful information from the servant girl next door. As a result, on the 3rd night after he was on the ship, he once again suffered from insomnia. 3 days passed by as the wind blew and the clouds moved. In Jiang district, as analyzed, the person who received the information did not immediately contact others. It was a woman. To be precise, it was an old woman. She had 2 houses and a small courtyard where she had just sowed seeds. The person who received the telegram was her. At the same time, she added that she should pass it to her son. However, the intelligence personnel of the Zhang family and the Wang family could not find out her real identity, let alone where her son was. The only record was the local government's household registration. Her surname was also Hu. She had 3 sons, Huda, Hu'er, and Husan. However, the household registration could not record anything in her family. Therefore, it was difficult to figure out whether her son existed or where he was. For the past 3 days, the old woman, surnamed Hu, lived a very regular life. In the morning, when the sun was about to rise, she would get up and go outside to get a bucket of water from the well to freshen up. Then, she would go outside to eat a bowl of noodles in the pastry shop. After that, she would slowly walk by the local river. At noon, she would go to another restaurant to eat wontons. In the afternoon, she would continue to walk by the river. In the evening, she would randomly find a stall selling food on the street and buy 2 steamed buns. When she returned home, she would eat the pickles she made herself. And so, there was not the slightest change. The people monitoring her did not see anyone visit her, and she never spoke much to others. The only time they could hear her talking was when she was strolling by the river. When she was tired of walking, she sat there leaning against a big tree, muttering words that could not be heard clearly as she looked at the flowing river. This news quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao's ship. After Li Longji saw it, he was confused and asked, "Xiaobao, did you target the wrong person?" Zhang Xiaobao chuckled and replied, "If she is not like this, then it is possible that we are targeting the wrong person. She is too regular, so it is not normal. Cuckoo, are you familiar with her?" "Yes." When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, she nodded and said, "Order, send someone to watch that tree. At night, Secretly go and take a look, but do not make any noise. Also, keep an eye on the surrounding houses. Chapter 1049. There's someone on the tree? Li Longji raised his head and looked at the canopy of the cabin. It seemed like there was someone on the canopy as well. The result gave him quite a fright. It wasn't that there were people up there, but that there were many people. The cabin he was in was the 3rd floor. The ship had a total of 4 floors. Above the 4th floor was a small attic. Just like Xiaobei's ship, Xiaobei always liked to go into the attic and climb up the stairs in the attic to get a pile of snacks. She would learn from adults to enjoy the scenery and have fun. There were at least 6 openings in the ceiling of the 3rd floor. There was a person peeking out from each of the openings. Looking at their posture, it seemed like they could jump down at any time. Li Longji glanced at the 6 people and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Is there a need to be so strict?" Looking at the situation, there really is someone on the tree. It's good that it's strict. I don't want to die from an assassination. I've always been afraid of death. There are many people who want to kill me. When Cuckoo and I were in Zhuangzi, what we liked to do the most was to dig tunnels, build walls, and use visual errors to create dark rooms. There was also, Zhang Xiaobao paused for a moment and picked up a dried fruit from the table. He shook his hand and threw it out. It hit a wooden pillar in the middle of the cabin and said, "Come out and meet me." With a creak, a door suddenly appeared on the pillar. It was pushed open from the inside, and 2 people walked out, one in front and one behind. Li Longji stood up and stretched out his hand to push the 2 people apart. He peeked his head in to take a closer look and said, "Narrow, so narrow. When I am at night, won't I be very safe? Isn't that right, Xiaobao?" "Your Majesty, look carefully. These 2 people are under the control of my adoptive father. When you are at night, you will not be affected at all. Just like in the palace, the skylight will be closed at night," Zhang Xiaobao explained to Li Longji. Only then did Li Longji set his gaze on the 2 people who had come out. With just one look, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao was right. He asked the 2 people, "Why can't I see you?" Replying to your Majesty, there are rope ladders on the pillars that lead upwards. They rotate every hour to ensure a high degree of concentration, a young eunuch replied. Li Longji entered the space between the pillars, stood up, and said to the 2 eunuchs, "Thank you for your hard work." The 2 of them shook their heads vigorously in fear and trepidation. For a moment, they couldn't say anything. It was the person who spoke first who was a little braver. He said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, this is what we should do. If we were not taken in by the palace, we would definitely be looked down upon by others outside." The other eunuch also nodded vigorously. Li Longji patted the eunuch's shoulder and said, "When medical technology becomes more advanced in the future, perhaps people with the same illness as you won't need to enter the palace. At that time, the harem will probably be filled with palace maids." As Li Longji spoke, he glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. His meaning was clear. He knew that the new eunuchs in the palace were all people who were born with defects. There were big ones and small ones. The big ones were discovered later, and the small ones were taken in when they were young. Ever since Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo became the registrar and deputy county magistrate, they began to oppose castrating normal people. They were willing to spend a lot of manpower and resources to find people with congenital defects all over the Great Tang. Based on their character, they would be taken into the palace and given a fixed amount of money every month to their families. The old people were all from before, and they were also treated very well. Just the daily necessities for them, and the palace maids cost the Zhang family and Wang family no less than 3,000 strings of cash every month. Thus, the palace maids and eunuchs in the palace treated the Zhang family and Wang family exceptionally well, not only because of their status and ability, but also because the eunuchs were very grateful to be able to escape the cold eyes of others. Perhaps they don't need to work as palace maids for their entire lives. After working for a few years, they might be able to play a certain role elsewhere. For example, They might be able to help manage a certain fund or manage a medical department. Their knowledge in the palace would be far greater than those outside. In the harem, we shouldn't just teach the palace maids the basics and rules. We should also teach them more knowledge in other fields. The number of palace maids in the palace should be doubled. Zhang Xiaobao followed Li Longji's words and explained the basics. Li Longji was perplexed. Since they don't need to work as palace maids for their entire lives, that means that you, Xiaobao, don't like ordering servants around. Why do you want to increase the number of palace maids? Who says that I don't like it? The purpose of doubling the number of palace maids is to reduce their working time by half. The remaining time can be used to study. When have you ever seen the inner court maids working for 8 hours in a row? Unless it's an emergency, the time they spend working adds up to 6 hours a day. Even if they want to work, I won't allow them to do so as to reduce their efficiency. The extra time for them to study is to raise their abilities. The time for them to play is to allow them to relax and maintain their optimal condition. The prerequisite is that they don't leave the main household. Otherwise, all of the talents they nurture will end up running to someone else. Zhang Xiaobao explained his intentions to Li Longji. Wang Wan added, if it isn't the inner court, a normal wage for a craftsman is 600 copper coins a month. If someone were to bribe them with money, it would be a huge loss for the original family. That's because the wages they pay are low, but the cost of nurturing them is several times higher. I understand. You want my harem to help the entire great Tang nurture female management talents. That's right. No matter where they end up, they'll still be working for the great Tang. I won't compensate you for that. Tomorrow morning, I'll issue a decree to start a new class in the harem. Li Longji readily accepted the suggestion. He didn't mind hiring more palace maids. His wealth wasn't much lower than the national treasuries, so he could afford to hire twice as many palace maids. Besides, the Zhang clan and Wang clan would have to fork out more money as well. After saying this, Li Longji suddenly recalled what he had just said and asked, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, did the two of you say that the old woman was speaking to the people in the tree? Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Li Longji with a look that said, my Zhuangzi's thick tree is also hollow in the middle. There's an underground tunnel that connects to other places, so the tree won't die if it's hollow in the middle. In truth, their spy system isn't perfect. If it were me, I wouldn't speak while leaning against the tree. I would throw stones into the river, and the person who receives the signal would hide the net under the water. Then they would compare the number of stones in the net. In fact, they could even go to a special place to buy things when they're strolling in the market every day. Then they could arrange the distance and knot the knot according to different methods. To think that it's that terrifying, Li Longji exclaimed in shock. However, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, this isn't the scariest method of secrecy. The scariest part is that the higher-ups are only in contact with her. In other words, she doesn't know who the other party is, nor does she know when the other party will appear. According to the method I mentioned earlier, as long as we keep an eye on her and know her daily routine, we'll be able to find out who's in contact with her. The scariest method is cuckoo. The scariest method is that when she goes out to sell things, we'll know the way she walks, the way she arranges the goods, the order and angle of the goods, and even the quantity and price of the goods. She's able to pass information to others. The people who buy things and look at things change every day. It's impossible for us to keep an eye on all the people who pass by her stall. The only way is to capture her and torture her to get a full grasp of everything she knows. However, she doesn't know who her higher-ups are. When we torture her and waste more time than the time she's supposed to contact the higher-ups, the other party will cut her off. Even if we force her to use the same method to release information, we won't be able to catch her higher-ups. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's hint, Wang Wan introduced another method of transmitting information to Li Longji. Li Longji was dumbfounded. In his opinion, the most suitable method of transmitting information was secret writing or transmitting information through telegrams that didn't seem to be relevant. However, he didn't expect that under the situation of a single line of communication, there were many other methods that seemed to be the most common and accurate method of transmitting information. This kind of spy is not easy to train, right? Li Longji finally found the problem. There were methods to use, but it was hard to find talented people. Yes, it's not easy to train them. At the same time, there's a high chance that they'll be discovered. Using the exhaustive method and the elimination method, we can still obtain useful information with a bit of effort. The process is a battle of wits and courage. Your Majesty, Cuckoo and I still have other matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave for now. You don't have to think too much about it. Leave the dark side to me and Cuckoo. Zhang Xiaobao had to go back to work. Just as he said, he and Wang Wan were both from this kind of background. Back then, he and Wang Wan's department were very happy to fight, and he always had the upper hand. It wasn't that the people in Wang Wan's department weren't good enough, but that there were always more loopholes in the government's functions. This was the proverb that said, those who were loyal to justice were the butchers, while those who were ruthless were the scholars. Of course, the most important thing was that the Meteor Squad of the Special Second Department couldn't possibly keep an eye on Zhang Xiaobao. He was just a swindler, and he had never done anything that directly harmed the people of the country. Unless the leader had nothing better to do and sent all the members of the Meteor Squad to specifically target Zhang Xiaobao, then he could only restrain himself, and restrain himself even more. He would hide far away and never show himself. But if that was the case, he wouldn't know what to do. Was it a confrontation? In a risky situation, to let the Meteor Squad shine or to fail and be caught, no matter which one it wasn't the result he wanted. Because he felt that the Meteor Squad shouldn't shine because of him, he couldn't do it. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be reminiscing and hypothesizing. His emotions were fluctuating like Weiwei's, and he seemed a little more melancholy. What are you thinking about? Wang Wan nudged Zhang Xiaobao with her arm and asked. Nothing, I was thinking about the past and the Meteor Squad. Perhaps one day, when the Meteor Squad streaked across the night sky, I made a wish that I could find a wife that I was most satisfied with. I was so kind that I moved the heavens, moved the earth, moved the wind, and moved the snow and rain, and then I had you by my side. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he reached out his arm to hug Wang Wan. Wang Wan nimbly avoided him, ran 10 steps, and turned back. Sappy, I like that kind of iron. You have to change in the future. Iron is usually accompanied by sadness. Sappy is the happiness that everyone wants to have. All right, according to the Sappy arrangement, I should chase after you. You should slow down and run in front. Little goat, don't run. Brother Wolf is coming. Zhang Xiaobao opened his arms and chased after Wang Wan. Chapter 1050. Young Master Hu, here's your steak, please. At noon, Hu Liang once again sat in the dining hall. The difference was that there was no one to serve him food. He had to go to the window to get it, just like everyone else. This was because Xiao Bei and the others also served their own plates. There were only 4 special people. The 2 matriarchs who were pregnant and Pan Er and her sister. Hu Liang ordered the same things as Xiao Bei. A steak, a foie gras, a caviar, a glass of wine, and a plate of fruit and vegetable salad. After Hu Liang found out what Xiao Bei had chosen, he was very curious. He had been to Blue Sea Silver Sand Restaurant, between the clouds and the water, and Sea Cloud Garden, which had fewer chain stores. Although he hadn't tasted every dish, he had at least seen most of them from the menu. However, he didn't know what Xiao Bei had ordered. Out of curiosity, he learned from Xiao Bei that the steak was not fully cooked, at most 90%. The person Hu Liang asked told him that Xiao Bao didn't allow his younger siblings to eat steak that was too fresh for fear of being unable to bear the smell of blood. Thus, Hu Liang thought that he could do it, so he ordered a medium rare one. When Xiao Bei saw the meat on his plate, he winked at the inner courtyard that was guiding him. He had a happy expression on his face, and the inner courtyard returned a smile. I'll see if he can eat it. Don't blame me if it's hot, although Big Brother never said that we can't eat it because it's too bloody. Xiao Bei looked at Hu Liang's table like a thief and said to his brother and sister at the same table, "Yes, Big Brother doesn't let us eat it because he's afraid we'll burn ourselves. If we eat slowly, it won't taste good when it's cold. Otherwise, with our ability to eat raw seafood, why would we be afraid of a little bit of meat? Besides, steak isn't fishy." Xiao Yuan forked a fish and put it on his plate. He slowly cut it and talked to Xiao Bei. He didn't order a salad and wasn't used to the taste. Unless it was a special situation, he could bear to eat a few mouthfuls. How could Hu Liang know the reason behind this? He unskillfully cut off a piece of meat that looked red. Just as he stabbed it with a knife and brought it to his mouth, he suddenly leaned back and kept sucking in cold air. His voice was muffled as he muttered, "It's blistering. What the hell is this?" Using a knife and fork. It's something that our ancestors didn't use for many years. Taking it out again. It's so tiring to eat something. Young Master Hu, it's not a big deal to use a knife and fork. There's also the curry rice that can be grasped with your hands. Young Master Xiao Bao and Miss Cuckoo have taught Miss Xiao Bei and the others quite a few ways to eat. They said that they don't expect them to eat it every day, but they should at least understand it. For example, eating grassland barbecued meat with 2 knives and a single knife, or eating crabs with 8 pieces of meat. The people at the same table had ordered a bowl of shaved noodles and were slurping down their food. When they heard Hu Liang's mumbling, they stopped what they were doing and said to him. Hu Liang nodded helplessly and began to blow on the meat in front of him. Wei Wei poked her head out and looked at Xiao Bei's table. She had to admit that their education was different from others. Xiao Bei and the others ate very skillfully and quickly. They gave off a very elegant and magical feeling. Looking down at the foie gras on the plate, she asked the person sitting opposite her in confusion, "Why don't you use big foie gras? I know a way to make the liver of poultry bigger. It's nothing more than force feeding. If you force feed it with distiller's grains, it will grow bigger. Our family doesn't allow that. Feed that harms the liver is absolutely forbidden to be fed to poultry and livestock. At the same time, we can't let poultry eat too much." The person in the inner courtyard opposite Hu Liang looked at Hu Liang with disdain. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued to work hard on the food. Hu Liang was silent. He imitated Xiao Bei and the others and ate bit by bit. However, his mood became complicated. He knew a lot about the Zhang family and the Wang family. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao had the best grasp of seasonings and always cooked for his family. However, he didn't use too many seasonings. If he could bring out the original taste of the ingredients, he would do so directly. If it didn't suit the taste, he would only add a little salt. Now, it was said that his culinary skills had reached the point of perfection, and his requirements for food were higher. However, such a person actually didn't allow his family to specially feed special poultry. This meant that deliberately feeding poultry was not good for the human body. Thinking of this, Hu Liang swallowed the food in his mouth with wine. He imitated Xiao Bei and wiped his mouth with a napkin in front of his chest. He asked the person in the inner courtyard opposite him who was putting meat sauce into the shaved noodles, "Your family eats good food, but after several generations of breeding poultry that produce high production of eggs and meat, don't you think it's unfair to the people of the world?" Unfair? The person in the inner courtyard was surprised. "Yes, you can't find ordinary food in your family. Even a bowl of soy milk or a bowl of porridge must be carefully selected. You say that you are for the people of the Tang Empire, but you are creating a gap in their lives. Where is your morality?" Hu Liang's voice was slightly louder with a hint of criticism. The person in the inner courtyard scooped another spoonful of meat sauce. He was not afraid of the saltiness and directly put it in his mouth, swallowed it, and drank a mouthful of noodle soup. He narrowed his eyes comfortably and said to Hu Liang, "If my family doesn't eat like this, can the people eat it? Now is not the time to pursue quality but quantity so that the people can eat meat as much as possible. Of course, The young master and young lady are not allowed to use other methods to breed livestock and poultry. They are only specially bred. When the cultivation technology of the Tang Empire is better and the medical technology is more perfect, the quality of the people's lives will gradually improve. My master is not able to reach the sky in one step, so he can only come up with this plan. Besides, different varieties don't mean that the food is harmful to people. Instead of worrying about the quality of the food, it's better to think about whether they can eat it first. Then, have you considered the people of other countries? We are all people in the world, so why don't you sell your good things at a cheaper price? All you sell are luxury goods. Hu Liang continued to ask. Forget it. You said that they are the people of other countries. What does it have to do with the Tang Empire? If the people of other countries are living a good or bad life, they can go to their emperor. If they want to live a good life, it's simple. Get rid of their emperor and acknowledge that there is only one Tang Empire. You are kind. According to your words, all the people in the world are like this. Every blade of grass and every tree has a root of wisdom. Don't hurt them. In the future, you can starve and don't even breathe. Otherwise, you will kill the creatures in the air. After the person in the inner courtyard finished speaking, he did not say anything else and scooped another spoonful of meat sauce to eat. Hu Liang saw that he was not done eating the meat sauce, so he used a knife to put some into his mouth. He smacked his lips and said, "It's not too salty. What meat?" "The leftover meat from last night. It's cooked and made into meat sauce. This time, the cooked meat is the most fragrant. Don't worry and eat it. The meat that is stained with other people's saliva is all fed to the animals." Another person in the inner courtyard said, "Oh." Hu Liang was relieved and muttered, "If everyone can eat, wear warm clothes, and live in a house that doesn't leak rain, how can there be wars in the world?" If that's really the case, some people will have other ideas. Let's eat. We're about to reach Hangzhou. You can see your brothers. 5 people. If you say 5, then it's 5. If there are 10, then kill 5. The inner court official added one more sentence. Hu Liang suddenly lost his appetite. Cold sweat kept coming out of his pores. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. The 7 people that Hu Liang was thinking about were eating at the moment. They were caught last night. Until now, no one had brought them food. In front of each of them was a tail of bean cakes and a bowl of rice wine. They could not find anything else. The nutrition contained in a tail of bean cakes was enough for them to last for a whole day. A bowl of rice wine could not only replenish their water, but also help them to decompose their fat. For them, this treatment was already not bad. Otherwise, they would only be given a cup of white wine each. After they drank it, it would not be a problem for them to survive for a day. Then they would be fed half a bowl of water. This way, they could live for at least half a month. But the consequence was that they would become weak and want to sleep all day. Even if they were not tied with ropes, they could not run away. Now, the treatment given to them was good. Their feet were tied together by iron chains. If one person wanted to move, he could not be far away from others. Seeing that the food was brought in, the 7 people in the cabin raised their heads almost at the same time. They looked at the person who came and put the food on the ground with hatred and turned to leave. "Big brother, do you know him?" Lao Wu, who was leaning against the cabin wall, glanced at the food and asked. The person who was called Big Brother shook his head. He looked at the food and sighed. He did not even want to talk. He stuck out his tongue and licked his sweet lips, but did not eat. It's troublesome if you don't know him. You can't guess which gang he is from. Even if you want to talk to him, you can't find anything to talk about. Lao Wu leaned forward. After being pulled by the iron chains on the other person's feet, he put his nose to the bowl and sniffed. Good wine, so fragrant. It's a pity that there are only bean cakes. It would be good if there were such a big piece of smoked meat. The smoked meat of the Zhang family and Wang family is naturally delicious. It's just that we don't have that luck. It's good enough that we have bean cakes and rice wine. Otherwise, what will you do if we starve for 2 more days? Lao San's feet were the closest to Lao Wu, being pulled by the other person. He was very uncomfortable. He also leaned forward and said, Lao Wu stopped sniffing and turned his head. Using the weak light shining in from above the cabin, he carefully looked around and asked puzzledly, I've looked at this place more than 10 times. How do you know it's the Zhang family and Wang family, other than them, who would come to catch us? Besides, we're in the cabin now. When the ventilation hole is blocked, I can't hear any other sound. This only proves that the cabin wall is thick and they used other methods. Now, listen carefully. Do you hear the sound of water? I just don't know if Lao Ba is still alive. If he is, where is he? AI, the intelligence personnel of the Zhang family and Wang family are too good. I'm waiting for them. Lao San pulled the iron chains and let Lao Si beside him think. He reached out and took a piece of bean cake. He carefully touched it and said to Lao Wu. Lao Wu lowered his head and thought for a while. He finally understood and said, that guy also said that he had relatives in the palace who got chili and cooked meat for us to eat. It turns out that he put medicine in the food. That medicine has a taste, so he put it in the spicy and numbing food so that we can't taste it. When we fall, he will tie us up on the boat. Damn innkeeper, don't let me out. Otherwise, he won't be able to live another day. I'm so angry. You still want to go out? Don't shout so loudly. If someone hears you, they will block the ventilation hole. You will be stuffy and sleepy. If you are not careful, you will suffocate to death in the cabin. If you are hungry, eat 1 bite and chew slowly. Hide the rest. We don't know when the next food will be delivered. You like to drink, but you are only allowed to take a small sip. Use it like water. See if they will kill you or keep you alive. Maybe it won't be long before they come in to ask. Save your strength for the punishment. Lao San, who was not in the mood to talk just now, finally opened his mouth. He had a lot of things to think about. He looked up at the ventilation hole and shook his head helplessly. Lao Wu, who had just opened his mouth to eat the bean cake, closed it after hearing Lao San's words. He carefully stuffed the bean cake between his teeth and took a bite. He said, it smells so good. It's so fucking fragrant. I've never eaten such delicious bean biscuits since I was young. Do they want to starve us? If they really want to do that, why would they send us food? They must want to scare us so that they can get useful information from us. Humph, it's not that I don't want to say it, but I don't know much. Since they can catch us, they must know who we sent the telegram to. Do they think we know more than the people on the other side? Lao Wu's words made him seem smarter. He was not as stupid as before. Unfortunately, he was smart too late. If he was this smart before he was caught, he might be able to escape. Big brother, what do we do now? The bowl that sent us the wine is made of wood. It will take a long time to grind a rope, let alone break the iron chain with it. A slightly feminine voice sounded. It was Lao Chi, who was leaning against the wall of the cabin next to Lao San. He was also listless, but he did not take anything to eat. As the leader, he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and leaned against the wall. After a long time had passed, he said, if it were me, I would have a few methods. One is to make us beg for death so that we can vent the hatred in our hearts. After all, our appearance has caused quite a bit of disturbance to them. It would be too easy for us to die quickly. They would torture us for at least 10 days to half a month, or make us unable to bear it and commit suicide. Then, do we commit suicide? Lao Wu became stupid again. Live. As long as there is a chance, you have to live. If you die, you have nothing left. You can't see the sun tomorrow, you can't eat delicious food, and you can't even think about your wine. The big brother glared at the fifth brother and said, the fifth brother didn't see the look in the big brother's eyes. It was too dark in the cabin. He laughed and said, yes, I'm alive. If I run out, I can still continue to drink. Hee, this is the only thing I like to do. I can't die unless someone agrees to set up a memorial tablet for me and give me a jar of wine tomorrow. Lao Wu had already taken a sip of the wine. He had a very high opinion of this wine. Lao Sen shook his head again and said, in addition to torturing us, they can also kill us directly to scare others and let our people know how powerful the Zhang family and the Wang family are. But I don't think they will do that. The most likely scenario is to raise us like we are now. They won't let us eat until we are full and have strength, but they also won't let us die. When the time is right, they will change us into new clothes and put us, who have no strength, on the deck in a conspicuous place for our people to see. Our people will see us and think that we can sit comfortably on the chairs outside because we betrayed them in exchange. Our people will adjust when they are afraid. This will make it easy for them to expose themselves. But they probably don't know that no matter how our people see us, they won't be worried, because we have only one way to communicate with our superiors. At the same time, we don't know who is behind this. Yes, Lao Sen is right. Then that means, even if I drink all the wine, they won't watch me die. Can I continue to drink? Lao Wu, who loved to drink, had been staring at the wine bowl since just now. Even though there was very little light coming in from the vent hole, he couldn't see clearly. Drink, drink, you only know how to drink. One day, you will die from drinking. Lao San reprimanded Lao Wu loudly. I'm willing to die from drinking. It would be best if they throw me into the wine vat and drown me. I'll be a drunkard for once. When I'm down there, the king of hell will know that I have a good tolerance for alcohol. Maybe he won't let me go into the frying pan and will make me drink with him. Lao Wu muttered in a low voice. Then he said, it's good to die. It'll be sullen. The superiors don't let us know anything and make us work for them. Isn't it just giving us money? If we are caught, they won't come to save us. While the 7 people who were caught were feeling uncomfortable, the people who were not caught were also feeling uncomfortable. In a small river next to a village in Jiangzhou, there was a person fishing. Although the river was not big, the current was not slow. When the fishing line was inserted into the water, it was first slanted in a straight line, but then it was bent by the current. Beside the fishermen were large and small lead pendants, as well as earthworms dug out from the soil. The wind was blowing in Weiwei, and the afternoon sun was very warm. However, the fisherman's expression was somewhat anxious. There was no trace of leisure. Even so, he did not move at all. He stood by the river like a statue. He stayed there for half an hour, and the hook that was thrown into the water never came up. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the fisherman's expression became more anxious. He held the fishing rod with one hand and used the other hand to take out a piece of bread from the pocket beside him. He slowly brought it to his mouth. Just as he was about to bite it, the fishing rod suddenly moved. The movement was very large, and then it became calm again. After about 5 breaths, it moved again. After 3 times, it stopped moving. The fisherman immediately lost the mood to eat. He lowered his head and looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he suddenly pulled the fishing rod. The pendant that he had put down earlier flew out of the water with a swishing sound. There was a twisting fish on the pendant. The fisherman reached out and caught the fish as fast as he could. He removed the hook, put away the fishing rod, and threw the fish into the bamboo basket. He did not care whether there were other bigger fish in the river and turned around to leave. After walking for about 2 li, several courtyards appeared in front of him. In front of the courtyards, there was a special house. The door was wide open, and there was an old woman in her 50s sitting at the door. She was picking vegetables, presumably waiting for dinner. When the old woman saw the fisherman, her mouth, which had lost several teeth, cracked open, revealing a smile that was not a smile. She asked, "Uncle, did you catch a big fish today?" "Sister-in-law, I caught one. Look, it's 3 caddies of grass carp. When we go back home, we can make a good dish to go with wine. Help me take a look. We don't have any salt at home, so we can pack some more." The fisherman took the fish out of the bamboo basket. At this time, the fish was not completely dead. It occasionally struggled and moved a few times. Its mouth also opened and closed, as if it wanted to breathe. The old woman put down what she was doing and took the fish. She said, "I've packed it for you. You can take it back and cook it directly. You can ask Xiaojiu for the salt yourself." It's the same price as last time." As she spoke, the old woman went into the house. The fisherman shouted to a pile of firewood next to him, "Xiao Jiu, pack some salt for me. Give me 3 caddies of salt first. You only know how to set that trap of yours all day. Who has nothing better to do than to chop up your firewood? Come, come. People buy salt by caddies, but you buy it by money every time. You know that my family's small scale is not accurate, so you deliberately take advantage of me. According to your method of buying, you can buy 17 taels of salt for 1 caddy of salt. You've made a profit. Next time I want a fish. You can't just catch one every day. When you've exhausted your family's food, let's see what you'll eat in the future." As soon as the fisherman finished speaking, a young man came out from a very obvious door-like place in the firewood pile. He didn't look like he was in his 20s, but at most 16 or 17. He complained as he ran in. When he entered the door, he was slapped on the head by the fisherman. He laughed and didn't get angry. After a while, the young man gave a small bag of salt to the fisherman. At the same time, he said, "Okay, my mother has already packed the fish. You go in and get it. In the future, don't say that my traps are bad. My traps are connected to a tunnel. Last time, a stray cat fell in. When I went over, I just happened to see it. Otherwise, I could have caught it and raised it to catch mice for my family. You can't even trap a cat, and you still have the face to say that your traps are good? I didn't see it. Continue with your tunnels and traps. Fish, wait until I'm in a good mood." The fisherman slapped the young man's head again, turned around and walked back. The young man rubbed the place where he was slapped and said discontentedly, "You always have a deadpan face. I don't see you in a good mood. I've said it more than 10 times, but I haven't seen a single fish for me." When the fisherman came out of the house with the fish, the young man had already disappeared. Only the soft firewood hanging down from the firewood danced in the wind, making a rustling sound. At this time, on a small hill about 1.5 miles away from the store, 2 figures appeared. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time. One of them said, "It seems that the opponent is very difficult to deal with. He actually took so many precautions. If it weren't for the 2 of us being lucky and running into a turtle in the water to help, we really wouldn't have been able to guess how the opponent passed on the information." The other person nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. We thought that the middle of the tree was hollow and that the person they contacted was hiding in the tree. Then they dug a tunnel that led to the surrounding houses. In the end, after monitoring the surrounding houses, we didn't find anything. If the turtle didn't bite the person hiding in the water, we definitely would have delayed the main house's business. The tree is indeed hollow in the middle, but it's not a tunnel that leads directly to the other houses. Instead, there's a hole for people to hide in." "Is it a hole?" "It looks like it, like an ant's nest." The person who spoke earlier sighed and stared at the firewood without relaxing. He was now very impressed with the other party. There was a tunnel beside the tree that led to an underground cave that was relatively higher than the river. It was all dug out manually. At first, he and his partner weren't clear. When a person's head suddenly popped out of the river and climbed ashore in a sorry state, he used a stone to smash the neck of a turtle that was biting on his leg. Only then did he and his partner determine the general situation. Then they waited for another day. When the mentally ill old woman, who liked to lean against a tree and mumble to herself, left, he and his partner waited for a while more before jumping into the water. Only then did they finally drill into the hole and confirm their initial judgment. As for the person who was bitten by the turtle, the 2 of them guessed where he would go. Yes, it was the person who fished in the lower reaches of the river every day. The person hiding in the tree should have obtained the information, written it down, and stuffed it into the stomach of a fish. Then, with a knotted bamboo, he groped in the river and placed the fish on the hook of the angler. Then the angler took the fish to the store and cleaned it up. As for who the information was passed to, it was still unclear. Perhaps the other party had confused the angler, and the information was still with the angler, or perhaps the old woman had taken it away and transferred it through other means. But now, it seemed most likely that the young man was the culprit. After observing for 2 days, he found that every day he would pack salt for the angler and then enter the firewood pile again. It would be better if he observed for a few more days. But the main family didn't have much time to waste. He could only take the risk. Thinking like this, the person who spoke earlier said to the other person, "Feng, follow me." "Okay, you go first." "I'll follow." The person called Feng nodded and followed the first person. He took out his pistol and ran toward the firewood pile. In the end, when the two people were about 10 meters away from the firewood pile, the old woman who had been sitting at the entrance of the store first came out. She happened to see the two people running toward the firewood pile and immediately shouted, "Who are you? Are you going to steal my firewood? Someone, there's a thief. He's going to steal the firewood." When she shouted, the two people who were running almost exploded in anger. Who wouldn't push a cart to steal firewood? How much firewood could they steal with so much firewood? Carrying it would be tiring. At the same time, the two people also realized that there was something wrong with the firewood pile. Moreover, the old woman must be related to the other party. They sped up and reached the door-like place in a few steps. At the same time, they raised their guns and shot inside. After a few consecutive gunshots, they raised their legs and kicked open the wooden planks, blocking the way. At this time, they didn't care if they had made a mistake. They killed a normal young man. If they really made a mistake, there was no other way. They could only ask the main family for help. When the two people entered, the flashlights were turned on at the same time, illuminating the place in front of them. When they saw this place, the two people heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't hit anyone just now. Moreover, the firewood pile was relatively spacious, about 3 to 4 square meters. This 3 to 4 square meters was empty at this time, let alone a person. There wasn't even a bug. The ground was flat. "You, where are they?" the person called Feng asked in surprise. "Don't worry, they should be down there. Use the binoculars to look at their mouths. Didn't they say that the young man liked to set traps and dig tunnels? Then it must be true. They actually dared to say it. Let's go down and take a look." The person called you held his gun vigilantly and signaled Feng to check the ground. Feng took small steps and suddenly stopped. He said, "Here, wooden planks ready." When the two people carefully squatted down and opened the wooden planks, the old woman outside was still shouting. Moreover, there were more than 6 people's footsteps. In addition to the sound of running, there were also inquiring shouts. It really looked like someone was stealing firewood and the neighbors were helping each other. I can see that the people in the several courtyards in this place are probably all together. How amazing! How did they get bribed? And who bought them? Feng said as he shone the flashlight down. You looked down and saw that there was a hole that was neither big nor small. If 2 people crawled into the hole together, they would definitely squeeze into the hole. 1 person would still have some space to spare. Seeing this situation, you gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go first. You stay behind. If you find something wrong, remember to go back alive and call more people to investigate." Understood. If something happens to you, I'll kill everyone here first. No, leave one alive. Feng turned around and pointed his gun at the entrance, ready to shoot at any time. Okay. Rain shouted a word and jumped down. After a while, Feng, who was waiting at the top, listened carefully, but he didn't hear anything else. Even the footsteps outside disappeared. He couldn't help but shout anxiously into the cave. "Rain. It's here. It's very far, about 30 meters away. There are actually 6 forks below. Don't move. I'll find a way to get out. Damn it, isn't this the situation below our village? Others have also learned it." Yu's voice reverberated from below. After hearing it, Feng didn't continue to stay there. Instead, he walked out with his gun. "That's him. There's another person who wants to steal my firewood." As soon as he appeared, Feng heard the old lady's voice. He looked up and saw 9 people standing in front of him, including the old lady. Except for the old lady, the others were holding various kinds of farming tools. There were pickaxes, hoes, and forks for forking manure. They were all waiting for him, and all of them looked angry. Feng shook the gun in his hand and said, "I guess you all know me, right? Seeing this thing, you can guess my identity, right? Yes, I'm the spy of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Sanshui County. I have a special right, that is, when I'm carrying out a mission, if I suspect that someone will threaten me, I can shoot him directly without taking any responsibility. Now, I suspect that you are involved in an illegal organization that endangers the safety of the Tang Empire. I order you to put down your weapons, put your hands on your head, and lie down. If anyone dares to disobey, I'll shoot immediately. Lie down." With a puff, the 9 people, including the old lady, all lay down face down, and the weapons in their hands were all thrown away. Feng didn't relax his vigilance, because he knew that some people didn't care about their own lives, just like him. At the critical moment, they could do anything. Even an old man or a young child could become an assassin. Because he didn't move forward, he stayed beside the firewood pile. His eyes glanced back and forth between the door of the firewood pile and the 9 people. Just now, you had said that there were 6 forks below. It was very likely that the other party would come from the other forks, then suddenly run out of the firewood pile and launch an attack. The Zhang family and the Wang family in Sanshui County are unreasonable. They bully ordinary people and let people point guns at us. I don't want to live anymore. The old lady who was lying there turned her head, looked at Feng, and said in a voice that was neither high nor low. With a bang, the bullet hit the soil beside the old lady, splashing some dust. Then came Feng's voice. "If you speak again, I'll kill you. You only have 1 life. If you die, you will have nothing. There's no harm in telling you. I still have 1 bullet in my gun. Who wants to go first?" Hearing the old lady's words, the 3 people who wanted to get up stopped at this moment. This was also Feng's purpose. He understood what the old lady meant. She wanted them to fight to the death. "I'm out. I'm finally out." Yu's voice came at this time. Feng looked over and found that you walked out of the door of another house. He asked, "What's the arrangement inside?" "I came out from under their stove. There was still a fire there. Look at my hair. The topmost part has been burnt. I didn't see the person, so he probably ran away from here. This is going to be troublesome. Let's ask them, who is the previous owner?" Rain held a gun in one hand and stroked her hair with the other. She walked over and stood beside Feng. Feng nodded and asked the 9 people lying on the ground, "Tell me, who is the master, and how do we usually contact each other? Where did that brat run off to?" "I don't know what you're talking about. We're just normal people. What's the big deal? When I get my goods, it's from—" "Shut up. From now on, you're not allowed to make a sound. Are you trying to trick a fool? Dutiful family?" Which dutiful family would build an underground tunnel that extended in all directions? Yes, it's you. Tell me, who's the previous owner?" Feng shouted at the old lady. Then he set his eyes on a person whose body was trembling like Weiwei. This person would probably be able to find a breakthrough and would only tremble because he was afraid. Who would have thought that after he finished asking, the trembling man kept shaking his head and then opened his mouth and started screaming. "Mute. I don't believe this. You go and find them. I'll watch them. How dare they pretend in front of me? They must be tired of living." Feng said with a frown. You took a deep breath and said, "Okay, be careful." Then she ran back the way she came. When you ran out of sight, the old lady who was lying on the ground suddenly jumped up and rushed toward Feng. At the same time, she shouted, "Fight with him. He's a fake. He only has 1 bullet. Bang!" The old lady fell down. Feng narrowed his eyes and said to the 4 people who stood up and then stopped, "Guess, do I still have bullets?" Chapter 1051. The fact that the spy from the Zhang family and the Wang family, whose code name was Wind, had shot an old lady had completely frightened the other 8 people. They really wanted to ask, "How can a young man like you kill an unarmed old lady?" But they knew that it was useless to ask. He was only one person who wouldn't think of their own safety. In his eyes, there might not be old people or children, only family and enemies. As for guessing whether there were bullets in the pistol, it was a joke. Just now he said that there was only one bullet that could kill a person decisively. How could there not be other bullets? The 8 people continued to lie on the ground without making a sound. Feng also stayed where he was. He did not look for the other people in this small village, nor did he chase after the young man who had run away. He should have brought information with him. Standing there, Feng took out another magazine and gritted his teeth, but he did not change it because he knew that there were still 4 bullets in the gun. There was no need to change it. If he changed it, it would be troublesome. If the people lying on the ground suddenly jumped up, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. At the moment, he was not worried, for bullets were enough to make 4 people lose their ability to resist. As for the remaining 4, even if he did not have time to change the bullets, he could finish them off with the knife in his arms. A quarter of an hour passed. Feng still stood there expressionlessly. The 8 people lying on the ground could no longer feel the humidity of the ground. Each of them only felt that the pressure on their bodies was enormous. Time seemed to drag on. Finally, one of them could no longer stand the silent confrontation. He turned his head and said to Feng, "It's useless for you to catch us. Even if you kill us, there's only one of us here in charge of external communication. That's the Yaoyu you're chasing. I advise you to go after him. I'll give you a piece of information. The tunnel below, the one on the far right, keep walking. When you can't see the road anymore, there is a slanted opening. Jump up, use your arms to support yourself and climb out. You will see a pond in front of you. Jump down again and swim to the bottom of the opposite side of the pond. There is also an opening that goes up. After you go in, you will go down again. There is only one way. Go to the end and climb out again. There is a patch of reeds." Yaoyu ran from there. As for where he went, I don't know. After the speaker finished speaking, he looked at Feng with hopeful eyes, hoping that he would chase after him. However, Feng did not move. After 10 breaths, Feng finally spoke. "Let's not talk about whether the information you provided is true or false. You only told me now. Do you think I'm a fool? Can I catch up?" The reed marsh was densely covered with reeds, and there were puddles of water below. As someone who wasn't familiar with the terrain, I reckoned that if I fell in and died, I would only end up as fertilizer. I'm perplexed. Is the great Tang's rapid development not good enough for you? Your children will be able to go to school to study, and you pregnant people will be able to deliver babies for free. In the past, when you gave birth to 3 children, 2 of them would die. If things went wrong, the first child would die together with the mother and child. Nowadays, it's very difficult to die during childbirth. Also, don't you feel that the money you spend to see a doctor is 50 to 60% less than before? The medical center also had a cost. Wouldn't the imperial court settle the extra money for you? Rebellion? Only you can think of that. Humans should have a conscience, right? Aren't you afraid of ghosts knocking on your door when it's dark? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to sleep." Feng's words were very harsh and even went straight to the heart. He didn't want to educate the other party, nor did he want to help reduce the other party's punishment. He was very clear about the personalities of the young master and young lady. Although they usually looked magnanimous, they had an uncrossable bottom line. If you were bullied by the local government, you could resist, you could report, and you could even send a telegram to the capital. As long as the telegram was sent, even if the matter was very small in the eyes of ordinary people, even if there was a possibility that there was a false accusation, the young master and young lady would send people to investigate. This was a kind of attitude that made the local officials constantly remind themselves not to interfere. If they did, they would be caught. Of course, the person who complained also had to send a telegram with their household registration. However, the young master and young lady's tolerance only went so far. If there were people who wanted to rebel, they would definitely be brutally suppressed, and they wouldn't even be given a chance to explain. It wasn't that they were ruthless, but that they had 0 tolerance. If you felt that the officials were bullying you, you could report them. Even Buddhism and Taoism, as well as other places that needed incense oil to worship, were strictly guarded. It was fine to spread the doctrine in a small area, but it was not allowed to incite. Moreover, temples and monasteries had to pay high taxes. According to the young master's words, the various sects shouldn't collect money in the name of collecting money for their descendants. Since they were spreading the doctrine, they should be poor. As for the affairs of their descendants, the imperial court would take care of it. Thinking of this, Feng hated the 8 people lying on the ground even more. How much time did the young master and young lady spend for other children to play? It was because of this that the Tang Empire had its current prosperity and peace. In the end, there were still people who wanted to destroy it. They deserved to die. The 8 people lying on the ground didn't know what Feng was thinking. They were still worried about their own lives. They were not like the old lady who had just died. The old lady was worried about her family, but they were different. What was different? Naturally, the benefits they received were different. Thus, seeing that the other party was silent, the one who had just spoken spoke again. We are not rebelling. We are doing this for the good of the Tang Empire. The Lord said that war will make us poor, and war will make the Tang Empire lose the support of the rest of the world. We are against war. We are against war. We want to follow the Lord and help those who want to do harm to other places change their minds. We want to make the Tang Empire a paradise for humans, a paradise without oppression and war. The other 7 people also chimed in. When Feng saw the expressions in their eyes and heard their words, he knew what was going on. It was very simple. They were like those people who had been taught by various sections. They only believed in ghosts and gods and were unwilling to accept reality. Their goal was basically the same as that of the young master and young lady. The young master and the others were working so hard to instill in the minds of the people of the Tang Empire that their Tang Empire was the strongest and that no one in the world was nobler than the people of the great Tang. Thus, no matter where the people of the Tang Empire were, their souls would always belong to the Tang Empire. Although he knew, there was one thing that made Feng very angry. The young master and young lady had not only instilled such thoughts in the people, but had also been working hard to improve the living standards of the people of the Tang Empire. The military power of the Tang Empire had also provided a corresponding guarantee. The people had received practical benefits. Why couldn't they be proud of the Tang Empire? But what had the other party done? They had actually easily used a mysterious theory or doctrine to deceive the people and still supported this organization so stubbornly. Thinking of this, Feng asked the one who had just spoken, "What benefits did they give you?" Benefits? Why do we have to pursue benefits? Isn't it enough that we help each other? People don't live for benefits. In our village, we are like a family. If there is not enough firewood to burn, there will be young people to help. If there is not enough rice, they can go to other people's houses to eat. Isn't this kind of care between people enough? Do you have to say that giving us money is helping us? No, we have the ability to obtain more things. We should help others. If each of us does something, many people will have a chance to survive. Why don't we do it? The one who had spoken first began to reason with Feng. Another person who was lying on the ground said, "Little brother, he's right. Humans don't live for money. It's more about the feelings between humans. We should unite and help those who need help. We give them food that we can't finish and empty rooms for them to live in. If we lose our house and food one day, there will be people to help us. You see, now we are helping others. If our lives are good, we will not let those who can't eat starve. In fact, our village is not only the original people, but also the people who don't have a house. They don't have the ability to live now. Whether it is because they can't find a good job or because they don't have the strength to farm, we can help them. Isn't that good? Look at our fields. The yield is so high. Do we have to leave it all for ourselves?" Bah! Feng spat at this person and said, "You still have the face to say that. Don't you understand why the grain yield in your fields is high? That's because the Sinong Temple is doing experiments in various places. saying that the Jiangnan West Road is representative of the places along the river. That's why we sent the good seeds to you for free. Do you understand? The Sinan Temple didn't ask for a single copper coin from you. Who paid for it? The Sinan Temple's money is directly allocated by the Ministry of Works. Where did the Ministry of Works get the money? They asked for it from the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue didn't want to give it. It was the National Treasury's money. In the end, our Zhang family and Wang family paid for it. Do you have extra money? It's because your family's education and medical expenses are borne by the emperor and other merchants. You can pat your chests. Do you dare to say that you haven't received benefits from the imperial court and our Zhang family and Wang family? When you sell grain, no matter how low the price is, it can't be as low as 20%. It's only 20%. When you buy other daily necessities such as salt and vegetable oil, no matter how high the price is, it can't be higher than 20%. Look at the clothes you wear. More than 10 years ago, you could wear cotton clothes, but can you wear fine linen clothes? Even if we give you 2 sets of coarse linen clothes, you have to watch who goes out before you can wear the clothes. Those who don't go out don't even have clothes. What do you know? Every time there's too much rain at the source of the river and important areas, how many people are worried? Just when there was a flood here, our family's fleet came over with the things His Majesty, the Emperor, allocated the money to buy. Don't you know what's going on? The more Feng spoke, the angrier he became. It seemed that he wanted to open his mouth and bite everyone who was lying down. Yes, we all know. But this is the grace of the Lord. The person who spoke just now nodded and admitted. You motherfucker, shut up. If you speak again, I'll beat you to death. Feng burst out with a swear word. It was clear from the words in his words that he had definitely come into contact with Xiao Bei. Normal people wouldn't say this word. Sure enough, the threat of life was stronger than the grace of the Lord. The 8 people became well-behaved again and no longer tried to explain. But looking at their attitude, it was obvious that they still attributed all the benefits to the Lord. Feng was about to go crazy from anger. He was thinking that his code name could become crazy in the future, but he wasn't sure if Rain could become stupid. While both sides were sticking to their beliefs, Rain brought over 20 people on horseback. When Feng saw the dust, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Reinforcements had come. He was no longer fighting alone. Feng, how are they? Rain first looked at Feng. When he saw that Feng was fine, he asked, It's over. All of them are hopeless. They are preaching their egalitarianism to me. It's the kind of egalitarianism that the young master jokingly mentioned. If it's really fucking egalitarianism, how can this society develop? Who will research technology? I reckon they'll die if they're caught. Feng said helplessly. He was really annoyed. What the 8 people said sounded good, but it was definitely impossible to achieve. This was because he knew that for their ideas to be realized, it had to be based on the development of society's productive forces. It was too infuriating. Others were working hard to research technology, but they were spouting nonsense while enjoying the transformation of technology into productive forces. We can't die. The Lord said that death is weariness of this world. It's sinful. We have to continue to care for others. We live because we are the seeds of love. We have to spread it and then grow strong, just like your strong seedling protection team. The person lying on the ground tried hard to raise his head and said to Feng. Feng raised his hand and patted his head. He said to Rain, You guys take over. My job is not to educate the people. This kind of task is too difficult. Fortunately, our seedling protection team didn't hear it. Otherwise, their combat power would be reduced by at least half. Rain couldn't help but shiver. He said to the people who followed, Send a few people to watch over them first. The rest of you, follow me to check the surroundings. Don't let your guard down. If you feel that someone is a threat to you, let them go see the Lord. Damn it. The more than 20 people who followed them didn't understand the situation. Some people who felt that they were thick-skinned were responsible for the task of watching over them. They needed to be taught by the Lord's messengers. Those who could persist and not have tinnitus were all elites. Foam, and you continued to lead people to search on horseback. When the sky was dark, they caught 14 people. These 14 people actually walked along the main road. At night, they lit a fire. It seemed that their Lord didn't give them a lighthouse. The light from the Lord couldn't guide them for the time being. No, I don't know where that brat ran off to. Today, I finally understand the power of religion. No wonder the young master and young lady were so oppressive. A person without special training, with the help of the Lord, can actually run so fast through his own psychological suggestion? You took out the grain and other food in the small village. He made a big pot of rice and stewed some dishes. He ate and said to Foam. Foam fished out an unknown thing from the basin. He stuffed it into his mouth and said, "Next time, don't cook the stew first, okay? Did you pour the food in before the oil was boiled? Add salt, don't add soy sauce. What do you think this is? It's so black. If I hadn't been trained, I would have spat out my intestines after eating your food. Let me see. This. I guess it is, guess? Let me take a bite. I know. Eggplant. If you don't believe me, look. It's black on the outside, but not on the inside. There's also something like eggplant seeds. Does it look like them? Tell me honestly, does it look like eggplant seeds?" You bit open a black thing and showed it to Foam. "Okay, it looks like them. The Lord said that it doesn't matter what it looks like. The most important thing is that it can fill people's stomachs. I want to go back to the main house to eat. The chefs, there are good culinary skills. Yesterday, you ate my Alaskan food. When things are done here, you have to treat me to a big meal." Foam chewed the eggplant seed and complained to you in a muffled voice. "Okay, I'll treat you to seafood at the Blue Sea Silver Sand. It's free anyway." You looked at the thing in the basin and agreed. "Actually, I like to eat the dishes cooked by the little child. I wonder how the little child and the others are doing." Foam temporarily treated the meal in front of him as another training. Compared with this, the food he was eating now tasted really good. He started to talk about it. "I reckon that they are still on the way. Xiao Bei and the others have probably arrived in Hangzhou. We have to work hard. When Xiao Bei and the others arrive, we must find out all the information for them. I don't want them to be in any danger." You swallowed a big mouthful of rice and looked to the east and said, "As you thought, Xiao Bei and the others arrived at the dock of Hangzhou when it was dark. The whole fleet was brightly lit. Jiang Wang clan didn't care about the cold night. She stood on the platform of the 4th floor and looked at the people coming and going. Under the light of the torches, it didn't seem dark at all. She didn't say anything for a long time. Old Man Wang was also standing behind Jiang Wang clan. He was waiting for the cargo ships at the dock to finish unloading and make way. Seeing that didn't say anything, he broke the silence and said, it's almost there. Look, Master, and the others have already lined up and are waiting. Why don't we let the cargo ship go to the side first? Whose cargo ship is it? It's in the way." Jiang Wang clan shook her head and said, "No, it's not easy for others. I didn't come back to bully them. Just wait, it'll be over soon." Then go back to the cabin first. Be careful of the cold wind. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your child." Old Man Wang advised again. Zhang Wangsher did not speak. Instead, she turned around and glanced at the maidservant beside her. The maidservant hurriedly called for someone to pull up the curtains around Zhang Wangsher so that the wind could only blow in from one side. That was definitely impossible. The wind would not come in when there was no way out and then go back through the opening unless it was against the wind. Xiao Bei and the group of children were also waiting. They had already changed their clothes and put on their official robes. They were still wearing the decorations that didn't conform to the rules. The inner courtyard also put up all kinds of ceremonial weapons. There were banners, flags, umbrellas. There were many of them, including the ceremonial weapons of Jiang Wang clan and Madame Wang. Finally, the dock workers at the front unloaded the goods at the fastest speed. They didn't even dare to delay the payment and left immediately. They were afraid that the Zhang clan and Wang clan behind them wouldn't be able to wait. The other ships in Xiaobei's fleet made way for the flagship to pass. When they reached the shore, Xiaobei ran down first, not even bothering with the ceremonial weapons. However, when she ran to the docks, she didn't wait for the others to salute her. She turned around and ran back. She panted heavily and shouted, go back and change your clothes. They didn't put up the ceremonial weapons to welcome us." Everyone, including Jiang Wang clan, heard Xiaobei's words and returned to the cabin to change their clothes. These were two different attitudes. If the other party put up the ceremonial weapons of an official, they would also put up the ceremonial weapons that symbolized their status. If the other party didn't, they couldn't use their status to pressure them. After all, he was Jiang Wang clan's biological father. The people waiting at the docks were puzzled. They didn't understand why the people who were just about to disembark suddenly disappeared. Even the flags that were raised by people on the ships had disappeared. When a steward saw this situation, he jogged to the side of a carriage and said to the person who had already come out, "Master, they went back again. Do they not want to see you?" "Wait." This person, who didn't look very old, only said one word. He didn't give off the feeling that he was very anxious. His tone was calm. However, under the light of the fire, the little wrinkles on his face and the frown on his brows made it clear to everyone in the family that the master was very anxious. It was a kind of anxiety that had never been seen before. The odd job workers and maidservants in the family felt this anxiety, but no one made a sound. They all anxiously looked at the big ship docked at the docks. To be precise, they were looking at the figure on the ship that was still hanging on the gangplank at the docks. None of the people who came to receive them were new people. They were all people who had been in the family before. People who had been recruited in the past 10 years were not allowed to come, perhaps because of the safety concerns. This wait lasted for another 15 minutes. Some maidservants wished they could grow wings and fly up to see the situation. Only then did the number of people begin to increase. People gradually walked down from the gangplank. Everyone who came to receive them at the docks discovered that something was different from before. The people who had been standing at the docks were holding official banners. Now, they were all replaced with banners and lanterns with the pattern of rice seedlings. When the person who was called Master saw the change in the guard of honor, his nervous expression also changed. A special smile appeared on his face. "Grandfather, where is grandfather?" "Xiaobei, I've come to see you." Accompanied by a crisp child's voice that resounded through the night sky, Xiaobei jumped down first. After jumping a few times, she arrived at the docks. She was not afraid of falling. When she arrived at the docks, Xiaobei stopped and began to look around. With just a glance, she was smart enough to determine her target. She then jumped and ran toward the carriage. When she stood in front of the person who was called Master, Xiaobei immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. She did not need anyone to help her and stood up again. She opened her arms and said to the person who was looking at her in shock, "Grandfather, I am Xiaobei, the cutest Xiaobei. Carry me." The man stared blankly at Xiaobei. After a few breaths, he finally reacted. He crouched down and picked up Xiaobei. He didn't know where he got the strength, but he only used one arm to hold Xiaobei firmly. He used his other hand to wipe Xiaobei's forehead with heartache. As he wiped, he said, "Xiaobei, my good granddaughter. Oh, why did you use so much strength? Look, it's red. Does it hurt? I saw you running down just now. Why did you go back?" Xiaobei grinned, revealing a gap between her teeth. She shook her head and said, "It doesn't hurt. Let me tell you, when I saw you, I knew you were my grandfather. Then it didn't hurt at all. In fact, I wanted to come and see you for a long time, but I didn't have the time. Grandfather, you don't know. I'm very busy. The Tang Empire always makes me meet bad officials. I can't avoid them even if I want to. Don't you think it's very infuriating? When I saw it, I had to care. I was used to it just now. I also wanted to patrol the place. But when I ran down to take a look, guess what? It was not the official's ceremonial welcome. Oh, I just remembered. I came to see grandfather. How could there be an official's ceremonial welcome, right? I ran back and changed my clothes. Look, do I look good? There are decorations in this part of the clothes. I like this set of clothes the most, so I want to wear it for grandfather to see. There are also candies. The candies from the precious candy house that I opened with them are for you to eat. Xiao Bei was very excited as she spoke. She showed her clothes to the other person and took out candies from her pocket. She peeled off the candy wrapper and stuffed one into the other person's mouth. Then she tilted her head and waited for the other person to praise her. The person holding Xiao Bei was already speechless. With the candy in her mouth and tears in her eyes, she kept nodding. She nodded and whimpered as she nodded, as if she was answering Xiao Bei. The person in charge at the side was dumbfounded. He even suspected that the girl in the master's arms was real. That was the Tang Empire's patrol inspector. It was said that whenever she saw an official, she would always be cold and dignified. However, the girl in front of him was not dignified at all. She was just a cute little girl, the kind that made people want to kiss her. She was not just a little fun. Her mouth was sweet and her smile was sweet. Could it be that the legend was false? With this thought in mind, he opened his arms and said, "Master, please take care of yourself. Let me carry you." Who knew that just as he finished speaking, the smile on the cute little girl's face suddenly disappeared. She glared at him with a gloomy expression and questioned him, "Who are you?" "I'm letting my grandfather carry me." "Do you want to take advantage of me? Do you have that kind of life? Leave." The person in charge was shocked. Wasn't she too skilled at changing her expression in an instant? In front of him was no longer the little girl, who was smiling like a flower. She was clearly a high and mighty princess. The indifferent look in her eyes was as if she was going to kill someone in the next moment. "Grandfather, is it because Xiao Bei is very heavy and tired of carrying me? Then I'll go down. Is the candy sweet?" Xiao Bei changed back to a smile. Although she said that she wanted to go down, she did not make any move to go down. She still stayed in the person's arms steadily. With a pop sound, Xiao Bei was kissed. Then he heard the other party say, not heavy, "Ha ha ha, my Xiao Bei is so good. Sweet, so sweet. The candy of my baby candy house lives up to its name. Leave. Look at how scared my precious granddaughter is." The person in charge left gloomily. He cursed in his heart. Who is the one who ordered who? No wonder the officials were so afraid of Xiao Bei and the others. They were really good. The look in their eyes just now was really murderous. Although the person in charge was gloomy, he did not dare to harbor any hatred. Not to mention that the master would not protect him. If he really offended Xiao Bei, even if the master protected him, he would not be able to keep his life. Xiao Bei did not even need to use the power of the family. She only needed to stand on the bustling streets of Hangzhou and shout about how things were going on here. The people of Hangzhou would probably drown him with a mouthful of saliva. With Xiao Bei's prominent status and cute appearance, there was a reason even if there was no reason. "Grandfather, let me tell you, in the future, let the servants in the family watch their expressions. They want to get involved in everything. That won't do. Look at the inner courtyard of my family. They are like my family. Good, you know what I am thinking, right?" Xiao Bei continued to talk to her grandfather. She was very good at talking. It was not good to criticize other people's servants, but she kept praising her own family. She even compared the inner courtyard to her family. "Yes, then I'll dismiss him later. I don't want him anymore, okay?" The person asked Xiao Bei. The person in charge became nervous. He was afraid that Xiao Bei would nod. However, Xiao Bei did not agree. Instead, she said, "No, he is also afraid that you will be tired. He is loyal. If he does not do well, you can teach him. But if he is loyal, you can't teach him. Therefore, not only can you not chase him away, you should also take time to reward him." When the person in charge heard Xiao Bei's words, he was so moved that he was about to cry. He felt like he had a close friend. He wanted to say to Xiao Bei, "You finally said something fair." Xiao Bei's grandfather nodded at the person in charge. Then he asked Xiao Bei, "What if your family's inner courtyard makes a mistake? Change." Xiao Bei's answer was very simple. "Then what if he continues to make the same mistake?" The person asked again. "That will explain two things. First, my family's teaching is not good. Adjust the details of my family's education. Second, he is not suitable for this position. It is my family's arrangement that is not good enough. Adjust his position." Xiao Bei raised two fingers and said, "But after these 2 points, he still makes a mistake. What do you say?" Again. "Then there is a big problem. Who recruited him into the inner courtyard? Investigate the person who recruited him and then send him to the outer courtyard. That is too harmful." Xiao Bei's answer surprised the person in charge. It was actually to deal with the person who had been recruited into the inner courtyard. But after thinking about it, it did make sense. If someone wanted to enter the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family, they had to first train outside. Yes, their system was different. Xiao Bei put this topic aside and said to the person in charge, "Grandfather, if you like to eat the candy from Baby's Candy House, I will specially ask someone to make it for you in the future. You are not allowed to eat too much candy. Eating too much is not good for your health. When we sell candy, we don't sell it to anyone who wants to eat as much as they want. Regardless of whether it is an adult or a child, we earn money from our conscience. Okay. Eat more in the future, but eat less. Remember, it is good to earn money from your conscience." "Xiao Bei, why do you want to earn money by yourself? You are still young." The person nodded repeatedly and then asked another question. "Because we want to earn money by ourselves and give it to our parents and grandparents. Our grandparents are old. We want them to spend more of our money. Otherwise, when we want to earn money for them to spend in the future, they won't be able to spend it. Oh, it's called children want a raise, but their parents don't want to wait. I will also spend it for you." Xiao Bei waved her little hands and said. Her words made the person in charge stunned again. At this time, Xiao Yuan and the others came over, as well as the Jiangwang clan. They had been waiting for Xiao Bei to finish speaking. The person holding Xiao Bei kissed Xiao Bei again and slowly put her on the ground. He said to the Jiangwang clan, "Ciao. You have worked hard to raise the children like this. Father, quick, kowtow to your grandfather." The Jiangwang clan's tears flowed down. She wanted to kneel first and call out to the other children. Naturally, the other party couldn't let his daughter kneel. He quickly helped her up and said, "Don't worry, you have a child. Your stomach is more important." Xiao Yuan and the others kowtowed to the other party. Although Xiao Yuan had nothing to do with the other party, she still had to follow suit. What followed was naturally a touching scene of the father and daughter reconciling. It took a while for it to end. The Zhang clan and Wang clan's people pulled the large group to the arranged place. The news quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao. After hearing the news, Zhang Xiaobao sighed and said to Wang Wan, "In this world, there are only 2 kinds of things that make parents feel the most helpless and sad. One is when they choose a good husband for their daughter, only to find out that after they get married, the other party is a good-for-nothing and doesn't treat their daughter well. The other kind is like now. At first, they didn't like the other party, but the other party became powerful. This relationship is not good. How can parents endure it? Our parents are still the best. They arranged for us to be together since we were young. Don't you think so?" Zhang Xiaobao could imagine how depressed his grandfather was. His grandfather was Wang Ju, the Minister of Revenue of the Tang Empire. He was also known as the Prime Minister and a meritorious official, but in the end he didn't have a good ending. "I said no. Who wants to be together with you? You can be smug. For someone like me, even if I want to marry a hero like Xiang Yu, Wang Ju is already very good. He didn't do anything to your father. How much power does he have? Wang Wan insisted on attacking Zhang Xiaobao. In any case, she was just arguing. Zhang Xiaobao snorted disdainfully and said, Xiangyu is good? He can't even protect his own woman? Those who live are heroes. Those who die are losers. Wang Ju had power at that time, but wasn't he busy? At the beginning, he was busy fighting with Li Longji for the position. In the end, my father found an opportunity. Just when they had just gotten the position and were still unstable, he successfully snatched my mother away. What could he do? What's done is done. Isn't he worried about being attacked by others? Actually, at that time, I think he already realized that something was wrong. So he used most of his energy to curry favor with Li Longji. In the end, when the position was stable, he was alienated by Li Longji. Not long after, we came out. At that time, if he really wanted to do something to my family, Li Longji would probably think that he was fickle. The alienation would turn into disgust. Besides, he doesn't only have one daughter. He doesn't have any other relatives. Girls aren't as important as boys. Who said that girls aren't important? I think they are. For example, Xiaobei isn't important. Who is Wu Zetian? Do you know her? Wang Wan continued to argue. I don't know her. I haven't seen her before. If she sees me, I'll definitely let her know how powerful I am. I'll make sure that she can't become empress. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he yawned and turned around. He hugged Wang Wan and said, Go to sleep. We still have to wake up early tomorrow. We're in a hurry. The next morning, Zhang Xiaobao had just finished cooking the porridge. When he was about to call Li Longji and the others to eat, the report from Jiangzhou arrived. Zhang Xiaobao casually glanced at it. This time, he didn't have the mood to eat slowly. He hurriedly ate until he was half full. He picked up the report and read it carefully. He handed it to Wang Wan, who was also eating quickly, and said, It seems that things are a bit troublesome. Wang Wan took the report and read it from top to bottom. After she finished reading, her expression became serious and said, It is indeed troublesome. The thing that I'm most worried about has finally appeared. I remember that something like this shouldn't have happened. Zhang Xiaobao understood what Wang Wan was saying. She was referring to the history they had studied. It didn't mention anything other than Buddhism and Taoism. There wasn't much about the Arabian region either. As for the current situation, there wasn't even any mention of it in the unofficial history. If one really talked about the religious struggle in the Tang dynasty, it was nothing more than Buddhism and Taoism. When one rose, the other would inevitably be suppressed. Or more seriously, it could be said that it was almost destroyed. Not only was it not allowed to spread, but it was even killed. Like all the religions in the world, they fought with each other. Under the banner of teaching people to be good, they used iron and blood to eliminate dissidents. Politicians also like to use religion to achieve their own goals. Maybe it has changed, or maybe no one mentioned it. Anyway, that's the case. I don't know about other things, but I know that the power of religion is very strong. It can confuse people. They have been propagated by people with intentions and gradually improved in the process, filling in all the possible loopholes. They are all people with great wisdom. My meaning is very simple. There is only one way. Kill. Kill until they are afraid. Kill until they feel that believing in this thing will not only not bring them any benefits, but will also lead to a fatal disaster. If you don't kill, it will be difficult to use conciliatory methods. For example, if they don't have food to eat and you send them food, they won't thank you. Instead, they will thank something like God, believing that God sent you to send them food. Their piety has moved God, and so on. This is the most disgusting situation. Fanatical religious belief can turn a group of people into madmen who don't care about their lives. We don't fear madmen, but we can kill people who are about to become madmen. Don't you think so? Zhang Xiaobao no longer pursued whether it was recorded in history or not. Instead, he spoke of his own method of dealing with the current situation. Wang Wan was also disgusted by this kind of religion, especially when it was used by people with intentions. It could produce many effects and harm to a regime. Overthrowing a regime was all too common. She didn't want to continue conniving, even if she knew that the current religion couldn't overthrow the Tang regime. She didn't intend to be soft-hearted and let it develop and then create some kind of uprising. Therefore, Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, "What I mean is kill, because people who are obsessed will have their minds changed. They will only choose one path and walk down it, no matter how you educate them. Just like what was written in the intelligence, they walked on the path we built, used the seeds we provided to grow high-yielding rice and wheat, and also enjoyed the treatment we provided to them in terms of medical treatment. But the result? In the end, they thought that all this was brought to them by the heavens, that the God they believed in was helping them, so they continued to do things that destroyed the peace and stability of the Tang Empire." After the two of them spoke, the tone was basically set. As for how many people would pay with their lives in the end, Zhang Xiaobao was not a soft-hearted person. He could even do it himself. Wang also didn't care about how much blood she saw. Li Longji was still eating slowly. He didn't see the intelligence report. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan say such things after reading the intelligence report, he was very puzzled. He stopped eating and asked what happened. "It's just a small matter. It's just a few people dying. Someone is preaching. Cuckoo and I have the same idea. Whether it's the preacher or the believer, we'll kill them as soon as we catch them. However, we can't let the local authorities do it. Your Majesty, it's best that your people don't do it either. First, your people's management is lacking compared to our family's protection team. It's easy for people to kill unjustly to gain merit. Second, if we start killing people, it'll be bad for our reputation. Let me and Cuckoo take the blame. Anyway, we've done a lot already. It won't be a big deal this time." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he passed the intelligence report over. It was written in detail on a piece of paper, and there were even more descriptions of the underground tunnels. Li Longji took it and read the general introduction on the first page. He couldn't eat anymore. He also knew how powerful this religion was. He had used it before, and he had also attacked it before. Even now, he was still using it to teach the people of the Tang Empire. A belief, a code of conduct, no matter who was in power, could abandon it. The consequences would be even more serious. If that was the case, even the basic morality would be abandoned. Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo had explained the consequences of not being restrained by morality. Just thinking about it was scary. As he thought about it, Li Longji put down his food and read it carefully. After he was done, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, are you and Cuckoo really going to kill people?" "I reckon that we'll have to kill a lot of people. Can you find the person behind this and get rid of him immediately?" Without the support of a leader, the people who believe in him will gradually become suspicious and change their minds. Li Longji really didn't want to kill his own people. He couldn't protect them all. So how could he bear to kill them all? After thinking for a while, he said, "Xiaobao, do you think that I didn't do a good job as an emperor? I was supposed to educate the people, but in the end, something like this happened. Sai, I can't bear to do this. You're so smart. Can you think of another way?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji and sighed in his heart. An emperor who didn't care about life had become like this. Should he feel lucky or speechless? But since the other party wanted him to think about it, then he would think about it. Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head and began to think. Half an hour passed, and just as Li Longji was about to support the two of them to kill the people, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly raised his head and said with a smile, "Actually, it's fine even if we don't kill them." Chapter 1052. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he smiled. This was exactly what he was waiting for. He already thought that Xiaobao and Cuckoo had already completed their apprenticeship, and there was nothing that could stop them. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. He smiled and asked, "Tell me, you are full of evil ideas. How do you want to solve this problem?" "Your Majesty, Xiaobao is indeed smart. I think that it is best to solve this problem through economic means." Wu Huifei was biased towards Zhang Xiaobao. She didn't want to hear others badmouth Zhang Xiaobao, just like how Empress Wang didn't want to hear others badmouth Wang Wan. Wu Huifei had been asking Zhang Xiaobao a lot of questions recently. Many economic problems seemed very complicated, but when Zhang Xiaobao explained them, they were very simple. For example, in a foreign country, other countries would use their monetary policies to influence the Great Tang's currency ratio. According to Xiaobao's book, this was an extremely complicated situation. There was the unequal exchange of currencies, the foreign currency control in the export process, and inflation control in the domestic currency exchange process. If no one used the simplest logic to explain it, unless one was a genius, they would be confused to death. Everything was a mess, especially when the domestic currency was exchanged with foreign countries. Why would the gradual appreciation of the domestic currency in circulation devalue the domestic currency? But after listening to Zhang Xiaobao's explanation, she understood. That was, other people's money could buy other people's things, but your money couldn't. So, if you want to buy other people's things, you have to sell your own things. If your currency was valuable, other people would feel that it was expensive. So, if you let the currency depreciate first, you would be exploiting your own country's citizens. At this time, other people's money would come in. If you promote exports, other people would come to buy things. Using other people's money to exchange for your country's money, when your currency appreciated, they would naturally be able to exchange more of their money when they returned. In this way, not only would it affect your exports, but it would also reduce your foreign currency reserves. Then, the effect of the political control of currency devaluation would be reflected. With the foreign currency exchange gone, your country's money would be worthless. The only thing you could do was to improve your technology and promote internal product demand. Wu Huifei had listened to Zhang Xiaobao's explanation of one example after another, and only then did she understand the content in this area. In the end, when she thought she had learned well, Zhang Xiaobao told her that this was the simplest and most basic thing. If they wanted to use this method to attack other countries, there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to do anything. Cuckoo alone could play the other countries to death. If Zhang Xiaobao was serious, he would create a false impression that the Great Tang's currency was depreciating. Then, after the appreciation, the Great Tang would discover that while the country's GNP was growing, its purchasing power had decreased. At this time, the people of the Great Tang would be better off due to the depreciation of the currency. This was because there was an advantage in the international currency itself. At the same time, it was also the effect of the government's financial subsidies to the people. Wu Huifei had not studied this thoroughly yet. Anyway, she knew that if Xiaobao were to do it, it would be like what was written in the book of Tao Te Ching. Give him space to express himself, and he would make you feel what it meant to be mysterious and wonderful. It was because she knew her own shortcomings that she did not like to hear others say bad things about Xiaobao. Even if it was the emperor, she would still be unhappy. Li Longji also knew that his concubine was a little like a religious believer in Zhang Xiaobao. He shook his head helplessly and said, "I don't believe it. Xiaobao usually takes the initiative to attack others with the economy. Of course, when others use the economy to harm the Great Tang, Xiaobao's counterattack will be sharper. Japan and Tubo have already experienced it. But now that the other party has not revealed their identity, even if Xiaobao wants to attack, he has to find the right target. Furthermore, Xiaobao's personality is similar to that of the stories that Yao Wan tells her younger brothers and sisters, which is to give them a taste of their own medicine. What is it called again? Changing the Stars. Empress Wang interrupted. She liked to read everything that Cuckoo wrote, and she also liked the stories that Cuckoo told to her younger brothers and sisters. There were times when she truly couldn't understand how a child like Huan could know so many things. There was no need to talk about military matters. There were many generals in the Great Tang who could win a battle, and some of them had even won battle after battle. But in the situation that Cuckoo was facing, the so-called victory of other generals was to be able to save the generals on their side and try their best to save the other soldiers. As for Wan, under such circumstances, She had won a beautiful battle despite being outnumbered. Furthermore, she had directly threatened the safety of Tubo as a whole. Then, she had successfully retreated, leaving Tubo with endless regret and humiliation. At the same time, Xiao Bao finally showed the world what was called two swords in harmony. This was the most worthy legend of the two of them. However, Cuckoo could still tell many stories and write many poems. What was more surprising was that Cuckoo was very familiar with the politics in the palace. If there was no Cuckoo, she might not be where she was now. Xiao was really amazing. She could not win against her. Empress Wang looked at Zhang Xiaobao and then looked at Wang Wan. She muttered to herself, "That's strange. Even if there is an expert teaching them, how can the children learn? I have seen many geniuses, but I have never seen people like the two of them. If it was someone else, they might not be able to learn a thing or two from the two of them in their lifetime. Xiao Bei and the other children are smart, but compared to their older brothers and sisters, they are still too far apart. I can't understand. I hope that Pan, and the rest can learn more. I am satisfied with half of their abilities." Empress Wang's voice was not soft. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard it, they looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew that it was impossible because the education system was different. At that time, there was no need to say that they were geniuses. The things that normal children learned would scare the people of the Tang Empire to death. The reason why the younger siblings were smart was because the two of them used the most classic teaching method. That was the treatment that only the children of rich families had. They gave individual lessons and encouraged education. Just the money spent on the children in a year was no less than 3 million. This was not the nurturing method of the family, but the price of the elite kindergarten. Wu Huifei sighed. She knew that her son had no hope. At the same time, she felt that Empress Wang was too greedy. She wanted to learn half of it. How much did Xiao Bei and the rest learn? When they were the same age, the things that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew were the sum of the 9 younger siblings' knowledge, and even more. Li Longji was also thinking about it because there were always people saying that there were 2 kinds of things. The inner circle of the Tang Empire said that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were the reincarnation of immortals. They did not need to work hard like other children to learn. As long as you taught them once, they would be able to remember it immediately and draw inferences about other things. The people outside said that the 2 of them were monsters, and it even spread to the palace. They even thought that they could kill them. What a joke! To them, they were definitely monsters, but to them they were national scholars. The more monsters they were, the better. "Monster! Xiaobao, you monster! Hurry up and say it. Look at the 2 of you. How many people's hearts are affected by your every action? Since young, you have never allowed others to have peace. What auspicious sign! Isn't it just a greenhouse? Then you took explosives to blow up other people's wells. At that time, the furnace for steelmaking was not done properly. You made something like a rice flour and sold it at a sky-high price. How are you going to deal with them? You can't live a good life, but you insist on believing in some other religion. Can't you believe in us? Even if we are high and mighty, we can believe in the 2 of you. Speak." As Li Longji was thinking, he suddenly realized that Zhang Xiaobao had lowered his head and was eating again. He did not have time to eat his own 2 fried eggs. He actually shared them with his wife, with Xiaobao. "Didn't the 2 of you eat medium rare?" "Ours is medium rare." "Ah." Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and rubbed his mouth with a blank expression. Wang Wan was secretly laughing at the side. Just now, when Xiaobao saw that the other party had entered a state of deep thought, he brought over the food that the other party was eating. The reason was very good. He said that thinking about problems exhausted one's brain and needed to replenish one's nutrition. It was not like physical work, where one could just replenish one's protein. A brain worker's first thought was to replenish one's glucose. Thus, he ate the other party's eggs, which were high in protein. "I'm asking you a question. Speak. Only you, Xiaobao. If it were any other subject who dared to ignore us, we would definitely have Xiao Bei arrest him. Xiao Bao, if we had Xiao Bei arrest you, do you think Xiao Bei would do it? When Li Longji was talking about serious matters, he changed the topic again. In response to your Majesty's question, Xiao Bei would capture this subject to tell them a story. This subject's idea is actually not special at all. There are only 2 points. One is to fish in troubled waters, the other is to add fuel to the fire, and the other is to fight poison with poison. Zhang Xiaobao helped to correct the topic. How do we play? Will many of our great Tang's citizens die? This was what Li Longji was most concerned about. In theory, no. In practice, there might be some losses. This is the best method I can think of, Zhang Xiaobao replied. What method? Li Longji and the others asked at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao immediately said. Instead, he took out a small box from his bosom and handed it to Wang Wan. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, when people smoke cigars, they don't inhale into their lungs. They use their tongue and nose to feel the purity of the smoke. When you smoke, you inhale into your lungs. There's something wrong with you. Although she said this, Wang Wan still cut the cigar that Zhang Xiaobao had instructed her to roll. After roasting it, she lit it up and stuffed it into Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. What purity! At the beginning, cigars were used as stimulants. They can even be eaten. It's such a pure smoke, it's a pity not to smoke it. There are also people who eat it. Compared to the exhaust gas and smoke from the chemical industry, this little bit of smoke is nothing. On average, I smoke one every 5 days. Zhang Xiaobao explained first. Then he said to Li Longji and the others, it's actually very simple. No matter how strong a fortress is, it's most afraid of being breached from the inside. Since others use this kind of religious method to deceive people, we should follow their example. I'll arrange for some people to join in and then come up with their doctrine. Cuckoo, and I will modify it to make it more reasonable. Then we'll send it back. At this time, the other party will have a hard time. If they accept the new doctrine, they will not be able to face the censure of their original doctrine by the people we have placed in their past. If they deny the new doctrine, they will have to deny their own doctrine, for we have changed it according to the basis of their doctrine. In this way, their external struggle will become their internal struggle. It's very interesting. When we design several principles based on their original doctrine and come up with a new doctrine, it's inevitable that they will split up, because their religion itself is very ambitious, and only those with ambition in their hearts would think of a way to spread it. Once there is a gap between the various leaders, when they see an opportunity, we don't have to worry about it anymore. At that time, I'll arrange for people to infiltrate and capture their leaders. After that, we'll take their power back. Then we'll further improve the doctrine and let the people return to normal. If there's still someone who's not normal, we'll send them to the border and encourage them to follow the doctrine and fight. This is the only way. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he felt his hair stand on end. This is too sinister. Without waiting for him to say anything, Wang Wan followed Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought and said, actually, it's not too difficult to seize power. The reason why they succeeded was because we didn't have the time to carry out the spiritual civilization of the people. As a result, they found a small loophole to take advantage of. When we carry out the spiritual civilization of the people, it'll be difficult for their religion to develop. At the same time, if they want to develop well, they need financial support. In front of similar doctrines, the believers can't tell which is true and which is false. They prefer to see the practical results. We provide the money. This way, the people we arrange will have more say in the religion, overthrow the original leader, and establish a new spiritual pillar. This time, Li Longji and the others agreed. Indeed, all seemingly sturdy factions usually started to disintegrate from the inside. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, we understand what you mean. Perhaps it will take some time, but the effect should be good. When the time comes, we'll capture their people and kill them all. Let's see who dares to do anything to harm our great Tang in the future. Li Longji planned to support this, meaning that he would also send people to join in. The more people there were, the more chaotic the religion would become. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao heard Li Longji's words, they shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Actually, cuckoo, and I just find it annoying. We don't want to specifically target the leaders sent by the enemy. We want to know which faction or organization or country is causing trouble. When the time comes, we'll directly target the most basic figure of the enemy. I hope it's not Silla, Japan, or a group of small countries in the southwest. Otherwise, our energy is limited, and we can only arrange for the other ministers in the court to take action." Wang Wan pointed to the northwest, implying that she hoped that it was the people of Duosher who were causing trouble. "Then, what would the two of you do if it was another country?" Li Longji asked. "Endure. For the time being, we'll cut off the other party's hand." "Then we'll endure until we have free hands," Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 1053. Knowing that Zhang Xiaobao had a plan, Li Longji calmed down and led a group of people to the bottom deck of the ship to fish. They had to go to Hangzhou this time. At that time, they would have to compete with Wang Ju in fishing. Who asked Wang Ju to be so knowledgeable about fishing? They had to practice more so that when they arrived, even if they lost, they wouldn't lose too badly. They asked Zhang Xiaobao for a full set of fishing tackle. They didn't consider the situation of the river and the fish and planned to try one by one. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't have anything else to do for the time being. The inner court was in charge of the family matters, and the court officials were in charge of the matters. They had already passed the period where they had to do everything by themselves. If Li Longji wasn't with them, they would have an easier time. With Li Longji and the others around, they had to deal with things by themselves. According to Wang Wan's understanding, when a person became a high-ranking official and reached a certain level of status, they wouldn't care about the details below. Instead, they would try to build good relations with other political forces. Similarly, according to Zhang Xiaobao, when one had too much money to spend, not only would it not help the development of one's career, but it would also have a negative impact. The most important thing for rich people to do was to eat, drink, and play with other rich people. Then they would earn money and cheat people. To be honest, I dislike people stirring up trouble in Tang, especially using religious means. Tang doesn't need so many sects, and I also don't intend to give them space to develop. I hate propaganda like God loves the world the most. Zhang Xiaobao was bored and casually picked up a book to read as he spoke to Wang Wan. Wang Wan smiled. "You dare to say this now, but in the past, would you dare to say this? There will be countless people who will oppose you. The power of religion isn't so easy to get rid of. Otherwise, how can the country recognize their status? Helpless. The purpose of atheism isn't to make people abandon everything, but to not believe in other sections. Superstition is sometimes a kind of spiritual sustenance. If there is no sustenance, then it is dangerous. Without faith, it is a kind of faith. What do you believe in? If you change to another book, can you still read it?" When Wang Wan spoke, she saw Zhang Xiaobao reading seriously. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao helplessly put down the book. There was no other way. He had to put it down. It was an elegant book, just like the Xinhua dictionary. He had already memorized it when he was young. How much leisure time did he have to read the dictionary? Looking at Aryo again, Zhang Xiaobao said gloomily, "Tell me, we can't do without reference books. Even if we have reference books, others don't like to read them. Can we think of a way to make others take the initiative to read reference books?" "Yes, we'll give money to whoever sees it. I believe many people will be very interested and take the initiative." As Wang Wan spoke, she turned around and took out her embroidery brace and slowly embroidered it. Zhang Xiaobao had nothing to do. When he saw Wang Wan doing embroidery, he felt a headache and said, "Embroidery is too demanding. It's better to learn cross-stitch. It's simple and fast. I see many people like that." A large piece of embroidery can be sold for more than 10,000 yuan. Some people even sell it for more. There are flowers, grass, mountains, and rivers. I have collected a lot. There are about 2 warehouses. I think I can sell it. Before I came, I had been thinking about it. Wang Wan stopped and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise. She asked, "What do you want that for?" "I'm selling it. It's a task that I gave to the primary school students. Use it as child labor because I realize that many children have nothing to do after school. They're not like the children in the city. The children in the city are busy. Other than their normal studies, they have to learn more things. The children in the countryside are very remote. I give them some work to do, and then I buy it back with money. In fact, I don't directly give them money. If I give them money, they will buy toys. I can't make a loss. After they finish embroidering, I find a way to sell it. You don't know, but the things they embroider are very abstract. Some people like this thing." Zhang Xiaobao was probably really bored. He talked about the past with a faint smile on his face. When Wang Wan saw him, she felt that he was now a child and not an all-powerful figure. She asked doubtfully, "Isn't it good to buy toys?" "It is good, but to be honest, I think they are not qualified to play. Besides their normal studies, they can earn some money to subsidize their families' living expenses. It can also provide equipment for their studies. So I changed them into clothes, textbooks, and ballpoint pens. I didn't give them pencils or fountain pens. Pencils are easy to break, fountain pens are always broken, and ballpoint pens are cheap. Pen refills are a few cents each. Even if the plastic outside is broken, they can still write by wrapping paper or drilling a wooden stick. I also saved a few shoe factories. I bought pig skin and threw it to the shoe factories for them to make leather shoes. They don't have to look good as long as they are durable. You also know that our party has been promoting education. In fact, from top to bottom, it is already bad to a certain extent. There are so many people. Even if we develop for another 100 years, the children who should not have textbooks will still not have textbooks. That should be overturned. Let's get down to business. Don't attack people. It's wrong to attack a group of people. If you really overturn it, do you think the children will have a good life?" Wang Wan was most disgusted by Zhang Xiaobao's attacks, so she interrupted him. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "That's not it. I'm just venting. Because I did it, I feel that I have a reason to attack others. Just like Xiao Bei, they can stand on the moral high ground to criticize others. I have contributed, so I think that I am better than others. When they accuse me of fraud, I can accuse them of not doing anything. Of course, they usually don't accuse me. If they want to catch me, I won't accuse them. I will lie to them. Anyway, even if I don't lie, the money will be left by them." "Huh." Wang Wan found Zhang Xiaobao's words interesting and couldn't help but laugh. She said, "At least over there, it's not easy to starve to death, right? Unless someone is willing to starve to death, they can always eat. It's better than the current Tang Empire. Can you guarantee that no one in the Tang Empire has ever starved to death? It's fine if you compare yourself, but the speed of the world's information flow is fast. If you compare yourself to others, it's over. The Tang Empire is now much better than other countries. Who dares to find trouble? Not to mention, there really is. The matter of the Jiangnan West Road is not over yet. Until now, I still don't know who is behind it. It's a very smart guy." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he found the map and spread it on the table. He pointed at the Jiangnan West Road and said, "Do you know? My favorite TV program is The Animal World. Look at the seasonal migration of the grassland animals. Look at the cows, zebras, and other animals running and running. As they run, they live and die. As soon as the foals are born, they can't keep up with the speed and will definitely die. When the stallions see the maras being eaten by the lions, they can only show sadness in their eyes. They are afraid. They know how powerful the lions are, but they never take the initiative to attack. I've been anxious for them more than once. I want to tell them that when thousands of horses are running, all lions and tigers will fall for me. After seeing so many of them, I know the helplessness of life. I'm also glad that I'm a human and a person who won't stand by and watch. When a group of people run away from a lion, they deserve to die. It's like people who are forcibly demolished and poured gasoline on themselves. Xiao Bao, you don't seem to be in a good mood today. What are you going to do? Go back and encourage others to rebel? Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao again. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and scratched his head in embarrassment. He said, "No, how can I go back? I don't even know how I came here. Of course, I definitely don't believe that God sent me here. Unless God is cheap. Otherwise, if I belittle them, how can they help me?" Just like what you asked just now, do I dare to talk about other religions at that time? Why wouldn't I dare? Not only do I dare, but I also opened a dance hall next to their church. It's very old, very Broadway style, very lively. What can they do to me? In the face of power, force, and money, all dignity is nonsense. Have you forgotten how the people in the Arabian region were bullied a long time ago? I killed cows in front of Indians and ate pork in front of Islam. What can they do to me? You are always attacking the beliefs of others. Think about it. If others attack you, how would you feel? You still have to respect what should be respected. Just like what you said just now, people should be united. Wang Wan advised. In fact, she was very clear that many religions had various requirements later on for the convenience of life. They were not like that at the beginning. They could not drink wine because it consumed food. They could not eat pigs because it was also a waste of food. Another reason was that it was unhygienic to raise and eat pigs. Cows were naturally labor, not only in India, but now they could not be killed casually. The emergence of religions was a need for the survival of social groups. There was no need to elevate them to a high position. It was just that there were too many people and it was not easy to kill them. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips indifferently. Attacking my beliefs? That's good. I believe in the law of the jungle. Attacking me is a part of my beliefs. Even if they don't attack me, I will take the initiative to attack others. When have you ever seen a crocodile talk reason with a deer and respect the deer's beliefs? All right, you're a crocodile. Let me see if you're crying because you've eaten too much salt. I know what you mean. You've said so much because you want me to kill people with you. Everyone involved this time, no matter how old or young they are, kill them all. Since their religion wants to rise, then they'll have to suffer all kinds of hardships during the rise. Death is also a kind of new life. Wang Wan finally understood why Zhang Xiaobao was not in a good mood. Zhang Xiaobao was angry. He did not want to kill all of them, and he could not do it. But if he did not kill them, others would see the opportunity. So he was looking for a reason to kill them. Thinking about this, Wang Wan suddenly felt that Zhang Xiaobao was kinder than her. When some kind of disaster happened in their place, the first thing that came to their mind was not how many people died or how many people were homeless, but whether they could keep their position and whether there was a chance to push the blame to others. Zhang Xiaobao, the first thing that came to his mind was, what about the children? Were there any schools that were affected? This was because he was not worried about losing anything. He was concerned about his children, while the officials were concerned about their positions. Just like Yan Zheng, Zhang Xiaobao let his family go in the end because it was a crime that could kill his entire family. Zhang Xiaobao was silent for a while and sighed, "Let's talk about it later. Fishing, let's go. You accompany me to fish. It won't delay your embroidery. You have been embroidering for a few days. What are you embroidering? A baby's didoo. Embroider a few more. When our new siblings are born, let them wear them. Let's go. When the time comes, you will probably have to compete with your grandfather in fishing. The odds of winning are not high." Wang Wan took the pole and walked out first. Zhang Xiaobao followed behind him. Don't think that inventing a fishing tool is so awesome. I used to fish for sharks. I know. You also used a fishing pole to fish for whales. I will help you blow. I really used to fish for sharks. I know. You used a fishing pole. A fishing pole can't do it. You can. Xiao Bei, look. This small and thin bamboo pole can't catch big fish. It can only catch small ones. In a pavilion built on the outskirts of West Lake, Wang Ju was fishing with Xiao Bei and the others. He had quite a few children at home, but he couldn't find anyone as smart and quick-witted as Xiao Bei. So when Xiao Bei and the others arrived, he temporarily ignored the other children and focused on playing with Xiao Bei and the others. The dam here had already been built according to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's design. It was actually the original Su dike. That person hadn't come out yet. The two of them first made the dike and named it the Hanhai dike. This way, they wouldn't be afraid that someone would come looking for them. The weeping willows on the dike sprouted earlier than the ones in the north. When the wind blew, the willows rustled. The scenery was good, but it wasn't very attractive to Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei liked to play, and Xiao Hai had no choice but to accompany him. The other children just casually found a book and read it under the shade of an umbrella. Pan, and her brother ran around, always taking pleasure in disturbing others. At this time, Wang Ju was teaching Xiao Bei about fishing equipment. It was very simple and didn't say too much. He only told Xiao Bei the thickness of the fishing pole. He didn't even mention the hook. He was afraid that if he said too much, Xiao Bei wouldn't remember and would ask a lot of strange questions. But even so, Xiao Bei still asked, "Grandfather, if it's a thick bamboo pole, does it mean that you can only catch big fish and not small ones?" If you use a thick fishing pole to catch small fish, you have to use a small hook. That's a waste. It's called using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Wang Ju took out a thick fishing pole and gestured a few times as he explained to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded and asked, "If you put a bamboo pole horizontally on a pole, and there are a lot of fishing lines running down it, and there are small hooks at the bottom of each line, wouldn't it be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" "That's not the case. If one of the hooks is bitten, you have to lift the entire pole, right? It's troublesome, right?" Wang Ju really didn't think of this problem. He finally realized that Xiao Bei was different from other children. Although he felt that Xiao Bei's idea wasn't good, he was very happy in his heart. Xiao Bei lowered his head and thought for a moment, then shook his head and continued to ask, "Grandfather, why do fish bite the hook?" "Because there are all kinds of food on the hook. As long as you find the right food that fish like to eat and put it on the hook, the fish will eat it." Wang Ju thought that this problem was simple, but who knew that Xiao Bei would ask, "If there's a lot of food dangling in front of the fish, won't it be easier for the fish to bite the hook?" "Naturally," Wang Ju replied. "Then what I said just now was that if you put a bamboo pole horizontally, wouldn't there be a lot of food?" "Why didn't I say that? Is the price of the bait expensive?" "If it didn't cost money, it would be troublesome, but there would be more opportunities to catch fish if I put it down. I can even make a square bamboo raft and then use countless fishing lines to hook it up with a pole. When the fish see, wow, there's a lot of food here, they will call their friends over. Below, I'll put a net, and when the fish bite the hook, I'll lift the net first and see where the fish will run to, right?" Xiao Bei used his hands to make a square bamboo raft as he asked Wang Ju. Wang Ju listened to Xiao Bei's words and looked at Xiao Bei's excited expression with a stunned expression. He had to admit that if he did, as Xiao Bei said, the fish would be unlucky. However, fishing wasn't like that. After thinking for a while, Wang Ju explained to Xiao Bei, "Xiao Bei, do you know why we're fishing?" "For food. My brother's grilled fish is the best. He always catches for us, and he even catches prawns. Such big prawns. I'll be half full after eating 2. When my brother comes, I'll ask him to grill more for you. If it's not enough, I'll give my share to you. But it's best to catch more so that everyone can eat." Xiao Bei gestured with his hands to show that the prawns were so big. He even stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, as if he was recalling the taste of the prawns his brother made for him. Wang Ju was very touched. He looked at his granddaughter. She was obviously greedy, but she was willing to give up her fish, unlike other children who only knew how to fight for good food. However, this wasn't his purpose for fishing. He patted Xiao Bei's head and said with a smile, Xiao Bei, fishing isn't for food but for a kind of mood. It's to use fishing to allow yourself to be as calm as when you're fishing. Do you understand? Wang Ju was afraid that if he spoke too deeply, a child like his granddaughter wouldn't understand. So he tried to explain it in straightforward terms. Even so, he was worried that his granddaughter wouldn't understand. However, not only did Xiao Bei understand, she also nodded and said, I understand. It's to fish better than to fish. I understand. My brother and sister said this before, but now that we're using bait, we're at a disadvantage. The truly skilled people use vertical hooks and don't put any bait. Then how do we catch it? Which fish will eat it? Wang Ju asked with a smile. The willing ones will take the bait. It's just like being a human. Many people think that there won't be a fish that's stupid enough to bite a straight hook. But sometimes people are even more stupid than the fish they think are stupid. So when I fish, it's only for the fish and nothing else. Because I don't want to be an idiot and waste time. I can use this time to read books, find good food to eat, and teach Pan, and the others. If I really don't fish for the fish, then I'll fish for others to see. I'll let others see me fishing. Grandfather, what's wrong with you? Let's just continue fishing. Just treat it as me playing. Playing is also something that must be done. Brother said so. As Xiao Bei spoke, she waved her hand in front of Wang Ju's face. She found that her grandfather's eyes were fixed on her. Wang Ju returned to his senses and suddenly stood up. He looked at Xiao Bei, then looked at Xiao Hai, who was crouching on the hook, as well as Xiao Yuan, who was reading a book in Pan, who was playing around. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and asked Xiao Bei in a trembling voice, You guys normally your brother and sister teach you this? You like to hear it? Don't you find it annoying? You children are so obedient. At this moment, Wang Ju could no longer be described as shocked. He was thoroughly frightened. He couldn't understand how Xiao Bei's words came out of her mouth. That wasn't something that a child should say. For a child of Xiao Bei's age, her words should be filled with fantasy and ignorance. Then, when adults heard it, they would laugh or occasionally say something adults would say and show a proud expression. He observed the other children and found that they were all very normal. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with Xiao Bei saying this. This kind of normality was abnormal, especially the 7 people who were reading books. Many children from wealthy families didn't like to casually pick up books to read. They were more interested in finding something fun to do. What kind of teaching method could make the children take the initiative to find books to read? After asking a series of questions, Wang Ju stared at Xiao Bei and waited for her to answer. He wanted to understand what was going on. Xiao Bei was confused by her grandfather's actions and questions. She blinked her large eyes and looked at Wang Ju with a look that said, What's wrong with you? Xiao Bei, tell grandfather, when your brother and sister teach you, don't you feel annoyed? Wang Ju crouched down and asked softly. Xiao Bei shook her head vigorously and replied, No, grandfather, don't you think it's very fun? Brother and sister tell us stories, and the people in the stories say that. After they finish, they become powerful, very powerful. Then are you willing to read books? Wang Ju asked again. Yes. Xiao Bei nodded. If I don't read books, how can I listen to stories? If we learn well, the people in the stories will be powerful. If we don't learn well, the main character will always be bullied, so we can only learn more. Now, the girl who represents me is already level 45, and she has half a body of good equipment. She's not just powerful. She can defeat people of the same level as her. Xiao Bei explained the use of reading books to Wang Ju. She meant that it was very powerful. Wang Ju's mouth was wide open. This was the first time he had heard of such a method of teaching children. He looked at the others. A few of the children also looked over. They all had the same thought. Little Yuan, according to this, you're the most powerful one? Is that whatever level high? It's the high representative who's powerful, right? Wang Ju asked little Yuan, who was the closest to him. In his heart, he had already approved of this method of teaching children. The only difficult part was who would make up the stories. Not only did they have to make the children like listening to them, but they also had to include the knowledge they wanted to teach. Little Yuan sighed, put down the book, and said, "No, my equipment is better, but my level is low. I'm only level 42. I'm 5 levels lower, and I'm a support-type main character. If I were to fight by myself, I wouldn't even be able to beat a level 40 main character." Ah, Wang Ju's mouth opened again. He didn't understand. Why was it like this? He shook his head and asked in confusion, "Little Yuan, aren't you known for having a photographic memory and reading 10 lines at a glance? How can you not compare to Xiao Bei?" "It's not a photographic memory. It's just that I remember things faster than others, especially words. However, there are also math problems in the story. I don't like to take the initiative to fight, so every time I have to choose, I choose a choice that I think is better. As a result, I slowly become a support-type character." Little Yuan appeared to be very aggrieved. He couldn't understand why, when his brother and sister were telling stories, at a certain point, the protagonist had to choose his actions. After he chose one, the equipment and skills he received would be supplementary. Xiao Bei testified at the side, "Yes, yes." Little Yuan always regretted his choice and became a support-type main character. However, Little Yuan has a skill that's very powerful. It's a mutual destruction skill. His brother and sister said that Little Yuan is the kind of person who won't take the initiative to attack unless he's forced to a dead end. However, when it's really necessary, his final blow isn't something that anyone can withstand. Wang Ju completely understood this time. The personalities of the characters in the story were basically the same as in reality. Every choice was a test that his grandson, Zhang Xiaobao, and granddaughter-in-law, Wang Wan, gave his younger siblings. They judged their younger siblings' personalities from their choices. If they were upset because the main character in the story couldn't fight, then they could change their minds the next time they made a choice. Thinking of this, Wang Ju suddenly had an impulse to immediately meet his grandson and granddaughter-in-law and take a good look at them. This was because he knew very well that when the two of them told stories to their younger siblings, they weren't just playing with them. Instead, they were teaching their younger siblings knowledge that children of the same age couldn't learn and weren't willing to learn. At the same time, they were letting their younger siblings experience life in the story. The main character's personality was basically the character of their younger siblings in reality. Then, if Little Yuan felt that his main character was getting more and more aggrieved as he lived, he would naturally change his choice. However, what changed was not only the choice, but also Little Yuan's own personality. As for Little Bei, if she liked to fight, there might be a situation where she couldn't fight in the end and needed to give in. Then she would understand that sometimes giving in did not mean that she had lost. This was a principle that a person could only understand in a long life, but it allowed Xiao Bao and Wang Wan to understand it faster in the story. No wonder they know so much, and no wonder the children are so much like adults. But why do they not lack the innocence of children? Wang Ju murmured. He really couldn't understand. He realized that Little Bei was a group of children. Although they knew a lot, they weren't as deep as adults. They liked to do all the things that children should like to do. Little Bei was also willing to carry a doll, feed it, and change its clothes. "Grandfather, grandfather, go fishing. If you really can't catch anything, I'll go down and catch some for you. I'm very good at catching fish. My brother and sister both praise me." Little Bei's voice rang in Wang Ju's ears. "Yes, yes, yes. Go fishing. If you can't catch anything, Little Bei will catch it. Little Bei is really good." Wang Ju decided not to think about it. It was just like how he couldn't understand how Zhang Zhong, whom he had looked down on back then, could be so successful now. It was too much of a headache. Little Bei puffed out her chest and raised her head, looking like she was the best. She picked up the fishing rod and threw it into the water with all her strength. At the same time, she shook the fishing rod and said, "Fish, fish, take the bait. I'm going to make delicious food for grandfather." Wang Ju didn't throw the fishing rod. It was a small fishing rod, so there was no need to throw it out. He could just do it lightly. However, his current state was no longer fishing. Even if he forced himself not to think about what little Bei and the others had learned, he still subconsciously had such thoughts. As he continued to fish, Wang Ju couldn't find the feeling of fishing. Just as he was about to find something else to play with little Bei and the others, the figure of a small boat appeared on the surface of West Lake in the distance. Looking at the situation, the small boat was slowly approaching. Wang Ju looked up and then lowered his head to continue fishing. He knew that the boat couldn't come over. Other than his own guards and the children's protection team, it was impossible for other boats to come close, not to mention nearby, even within the range of guns. Not only were there boats patrolling on the surface of the water, but there were also people hiding in the lotus leaves underwater. Little Bei also saw the boat. She wasn't focused on fishing at all. Perhaps she wouldn't feel it even if all the bait was eaten by the fish. Looking at the approaching boat, Little Bei said, "After a while, there will be many lotus flowers blooming here. Unfortunately, I don't think I can see it. I'll stay here for a day today and another day tomorrow. When the fleet is resupplied, I'll go to Jiangzhou. Who dares to go against my business? Humph, I'll go and see who has the guts to do so." When Xiao Bei mentioned this, Wang Ju's face was filled with reluctance. This was because he couldn't find a single child in the family who could compare to Xiao Bei and the others. They could sing and dance, and when the 9 children were together, they could even form a band. Their knowledge was also incomparable. He wouldn't get tired of such a child staying by his side all day long. However, if she wanted to go to Jiangzhou, he couldn't stop her. Little Bei listened to her brother and sister and went there. Furthermore, the emperor would be coming soon. He had to make preparations. Even if the emperor didn't need the local government to bear the cost of welcoming and sending him off, he still had to do what he had to do. Thinking of this, Wang Ju said to Little Bei with concern, "When you're outside, you have to hide well. Don't always stand in front. It's easy to be in danger. It's not good even if you're injured. Go and come back quickly. Kill those who should be killed and capture those who should be captured. When you come back, the lotus flowers of West Lake will bloom." Little Bei nodded vigorously. "Oh, I understand. The people there are probably not good people. A small portion of them are not good people. When we arrive, I'll hide behind the guards. When we come back, the boat will be following the current. Quick, look at the lotus flowers. What do you say? Xiao Yuan, it's the lotus flower that sister mentioned." After all, during the 6th month of West Lake, the scenery is not the same as during the 4th month. The heaven-reaching lotus leaf is infinitely green, and the sun-reflecting lotus flower is exceptionally red. Xiao Yuan lowered his head and looked at the book. He casually said this out loud with great chemistry. He knew what Xiao Bei was asking. "Good poem. Who wrote it?" Wang Ju first looked at Xiao Yuan with admiration and then praised him. "I don't know. Sister said it was written by an idler. That person had nothing to do, so he looked at flowers and played. He's probably a painter. You're right. If we really come back early, Sister Xiaozhu can paint according to it. We haven't seen many of the sceneries that brother and sister told us." Little Bei shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Wang Ju said, "Oh," and put the poem on Wang Wan, thinking that it was written by Wang Wan. She said, "When we go back, I'll find someone to write it down, frame it, and hang it on the wall. It's a good poem. In my opinion, it should be hung beside West Lake and written in big letters, so that everyone can see it. Then they can advertise it. When others hear the poem, they will think about what the heaven-reaching lotus leaf looks like and the sun-reflecting lotus flower. My family has a tourism business here. The more people come, the more my family earns. Isn't it great to tour West Lake and look at the scenery and eat at the precious candy house?" Little Bei swayed his fishing pole and said casually, as if he wasn't thinking about it deliberately. Wang Ju nodded. He was gradually getting used to the difference between Little Bei and the others. He just casually said something, and little Bei immediately talked about earning money. She really didn't disgrace her identity as Xiao Bao's sister. Little Bei, after you earn money, what do you do with the money? Except for flowers for the adults? Wang Ju deliberately asked. He actually knew what little Bei and the group of children were doing with the money, but he still wanted to hear it. Little Bei stared at the water and said faintly, "Grandfather, actually, we don't want to do anything with the money. Brother and sister are already working hard to give benefits to the children of Tang Empire, right? Anyway, it's good for the children now, and good for Tang Empire when the children grow up. We earn money because we have nothing to do. Think about it. We are Tang Empire's patrol inspectors, and we have to patrol Tang Empire. No matter where we go, we have to spend money. It doesn't matter whose money we spend. So why don't we spend our own?" In the past, when we were officials in other places, I was a county magistrate. The population there was very small. Think about it, when I made a decision, they followed me to work. In the end, they worked from spring to autumn. Not only did they not earn any benefits, they even lost money. That's my own responsibility, and I have to bear it. I take out money and compensate them. If they can earn 100 copper coins according to my plan, I will give them 100 copper coins. This way, they will do whatever I ask them to do next time. In other words, we want to use the money we earn to bear our own responsibilities. Parents have their own responsibilities. Brothers and sisters have their own responsibilities, and children have their own responsibilities. But we are children, and the position we sit in makes us have the responsibility of patrol inspectors. This is what we thought of. After we discussed it, we want to earn money. Even if our family is already very rich, we don't need to worry about fighting for the family property when we grow up. Why is that boat still heading here? This is my family's tourist area. If we don't allow it, why would it come here?" Xiao Bei said something that should only come out of the mouth of an adult. As he spoke, he suddenly pointed ahead. The boat that was still very far away was gradually approaching. There was already a boat that went over to warn them, but that boat still came over. It was estimated that if it went a little further and didn't stop, they would be attacked. The range of the warning was still a little bit away from the final limit of the defense, so they weren't immediately attacked. Wang Ju was still thinking along with Xiao Bei's words. When she heard Xiao Bei mention that boat, she paid attention and said, "Don't worry about them. If that boat really dares to come over, someone will naturally take care of them. Xiao Bei, you guys are already so powerful now. What are you going to do in the future?" "Powerful? Oh, it's powerful. Our official position is very high. It's the same rank as maternal grandfather. Oh no, it's one rank higher. Other than Uncle Emperor, we're one rank higher. In the future, we don't know what we're going to do in the future. I'll listen to elder brother and elder sister. They'll make arrangements for us. When the time comes, we'll do whatever they want us to do. In any case, I know they won't lie to us." Xiao Bei didn't seem to care about the future. His eyes were still looking at that boat. Wang Ju listened to Xiao Bei's words and thought about it. Although Xiao Bei and the others were very independent now, they always had to follow the rules set by the Zhang family and Wang family. When they grew up, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would definitely find suitable things for them to do according to their personalities. In this aspect, they were much better than other families. Other families, no matter how powerful they were, would usually make arrangements for their children in advance. Of course, when making arrangements, they usually didn't look at what their children could do, but what they wanted their children to do. As for Xiao Bei and the others, the family would decide what they were suitable for based on their thoughts and abilities. No wonder the emperor had thrown his 2 children here. It turned out that, when Wang Ju thought of this, she was suddenly shocked, because she suddenly realized that if this continued, the future emperor's throne wouldn't be the current crown prince. Then what would the current crown prince do? Would he rebel? The more she thought about it, the more worried Wang Ju became. The great Tang's development was many times greater than before, but if a civil war broke out, the situation would change. Not good. I have to send someone to keep an eye on the crown prince. Otherwise, the imperial palace will be filled with danger. What can be done? Wang Ju was someone who had helped Li Longji in his rebellion, so when she thought of others, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Little Hai was still looking down at the surface of the water. There seemed to be something more important there that attracted him. As for the ship that was coming over, he just glanced at it and then ignored it. After hearing Wang Ju's words, he finally spoke to his grandfather after being silent for a long time. Maternal grandfather, no one can rebel, and no one believes that a rebellion can succeed. With elder brother and elder sister here, it's impossible unless someone is tired of living. In truth, it doesn't matter who becomes emperor. What matters is who wants to be emperor and how they plan to be emperor. If elder brother and elder sister aren't satisfied, even if they become emperor, they'll remove them. I'm confident that elder brother and elder sister can do it. After saying this, Xiao Hai fell silent and continued to look the float in front of him. Wang Ju was already used to the matters of these children, or perhaps he was numb to it. But when he thought about it, he realized that he had suddenly thought of something and was in a bad mood. Right, no one could rebel. The current great Tang was very stable, and the people didn't lack food. If they wanted to rebel, they needed someone to support them. The officials in the court wouldn't support them, unlike the current emperor. A fishing rod, a pot of wine, a bright sun, a floating cloud, a clear lake, a bait to attract a fish. Dare I ask, is the great Tang patrol envoy here? While Wang Ju was thinking about this matter, the sound of someone chanting came from the water. It was clear that the other party was coming for them, and they clearly had a goal in mind. Xiao Bei blinked and turned to Wang Ju. Maternal grandfather, this person's voice is really loud. He's so far away, but we can still hear him. Admirable. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, Wang Ju smiled. The other party shouted like that, but Xiao Bei was actually concerned about whether the other party's voice was loud or not. Xiao Bei, he's coming for you. Do you want to meet him? Of course, he's here. Why don't we meet him? Also, brother and sister have sent us a message saying that if someone comes voluntarily, we'll take them to Jiangzhou. If they go willingly, then so be it. If they don't want to go, we'll catch them and make them do it willingly. Xiao Bei covered his mouth and laughed as he said to Wang Ju. Then he shouted at the top of his voice, I am. What do I do? Wang Ju listened to Xiao Bei shout and felt that it was more interesting. At the same time, he admired his grandson very much. He could even calculate this. No wonder people called him Lian Huan. He was really amazing. At this time, the other party also shouted, I'm a villager from the mountains. Today I'm here. I heard that the great Tang patrol envoy is also here, so I'd like to meet you. Then come over. Let's search you first. Xiao Bei shouted back. Soon, a person jumped onto the guard's boat and was pulled into the boat. It seemed that they needed to go through a detailed search. The boat was also heading towards the shore. Xiao Bei said to Wang Ju, Grandfather, I'm sure that person didn't bring anything dangerous with him. Why is that? Wang Ju asked. Because he's coming for us. Naturally, he knows that he has to go through a thorough search. If he brings anything, he's courting death. Even if we find a writing brush on him, he can forget about seeing us again. Also, if he has false teeth, we'll pull them out in advance. Humph. Let's see what he says when he comes over. It's really fun, Xiao Bei said with a smile. Wang Ju patted Xiao Bei's head and praised. Our Xiao Bei is really smart. Yes. Xiao Bei was not modest at all. The person on the boat did not know that the person he wanted to meet had such an evaluation of him. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the boat approached. The person was escorted to the bow of the boat by 2 guards, one on the left and one on the right, and waited to go ashore. Wang Ju carefully sized up the other party. This person was wearing a gray robe and was relatively thin. His hair was casually tied up on his head with a wooden hairpin. His cheekbones were prominent, and he looked to be in his 40s. However, his eyes were very lively. He opened his mouth and asked, Who are you? Tell me your name. The question was not polite at all, but the person on the other side did not care. He confidently put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "I'm a villager from the mountains. My name is not important. Just call me Mountain Wind." After saying this, the person who called himself Mountain Wind looked at Xiao Bei and asked, "You are Xiao Bei. Let me ask you, what do you have to be able to become the patrol inspector of the Great Tang Empire? How do you patrol the Great Tang? Is it just like playing?" Chapter 1054. Hearing the other party's words. Wang Ju's face immediately darkened. He was about to speak when Xiao Bei spoke first. "Because I have a good brother and a good sister, I can easily see Uncle Emperor. That's why I'm a patrol inspector of the Tang Empire. You don't, so you can only say that you're a mountain villager. If you want to see me, you have to get my permission first, and you have to be searched. If I want to see you, even if you don't agree, I can have you captured. That's my ability. You don't agree? You still dare to ask me? Look at how sad you are." When Wang Ju heard Xiao Bei's words, his eyes almost popped out. His granddaughter was too amazing. She didn't care about other people's provocative questions. She could calmly admit that she relied on her brother and sister. Good girl. The person who called himself Mountain Wind was also confused. He thought that after he asked the question, Xiao Bei and the other children would be very angry and then argue with him about what they were capable of. For example, they were good to the people of the Great Tang, and they had learned a lot. But he never expected that Xiao Bei would admit that her brother and sister were amazing. What a petty person, not hiding at all. She even scolded him, degrading him to be worthless. This is troublesome. It's different from what I expected. It's not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Shan Feng pretended to be relaxed and smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to go ashore. He just stood at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back and said to Xiao Bei, "I don't have a brother or sister, but I live freely by myself. I live in the mountains and don't ask about other people. Can you do that? If there's something, you have to run around. Rich people have their troubles and villagers have their pleasures. Am I right?" "TSK." Xiao Bei curled her lips and said, "You're free? I'll make you uncomfortable now. The troubles of rich people are not something a villager like you can worry about. Tell me, you talk too much. What's your purpose here? Don't talk to me. I don't have time. I'm fishing." Xiao Bei's words made the other party choke again. Wang Ju chuckled. This granddaughter of his was too interesting. She could directly make the other party speechless. Shan Feng frowned. He realized that the method he wanted to use didn't work on Xiao Bei at all. Xiao Bei didn't follow his plan. Rolling his eyes, he switched his opponent to Wang Ju. He asked Wang Ju, "I wonder, as a provincial governor, how can you face the people under your rule by running back to your home here instead of staying where you are? What does it have to do with you? Are you from that side? Did you eat less or wear less? I, a mere Great Tang Patrol envoy, don't even care. Why would I need you to ask? Grandfather, don't bother with him. Brother said that there are some people in this world who think too highly of themselves. They always think that they will be valued if they behave differently from normal people. Hey, Mountain Wind, what are you doing here? What's the point of using a fake name? This is your last chance. If you have something to say, say it. If you don't even need to open your mouth." Xiao Bei didn't allow his grandfather to speak at all. He was still so straightforward. He was so straightforward that there was no room for criticism. He was so straightforward that he was unreasonable. Shan Feng's hands behind his back were trembling. He looked at Xiao Bei and couldn't help but nod. He realized that Xiao Bei had reached another level. He sighed and said, "I thought that, as a Great Tang Patrol envoy, you could reason with a villager like me. Who would have thought that?" Sigh. "You thought that there were many things, but I thought that, as a person who has lived for so long, you should be modest in front of a child like me. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Now you know, right? Do you regret it now? You can't even win against a child like me. What's the point of living? Where's your freedom as a villager? What is freedom? See through it, let it go, and then be at ease. You're so thick-skinned, Ba. Xiao Bei's words were still sharp. This time, the other party couldn't keep calm anymore. He took out his hands from behind his back and pointed at Xiao Bei with trembling fingers. You what? If you point at me again, I'll break your hands. Xiao Bei still didn't have a good expression. Do you know who I am? Shanfeng asked angrily. You're just a villager. All right, you've seen me. Go! I'll arrange a place for you to go to Jiangzhou with us. Xiao Bei turned his head away and didn't even look at the other party. The guards didn't say anything and restrained Shanfeng from both sides. The boat also steered away. It seemed that they didn't intend to go ashore here. Shanfeng panicked. You can't arrest me. I'm just asking about something. I haven't finished asking. You can't arrest me. Woo, noisy. I hate people like you the most. Say what you want and pretend. Humph, you even bully a child like me. Do you think it's easy for me? Am I right, grandfather? Xiao Bei said to Wang Ju with an aggrieved expression when he saw the other party being taken away with his mouth covered. Wang Ju's eyes were fixed on Shanfeng, who was being taken away. He silently mourned for the other party. Today, not only did he feel uncomfortable because of Xiao Bei's words, but he also lost his freedom. Sigh. Grandfather, am I right? Am I right? I feel wronged. Xiao Bei asked again. Yes. Our Xiao Bei has been wronged. Come, Xiao Bei, give grandfather a kiss. What else could Wang Ju say? No wonder Her Majesty liked Xiao Bei and the others so much. It was too interesting. They bullied people so righteously and even felt wronged. Xiao Bei kissed Wang Ju's face and said, Brother taught me this. Brother said that no matter how hard we learn, we're still too young. It's easy for others to trick us and bully us. So when we meet such people, we should deal with them directly. Then the world will be at peace. Yes, Xiao Bao is amazing. Do you know the identity of that person just now? At this time, Wang Ju was thinking about how to tell Xiao Bao when her grandson came over so that he could bring his own child with him. This was not only a teaching exercise, but it would also teach them the simplest way to avoid being bullied. It was very useful. After all, Xiao Bei and the others were still children. No matter what they did or said, others would not be able to find fault with them. It was wrong for an adult to argue with children. I know. It's with that Hu Liang we met on the way. Just put them together with the other 7 people. Let them stay together and discuss a plan. Give them a chance to collude. There must be a lot of people watching us now. If we really caught the wrong person, then it's their bad luck. We'll let them go after we find out the truth. But I guess this person is not innocent. As Xiao Bei spoke, he lifted the fishing rod with all his strength. Just as he was about to express his anger, a fish was suddenly pulled out of the water. Haha, I caught it. Xiao Bei cheered and pulled the fish in front of him to remove the hook. Wang Ju watched from the side and felt sad for the fish. This was because the fish was not caught by eating the bait. The hook was hooked on the fish's gills. When Xiao Bei pulled up, the fish was swimming beside him. Grandfather, I'm amazing, right? Xiao Bei did not care how he caught the fish and asked proudly. Amazing. Grandfather is not as good as you. Wang Ju nodded. Then let's continue. Let's see who catches more. Let's get another boat. Isn't it boring to just fish? Xiao Bei did not take the bait and threw the hook into the water. His eyes were full of anticipation as he looked into the distance. In Wang Ju's house, a few rooms were specially set aside. Hu Liang and the other 7 people were locked up in the rooms. The people on both sides had not met up yet, and the 7 people did not know how close they were to their 8th brother. Boss, do you still have strength? I can't go on anymore. Among the 7 people locked in a room, the 5th brother asked the eldest brother, who had closed his eyes and was not moving. Don't be afraid. They won't starve us to death. Let's hang in there. At least they sent us some water. When it's about time, we can eat something. The eldest brother was also hungry. He knew that he was hungry now, but it was not because of the discomfort in his stomach. His stomach had been numb for a long time. He only drank a little wine a day, so he was numb from hunger. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have sent a telegram. We don't know if the people on the other side have been caught. Sigh. I'm so hungry. My eyes are full of stars. Old Fifth kept swallowing his saliva. Only by doing so could he feel a little better. The other 5 people were also in the same state. They didn't even have the strength to open their eyes. They leaned there, looking like they were on the verge of exhaling but not taking in any breaths. Compared to their discomfort, Hu Liang was in a different situation. He did not lack food and drink. The only thing he lacked was freedom. Since he came to the house, he could not go outside casually. It was not like when he was on the ship, he could go to the deck and walk around. After he had eaten in the morning, he was escorted into the room. Here, not only was there a comfortable bed and mattress, there was also a bookshelf with many books on it. On the small table, there were tea leaves, 2 pots of water, dried fruits, and sunflower seeds. At this time, he was holding a book in his hand and reading. For the past few days, he had been used to this kind of life. Although he was still worried about others, he could endure this worry and try to not be so irritated. Just as he was reading the book, there was a knock on the door. Someone asked, "Is young Master Hu here?" "Yes, please come in." Hu Liang put down the book and looked at the door. He wanted to know what was going on. Under normal circumstances, no one would disturb him. As the door was pushed open, the inner courtyard, who had been in charge of his daily life, came in first and said to him with a smile, "Young Master, do you feel bored?" "It's okay, there are books to read. It's better than just staying here. I just don't know when you will be able to get on the ship again. The days on the ship are more comfortable than here." Hu Liang frankly expressed his feelings. Then he looked at the inner courtyard, hoping that the inner courtyard would tell him the purpose of his visit. "Young Master Hu, actually, we've also considered this matter. We reckon that you'll need to wait for another 2 days. In order to make sure that you won't be lonely, we've specially found a companion for you. Take a look and see if this person is all right." As the inner courtyard spoke, they shouted to the outside. Then Shan Feng was pushed in. In an instant, Hu Liang and Shan Feng were stunned. The 2 of them opened their mouths at the same time and said, "Why is it you?" "See, I knew that young Master Hu knew him." "Good, you 2 can be companions. We will go out first." "Young Master Shan, don't think of going out alone. Otherwise, you will easily lose your life. Goodbye." The inner courtyard left behind these words, smiled at the 2 of them, and turned to leave. Why didn't you hide properly? Why were you caught? Aren't you in charge of one-way communication? Where did they catch you?" Hu Liang did know the other party, and he also knew that the other party's status was not low. However, it was precisely because of this that he felt strange. Could it be that the spy system of the Zhang family and Wang family had infiltrated? When Shan Feng heard Hu Liang's question, he shook his head helplessly. He sat on a chair in the room, picked up a raisin, and stuffed it into his mouth. He slowly chewed until he swallowed it and said, "Don't mention it. I originally planned to meet Xiaobei and get some useful information from them. Therefore, when I found out that they were fishing by the West Lake, I got a boat to go there. In the end, before I could say a few words, they caught me." "Sigh. You are walking into a trap. You are confused. It's over. Just wait and see. It won't be long before they get the information from you. You should kill yourself." When Hu Liang heard the other party's words, he already knew what was going on. He actually went to provoke Xiaobei. When he was on the boat, he heard Xiaobei's words. Anyone who took the initiative to come over was to be caught and sent to Jiangzhou. It didn't matter even if they were caught wrongly for the time being. What was it called again? Oh, it was called better to catch 1,000 wrongly than to let one go. Shan Feng stopped eating and looked at Hu Liang in surprise. He asked, "Why would I commit suicide? I was in their place and had the opportunity to get information. When the time came, I would think of a way to escape or pass the information back. Wouldn't I have died for nothing if I committed suicide? If they asked me, I wouldn't say anything." "Oh, I see. Have you already told all your secrets to him? You traitor, no wonder you are in such a good place. You must have told them what I looked like. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caught me directly. Shan Feng was furious. His eyes were red as he questioned Hu Liang. Hu Liang sneered. What difference does it make whether I told them or not? I have been in contact with the higher-ups. Moreover, the 8 of us have probably all been caught. I just don't know if the other 7 are dead or alive. Betray you? Every time I see you, you don't have a fixed place. If I want to betray you, I have to know where you are. You don't know how powerful they are. While the 2 of them were arguing, there was a knock on the door again. The person who had just left came in with the same smile. He said, "How was your chat? I know that the 2 of you are still a little lonely, so I sent a few more people to you. It will be more lively when you are together." After saying that, Hu Liang shouted to the outside like before, "Bring them in." This time, 7 people came in. All of them looked weak. When both parties saw them, they said at the same time, "Why are you guys here?" Chapter 1055. Hu Liang didn't know what to feel at this moment. He was a little happy that he had finally seen his other 7 brothers, and they were all still alive. There was no shortage of people. It was the same as what he had heard on the boat. The Zhang family and Wang family had really captured the other 7 people, but they had been sent to him a little later. At the same time, he felt a sense of self-blame. If he hadn't come to test them, he wouldn't have been captured. Similarly, his 7 brothers couldn't be exposed. Even though his daily life wasn't bad, he didn't know when he would suddenly lose his life. Looking at his 7 brothers with their messy hair, swollen faces, and soulless eyes, he could imagine what kind of life they had after being captured. Big brother, you've all suffered. I, 8th brother, have implicated you. Hu Liang couldn't hold back the sadness in his heart and said sorrowfully. At this time, the Zhang family and Wang family's inner courtyard had already left. Only the 9 people from the same organization were left in the room. Shan Feng, who had always used a fake name and never used his real name, looked at the 7 people who had come later. He didn't know why, but he actually felt better. He originally thought that he had been sullen enough, but before he could display his eloquence, he had been reprimanded by Xiao Bei with sharp words. Then, without giving him the slightest chance, he had been directly brought here with his mouth covered. He never thought that there would be people who had it worse than him. According to this, he should have performed well. Otherwise, he should have been tortured like the 7 people in front of him and then brought here to meet them. Thinking like this, Shan Feng's lips curled into a smile. He said, how could you be so careless?" The 7 people who had come later had said this sentence in unison at the beginning. Now, after hearing the 2 people's words, they didn't open their mouths. Each one of them stood there in a daze. Their tired eyes carried a trace of relief, as well as a trace of suspicion. Hu Liang saw that the situation was not right. He walked forward a few steps and approached the boss. He asked with concern, "Big brother, what's wrong?" It's not a dream, right? We brothers will meet again one day. 8th brother, you didn't die? The eldest of the sworn brothers finally murmured, but his voice was light, and the words that came out of his mouth made people feel sad. "Big brother, it's not a dream. I pinched myself. It hurts. Old 8, 5th brother is finally alive to see you. Quick, get me something to eat. 5th brother is starving to death." Lao Wu, who was in the crowd, was still the most direct. He pinched his thigh hard, and the pain made him sober up a lot. As he spoke, he looked at the furnishings in the room. To be precise, he was looking at the small table in front of the chair. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already leaped out. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the small table. His left hand grabbed the teacup and brought it to his mouth. He raised his head and gulped it down. His right hand was not idle either. He grabbed a handful of raisins from the plate of dried fruits. As soon as his mouth left the teacup, the raisins were stuffed into his mouth. There was almost no process of chewing. His Adam's apple moved, and the raisins disappeared into his mouth. "It's delicious. Damn, I've never tasted such delicious tea or eaten such fragrant raisins in my life. Old 8, it seems that you're doing well. Quick, get me something to eat. I'm starving to death. After the teacup and raisins entered his stomach, Lao Wu felt alive before he could digest them. His mental state was many times better than before. Hu Liang did not need to ask. Through Lao Wu's actions and words, he knew very well what the 7 brothers had encountered. He quickly set up a tea set. He did not put tea leaves into the teapot. He picked up the thermos and poured water one by one. He called for the brothers to drink. The 7 people who came later did not hold back. They did not even care if the water was hot or not. They drank from the teacup one by one. When the water entered their stomachs, they breathed in and felt the discomfort of their empty stomachs for the past few days. The fruits on the small table were divided among the 7 people in an instant, and the plate became clean. Hu Liang ran to the door and opened it. He shouted, "I want wine and food. Send it over quickly. I don't care if it's hot or cold. Quick, I'm going to die." The person at the door nodded with a smile. "Young master, Hu, please wait a moment. It will be sent over immediately. But the people who were caught later have not eaten properly for several days. Please don't hold out." "Thank you, I understand." Hu Liang did not forget his identity. He thanked the person and turned back. Of the 7 people who came later, after drinking the water, they looked more energetic. Of the 7 who ate a lot of fruits, 3 of them kept vomiting. It should be the gastric acid reaction. Even so, the 3 of them endured and did not vomit. They knew that they would be fine after a while. Hu Liang picked up the nut pliers on the small table and used the fastest speed to open the shells of the nuts. He did not say anything and just let his brothers deliver the food. Shan Feng did not help. He found an empty chair in the room and sat on it to size up the 8 people. When he looked at the 8 people, he was puzzled. Hu Liang had been caught and received a separate room, books and other things. Why did the other 7 not have it? It seemed that they had been hungry for a period of time. This made him feel strange. Did the other party's different methods mean something? The 7 people who came later also did not say anything. They drank bowl after bowl of water and ate everything that could be eaten immediately. Other than letting old 8 help to open the nuts, they picked them up and bit them with their teeth. This hunger made them feel that anything they ate was delicious. It was just a feeling. As for the real taste, they did not have the time to taste it, although they knew that the food from the Zhang family and Wang family would not be bad. In less than half an hour, people came in one after another. They placed a large round table in the middle of the room and put all kinds of dishes on it. In a short while, 16 dishes, 8 cold and 8 hot, were served. There was also a large bowl of soup, as well as cold steamed buns and hot rice. The steamed buns could not be heated up in a short time, but the rice and noodles could be kept warm. There was also a large jar of wine that weighed 10 catties. The group of people who served the dishes shuttled back and forth for a while. "Brothers, eat first." Hu Liang called out to the 7 people. He accompanied them, but did not touch his chopsticks. The 7 people did not stand on ceremony. Very tacitly, no one touched the wine. Instead, they did the same action, holding a steamed bun in one hand and a pair of chopsticks in the other. Every time they choked, they would drink a mouthful of soup. Seeing that each of his brothers stuffed 2 steamed buns into their mouths in the blink of an eye, Hu Liang picked up the wine jar and poured wine for his brothers. He advised, "Eat slowly, eat slowly. If you eat too fast, your body can't take it. Eat slowly." "How long has it been since you guys ate?" Shan Feng also sat at the table and did not touch his chopsticks. He was not hungry yet. Seeing that the 7 people were almost done eating, he asked. Once again, the 7 people very tacitly ignored Shan Feng. Their relationship with Shan Feng could not be considered close. In the past, when they occasionally came into contact, the other party still had that kind of high and mighty attitude. Now that they had been captured, the other party actually wanted to use his identity to show off to them. Did he think that since they were all prisoners, his previous identity was still useful? However, he was more interested in Hu Liang. Old Fifth took a sip of wine and used his hand to grab a braised pig trotter. As he chewed, he asked, "Old Eighth, we thought that you had been killed. Who knew that you were doing well? What did you do with them?" There was wine and food. The casual question stunned Hu Liang. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. He really wanted to tell the truth and say that he did not do anything. From the time he boarded the ship until now, he had been treated well. But he suddenly reacted. It was easy to say, but others would not believe it. If he did not do anything, why was he treated well and others not treated well? Moreover, the 7 brothers were captured and suffered a lot. You were enjoying yourself here. Could it be that you did not betray us? Thinking like this, Hu Liang sighed. He poured himself a bowl of wine and held it up. His eyes slowly swept across the faces of the 7 brothers. He drank another mouthful and said, "It's my fault. At the beginning, I thought that I could board the ship alone and find out some useful information. I would immediately meet up with you and pass on the message. Who would have thought that as soon as I boarded the ship, my plan would be seen through? Then I was brought to the deck and placed there for others to see. They searched the surrounding area intensively. If their intelligence systems set their sights on an area, the secrets of that area would not be able to be kept. Just as you can see, my days are not bad. From the time I boarded the ship until now, I have seen the wine and food provided by the Zhang family and Wang family. I can also eat dishes that I have never heard of before. But my days are good, but my heart is uncomfortable. The day before yesterday, they told me that they wanted me to see you, but it was delayed until today. Today, not only did I see you, but I also saw Brother Shanfeng. I guess they have achieved their goal. Our family is in danger." When he said this, it was much more comfortable to hear. Hu Liang did not mention whether he had betrayed others. Instead, he indirectly emphasized the power of the Zhang family and Wang family's intelligence system. "Old Eight, we understand. If you were the one who betrayed us, you should have come to persuade us when we were captured, and not have someone send us here today. After all, you also know what we know." As the eldest brother, he told Hu Liang a few words to reassure him. The other brothers, who had different thoughts before, felt that this was indeed the case when they heard the eldest brother's words. They nodded one after another. Hu Liang was very moved. His brothers understood him, unlike Shanfeng, who doubted him first when they met. He was in a good mood. He picked up his chopsticks and found a cold dish to eat. He also poured wine for his brothers, raised his bowl, and said, "I think you have not had a good time in the past few days. From now on, until they decide whether to let us die or not, you don't have to worry about not being able to eat. Cheers! Cheers!" The 7 of them raised their bowls at the same time. "You guys are really open-minded. Don't you know the other party's methods? They want you to live a comfortable life for a while, then torture you. Now you should listen to me. Rest for today and wait for me to find an opportunity. Follow me out. Even if you have to risk your lives, you have to deliver this important news to the higher-ups. God is watching us." Shanfeng still did not touch anything on the table. He sat up straight, looked around, and said in a deep voice. His words received cold looks from the 8 of them. Hu Liang directly asked, "You think you can break out? You want us brothers to die. If you want to break out, do it yourself. Don't drag us along. We haven't lived long enough." After speaking to Shanfeng, Hu Liang said to the 7 of them, 7 brothers, "In the past few days, I've been following the teams of the Zhang family and Wang family. I've heard and seen a lot. Only now did I know that our God is a fake. He didn't do anything, and he didn't help the people of Tang become rich. Don't talk nonsense. Haven't you seen how powerful our God is? The Zhang family and Wang family are all liars. Our God said that he would make Tang better. In 1 year, everyone would be able to eat delicacies. In the end, Zhang family and Wang family ruined it. But our God is still our God. His ability is not something that mortals can imagine. Even if the demons of the Zhang family and Wang family wanted to stop him, our God still gradually made Tang better. Shan Feng raised his hand and pointed up. His face was full of sincerity, making it seem like he was right. The 7 brothers were stunned. They also looked up at the canopy and nodded. Their faces were also full of sincerity. However, Hu Liang snorted in disdain and said, "Liars, you are the liars. The Zhang family and Wang family are not. Do you think that little light effect you made can fool others? Do you think it can fool me? Do you know what Xiaobei's reaction was when I told her how powerful our God was?" "Old 8, what is a light effect?" "You told Xiaobei." "Xiaobei, that little girl from the Zhang family and Wang family? You can still see her?" Old 5 put away his pious expression and looked at Hu Liang. Although the Lord was powerful in his heart, he felt closer to a brother like Old 8 who had gone through life and death together. The Lord was too distant, but brothers were real. Hu Liang glanced at Mountain Wind and explained to his 7 brothers. The lighting effect is to make use of the various changes in light and the different reactions of people's eyes to light. Then it's a fake thing. Anyway, that's what Xiaobei told me. In the past, when we were pulled into a room and looked out of the window at night, we saw people flying into the sky and making all kinds of movements. Fake, all fake. Xiaobei let me see something even more amazing. That thing Xiaobei called a movie, also called an animation. I could only see it clearly when I saw it. Humans were humans, animals were animals. They appeared on a piece of white cloth, as though they were right in front of my eyes. There were also sounds coming from all directions. Xiaobei is the little princess of the Zhang family and Wang family. Since I boarded the ship, I saw them every day. I saw what they did for Tang, and I saw all kinds of news about Tang from the inner yard. Only then did I know that the one who was really thinking about Tang was not the god, but the Zhang family and Wang family. Xiaobei, they are still children, so they have to think of ways to help the children in other places of Tang. Hu Liang thought about the days on the ship and felt endless emotions. Not only did he see shocking images, but he also saw and heard what the Zhang family and Wang family had done. When Hu Liang said this, the 7 people's expressions changed. They were more willing to believe in their 8th brother. Old 5, who had always been straightforward, asked curiously, "Is Xiaobei as cute as the rumors say? Is it easy to make a movie?" "Old 8, can you ask them to show it to us? Just hearing about it makes my heart itch. It's better to see it with my own eyes." "No problem. When we get on the ship again, I'll mention it to them. It won't be long. Xiaobei will only stay in Hangzhou for 2 days. She has to leave for Jiangzhou soon." Hu Liang agreed without hesitation. In his opinion, it was not a big deal. In the past few days, he had watched 3 animations. He had even seen the glass that produced the animations. Although there was some wear and tear every time it was played, it was not a big problem. The Zhang family and the Wang family were rich. It was a good opportunity for his 7 brothers to see so that they would not be cheated in the future. As Shan Feng listened and watched, he realized that something was wrong. He coughed and said, "Hu Liang, you are the one who is lying to others. Don't you know how powerful the god is?" When the god saw that life in the human world was not good, he came down to help the human world. First, he asked an old man. When he passed by a village, he told the people in the village to believe in him. He could help people to get rid of their suffering and let them live a good life. At that time, there was a seriously ill person in the village. He believed in the god and gave the god the best food to eat and the best room to sleep in. The god saw that he was pious, so the god helped him. His illness was cured immediately. There was another person who did not believe in the god and mocked him. The god did not say anything. After the god left, this person fell ill because he knew how powerful the god was and was afraid. When Shan Feng spoke, his eyes were fixed in one direction. He did not move, as if he was the incarnation of the god. When he saw the 8 people looking over, he said, "Another time the god passed by a village and turned into a child. He told the people in the village about his identity and made them believe him. Many people in the village believed him, but some did not. In the end, when the village was flooded, the people who believed in the god had their houses washed away. The people who did not believe in the god had their houses washed away. Don't you know about this? Bah! Shanfeng, you are too shameless. We have not seen it with our own eyes. Just because you say so? I am not the same person as before. I will not be fooled again. The god is so powerful. Call the god over and ask him to make a table of dishes for me to try. In the past, I always heard you talk about this and that. At first, I believed it, but now that I know, who doesn't know how to talk about it? Make it up. Who doesn't know how to make up stories? Xiao Bei's story for Pan is even better. I heard a lot, but I have not seen it even once. Also, you said that there was a flood. You said that they believed in the god and then the god sent them food. You said it was true. You even asked people to find out. There was indeed a flood and food was sent there. But it was not sent the next day at noon like you said. It was sent that night. Not only was there food, there was also medicine. That was because the Zhang family and Wang family activated the emergency system. As soon as Shan Feng finished speaking, Hu Liang spat on the ground. In the past, he had heard a lot of things like this. He had gathered with people from other places and heard all kinds of things about the god. Some people even testified, and he believed them. But when he got on Xiao Bei's boat, he compared some of the things he had heard before and asked the people from the Zhang and Wang families. The inner courtyard directly gave him the data, including how many people were affected by the disaster, how large the area was, how many things were sent, who paid for it, how the disaster happened, and everything else. Hu Liang's 7 brothers looked back and forth between Hu Liang and Shan Feng. For a moment, they didn't know who was telling the truth and who was telling the truth. Shan Feng sneered and questioned Hu Liang. You said that what I said was false, so what you said was true. Did you see it with your own eyes? Didn't you hear what the Zhang family and Wang family said to lie to you? The god has already said that the Zhang family and Wang family are scourges on the world. Of course they would lie. Hu Liang didn't answer Shan Feng. Instead, he poured wine for his 7 brothers and said sincerely, Brothers, I admit that I didn't see it with my own eyes. But when I was with Xiao Bei and the others, I heard the idea they came up with. The day before yesterday, at noon, they were building the 4,000 Candy House combined amusement park in various places of the Tang Empire. There was a piece of news in Penglai, Dangzhou, that many children there were sick. There were bugs in their stomachs. Sometimes they were found when they were defecating. You all know that there is medicine to drink, but most of the time it can't be cured. Old age, I know. I had it when I was young. Now, I still feel that there are bugs in my stomach, but it's fine as long as they don't harm me. Who knows how the bugs got in? Old 5 said, indicating that he knew what was going on. The eldest brother also asked, Old 8, it's normal for children to have bugs in their stomachs. Why? Do they have a solution? I heard from the elders that it's okay to drink vinegar, but not all. It's uncomfortable when you get sick. Hu Liang nodded and said, Yes, it's not easy to cure, but that was in the past. When Xiao Bei got the news, he immediately sent a telegram to the medical school. Then the medical school replied that they had just developed a worm called roundworm. They need to take medicine to prevent infection. In the end, Xiao Bei immediately said that she wanted the local candy house to use the method of giving out candy. She wanted to turn the originally tasteless things into candy according to her brother and sister's instructions and give them out for free. Furthermore, all the local pigs started to undergo special treatment. Also, they started to ask and investigate all over the Tang Empire. The cost is also covered by the Candy House Fund. Do you know how much it costs? I asked Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei got someone to do a rough calculation. If there is 1 child in every 5, it will cost 500,000 strings of coins because there is also the transportation fee. I heard it from others, but whether it's true or not, wait until we go out and ask a local candy house to see if there are children there for treatment. Then everything will be clear. Shan Feng, can the Lord you mentioned give us a chance to see what he does? Xiao Bei and the others use the money they earn to buy the things they send. Do you think the Lord's gifts come out of thin air? Then why don't you let the Lord do more? Why do you let others send things to the Lord? The Lord directly sends food, clothes, and other things to everyone's home. Will there be anyone who doesn't believe in the Lord? Yes, yes. If the Lord is so powerful, why didn't the Lord send us some food when we were almost starved to death after being caught? I was already starving to death. How can I still believe in the Lord? Lao Wu completely changed and began to question Shan Feng. Wei Wei smiled, not afraid of others asking this question. She nodded at Lao Wu and said, "That is the Lord testing you to see if you are pious and believe in the Lord." What Hu Liang said just now is what I want to say. When the Lord came to this world, he already knew that there would be people with worms in their stomachs. He proposed a solution early on, but was stopped by the Zhang family and Wang family. In the end, the Lord was angry. They were afraid of the Lord, so they took out the solution at this time. Everything in this world is given to you by the Lord. Those who believe in the Lord will live a good life. Those who do not believe in the Lord will not live a good life. If the Lord did not exist, your land would not be able to grow food. The Lord is high above. He cares for those who believe in the Lord, but he also tests them. Only by following the Lord's will unwaveringly can one finally obtain eternal life. The 7 of you did not pass the Lord's test, but the Lord still gave you a chance to see Hu Liang and eat. This is the Lord's arrangement. Bah! This time, the 8 of them spat at Shan Feng at the same time. Lao Wu stood up and called out, "Brothers, beat him. I finally know what it means to be shameless. I want to see when the Lord will save him. Let's do it." With a whoosh, the 8 of them rushed forward. Hu Liang was the first. He had recovered well these past few days. The other 7 brothers had just eaten and were still weak. Shan Feng was first hugged by Hu Liang, and then he fell down for some reason. The rest was simple. Even when he was knocked unconscious, Hu Liang's 8 brothers didn't see the Lord come to help him. Only the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family opened the door and took a look. He said, "Don't beat him to death. He's still useful." Then he left. Awesome, really fucking awesome. He lied to us for a long time. I really thought there was a Lord. If he said something else, I might have believed him. But in the end, he was actually so shameless. He continued to drink. After all, the dishes were given by the Lord. "Haha," Lao Wu said happily. Seeing that Shan Feng had fainted, he clapped his hands and sat back down. Hu Liang went to the door and opened it. He said to the person outside he might be sleepy, "Find a place for him to sleep." "Yes, young Master Hu. The medical staff is already here. I think the bed has been arranged." The person at the door nodded and answered. Turning back, Hu Liang felt very relaxed. There was also a special kind of carefreeness in his heart. He asked the 7 brothers, "Do you believe me?" "Yes, you are the 8th brother. Actually, not all of us do. Our family used to be poor and can read. Look at what is written on the plate." Lao Wu, who looked like a rough man, actually said that he could read. He pointed to the plate that was half eaten and said, Hu Liang really paid attention to this. He used his chopsticks to move the plate to the side and saw the words that were printed when the porcelain was baked. Since ancient times, food is the god of the people. Perhaps some rich people think that food is cheap. If you want to show off that you bought a Cheong pavilion, you have to be rich to waste rice and noodles. Zhang Xiaobao. This is... Hu Liang was surprised. The eldest brother said, "This should be prepared for the people who go to between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. I heard that the pictures and words under the plates are very good. If the restaurant gives away the dishes, there will be such words under the plates. It is a very good method. The people who can go to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang restaurant are not ordinary people. Otherwise, they can't even afford to order a dish. Each of them will probably think that they are extraordinary and rich. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that they would waste it. For example, they would spend a lot of money to buy a lot of food. Therefore, he specially wrote his name on the plate for for the complimentary dishes. Think about it in the Tang dynasty, who dares to compete with Zhang Xiaobao in terms of money? I guess the complimentary dishes are chosen by the restaurant staff according to the number of dishes ordered by the guests. For example, if there are 8 of us and we order 20 dishes, the staff will give us the complimentary dishes because they think we can finish them. If we order 40 dishes and ask for 50 trays of steamed buns, the staff will give us the complimentary dishes first. Do you think that if we see the words on the plate, we will dare to order more? Ordering more would be a provocation. Just by looking at this plate, we can see the magnanimity of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. They want to make money, but they want to do it openly. Moreover, they want to tell the diners that the food is precious, and it is not a matter of who is spending whose money. Therefore, we choose to believe you, because the Lord will not do such a thing. The Lord has always wanted others to give him money, and then he will help to distribute it to others. As for how much he has distributed, we don't know. Lao San also said, isn't that so? Before we were caught, we went to the supermarket to take a look. There is a new donation box. It is placed there in the name of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family and the emperor. It said that if you don't want to carry the change with you, you can just throw it in the box. Of course, if you want to throw as much as you want, they can use it to do things for the people of Tang. It is also written that all the people of Great Tang can go to the place where the telegram was sent and ask about the amount and purpose of the donation. At that time, we were a little shaken, but we still believed in the Lord once. Now, we don't believe in the Lord anymore. The Lord may be saving the world, but Tang doesn't need that Lord. Tang has His Majesty and the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. That is enough. The others nodded in agreement. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Drink first. After drinking, I will personally look for Xiao Bei and tell him that we were wrong in the past. It is up to Xiao Bei to decide whether we should be killed or tortured. Hu Liang nodded and picked up the wine bowl again. Grandfather, see, I told you. The people of Tang are good. It is not easy to deceive them. Now, you know why I don't want to kill, right? Because sometimes killing is not the solution. Xiao Bei's voice suddenly sounded at the door, and the door opened. Xiao Bei appeared at the door, with Wang Ju at his side. At the sight of Xiao Bei, Hu Liang stood up first. Seeing that his 7 brothers were still in a daze, he quickly said, "Brothers, this is Xiao Bei." With a whoosh, the 7 of them stood up at the same time, their eyes on Xiao Bei as they carefully sized him up. Xiao Bei did not have stage fright and generously allowed them to see. He even spread his arms and spun around as if he was dancing. He asked with a smile, "Isn't he beautiful?" "Oh, damn. Why didn't you let me see Xiao Bei earlier? If I had seen him earlier, I wouldn't have cared. How could such a cute child be a monster? If that's the case, then let all the children in the world become monsters, especially my future children." Lao Wu was the first to speak. He walked up to Xiao Bei with a smile and opened his arms to hug Xiao Bei. However, he suddenly realized how dangerous this action of his would be, so he stopped and did not dare to move. Xiao Bei took the initiative to hold his arm and said with a smile, "Thank you. I will take your words as the truth. In the future, when you have a baby, you can go to Baby's Candy House to eat for free. However, you can't eat too much. If you eat too much, you will have tooth decay." Lao Wu was immediately moved. Look at how magnanimous Xiao Bei was. He was actually not afraid of him doing anything dangerous. He was much better than that master who hid in the dark and did not dare to show his face. He then asked what was on his mind. "Aren't you afraid that I will harm you?" "I am. I am afraid of anyone who harms me. However, I am more willing to believe that you will not harm me, right?" Xiao Bei asked in return. In fact, there was a hole in the ceiling above. The fast shooter who had been in charge of protecting Xiao Bei and the others was waiting there. His reaction time and attack speed were off by 0.3 seconds. However, Xiao Bei would definitely not say that. In any case, the 8 of them were focused on him. Who would have thought that there was someone watching from above? Lao Wu's eyes turned red. He nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, how could I harm you? I can't even wait to protect you. In the past, people can't always live in memories. Who cares about the past, right? In the past, I still wet the bed. However, I don't do it now. Is there anyone who sees me and says, Xiao Bei, you are too bad. You actually wet the bed in the past, huh? Xiao Bei did not wait for Lao Wu to finish speaking before interrupting him and persuading him with a smile. The 8 of them were really convinced. Xiao Bei was really too good at talking. He even said the right thing and did not embarrass others. Then we will do well in the future, Lao Wu promised. At this moment he looked very solemn. I believe you. However, I want you to do something for the children of Tang dynasty now. Xiao Bei nodded and was also very solemn. What is it? Say it. We will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire, Lao Wu said firmly. Infiltrate the enemy's territory and help us overthrow them. I am so annoyed with them. They don't live a good life and only know how to make trouble. We originally wanted to do something else, but in the end, we put all our efforts on them. Don't you think it's infuriating? If it weren't for them, I would have patrolled a few more places. If it weren't for them, my brother and sister would be busy with other things. In the end, Uncle Emperor wanted to come, but they hid like thieves and asked others to do it. It's too hateful. Xiao Bei said very aggrievedly. It was as if she, the inspector of Tang dynasty, could have patrolled a lot of places at once without this matter. However, the 8 of them did not feel that there was anything wrong with what Xiao Bei said. After thinking carefully, it was really the case. Therefore, they who had changed their minds also hated that so-called lord. They felt that the lord was incompetent and spoiled everything. He even made trouble for such a cute child. They had to get rid of him to vent their anger. The 8 of them looked at each other and immediately knew what the others were thinking. Lao Wu said, All right, you guys make the arrangements. We will go out at any time. However, you must not let go of that Shan Feng, who we don't know his real name and keeps changing his alias. I'm not stupid. If you let him go, you will be in danger. However, I will let him run away and give him a chance to report. It doesn't matter even if he uses a telegram. The telegram is under my family's control. Xiao Bei reached out and patted Lao Wu's hand, looking like they were working happily together. After Xiao Bei ordered a few more seafood dishes and toasted the 8 of them with a glass of wine and left, the 8 of them still felt like they were in a dream. Lao Wu, this Xiao Bei is really too fun to play with. She is also very smart. No matter what we say, she can understand the meaning behind it. You were with her for a few days? You are really too blessed. If I have children in the future, I will be satisfied even if they are half as good as Xiao Bei. Lao Wu ate the seafood and said to Huliang. His tone was full of envy. From his words, it seemed that it was good to be able to stay with Xiao Bei for a while. Huliang deeply agreed with Lao Wu's words. As he peeled the prawns, he said, Xiao Bei is indeed cute, but you didn't see how the 9 of them look when they are together. Each of them looks different. When they are playing, they are no different from other children. However, when they gather to discuss things, they are like little adults. It is very interesting. When I was with them, I heard them discuss things and then made a decision. There are some aspects that I can't think of. Unfortunately, there are many children in the world, but there is only one Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the world. They can't teach other children like how they teach their younger siblings, because the way they teach is based on each child. Only the emperor's 2 children have this opportunity now. Forget it. We will talk about the future in the future. After we eat, find a place for us to have a good sleep. We haven't had a good rest for the past few days. We are always on tenterhooks. Lao Wu yawned as he spoke. Obviously, he was already sleepy. Look, isn't the matter solved? The people of the Tang Empire are not bad. They can be deceived for a while, but they can't be deceived forever. Unless the people don't eat, drink, or need anything, as long as they still need something, they will know who is good and who is bad. After Xiao Bei went out of the door, she said to the surprised Wang Ju. Wang Ju was used to her granddaughter's power. She bent down and picked Xiao Bei up. She praised, Our Xiao Bei is still the best. You are even better than Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao planned to kill someone, but Xiao Bei actually helped him do something very useful. Quick, tell your brother. Xiao Bei nodded repeatedly. It was very important to her to help her brother and sister solve some problems. Just as she was being carried by Wang Ju to the place where the telegram was sent, a person rushed in from the inner courtyard and reported to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, that Shan Feng woke up, but it was as if he was possessed. He said that he wanted something from him. Then, tears and snot flowed out together. He was very strong. The two guards had a hard time holding him. What did he want? Xiao Bei asked with a frown. He carried a purse with him. There was something black inside. When we searched, we left it behind. That thing doesn't seem to be dangerous. The person in the inner courtyard replied, Let me have a look. Then, get some and send it to him. Let's see what he wants with that thing. Tell me, and I will send a telegram to my brother and sister. Xiao Bei was also puzzled. What was so good about it? Soon the thing was sent over. The person in the inner courtyard also told Xiao Bei how Shan Feng used that thing. Xiao Bei sent a telegram to her brother and sister as quickly as possible. Chapter 1056. What do you mean by keeping your hair? Tell me. Li Longji's voice sounded at the door. Zhang Xiaobao was very helpless. He didn't close the door now because if he did, Li Longji would put his ear against the door to listen. Therefore, in order to prevent his ears from hurting, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't close the door. Anyway, they didn't do anything during the day, so they weren't afraid of being seen. Therefore, Li Longji got rid of his bad habit of leaning against the door to eavesdrop. At least he didn't have to worry about his ears turning red when he touched something. Of course, every time he appeared, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang would know. Even on flat ground, Zhang Xiaobao's ears were useful, let alone on a boat. Unless Li Longji had a half-meter thick cushion under his feet, it was impossible for Zhang Xiaobao not to hear. Do you want people to shave their hair like nuns and monks? Li Longji didn't feel that his appearance was too abrupt and continued to speak. Not necessarily. People who do a lot of work cut their hair short, otherwise it would affect their work. It's so awkward to have it coiled on the head. Sometimes, beauty doesn't lie in the hair. It's fine for women to keep it long, but it's better for men to cut it short. It's not worth it to work hard on your hair every day. Zhang Xiaobao took over the conversation. In fact, he knew that women didn't need to keep their hair long. But nowadays, when people evaluated beauty, the style of hair was very important. Moreover, he liked women with long hair. He believed that many men also liked women with long hair. Li Longji really didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were discussing this issue. He was very puzzled and said, Actually, you don't need to wash your hair every day. Just put it in the bun and tidy it up when you get up in the morning. If you cut it, it'll look very ugly. It doesn't matter if it's coiled up, but isn't the hygiene condition not good now? There are lice and scorpions, and it's easy to spread diseases. The new news is that many children in Dengzhou have fallen ill. It doesn't seem like a big deal, it's just a bug. However, as time passed, the person would become thin and would not have much energy. This would have a great impact on the child's growth and development. Some people might even die. It was not easy for any family to raise a child. If a child died at the age of 10 or 7, just the heartache would not be able to recover in a short period of time. We can't always think that life and death are inevitable. We can't just consider the number of people who died this year as compared to last year. Then we will feel that we have improved. But this year's population is 100 million, and last year's population was 95 million. If we can't be high and mighty and use numbers to measure society, then what kind of emperor are you? The more Zhang Xiaobao spoke, the angrier he got. This was because he thought of what had happened between him and Wang. It was as if everything was just data, and everyone in the country was just an ordinary existence in the numbers. For example, how many people died in various disasters and how much money was invested in disaster relief. Was there a need for others to explain? This was especially so for industrial disasters, mining disasters and medical disasters. They could actually determine the range of deaths. It was as if the people who died were within the range, then it would be fine. But if the people who died were outside the range, then they would be dealt with severely. But what about every family? Can they accept this kind of data ratio? If it was really calculated like this, then if there was only one child in the family and he died, then what was the loss to the family? It was 100%. 100% was not data, but the loss of a person in life. Xiao Bao, aren't we looking at data now? Sometimes there are many helpless situations in life. When soldiers are training, there are also casualties. You said that you like to see animals do that. If a zebra was eaten by a lion, then don't tell me other zebras don't live. Wang Wan could feel Zhang Xiaobao's emotions and knew what he was thinking. But sometimes there were some things that made people helpless. Sitting in that position, there were many fetters. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobao was very stubborn. He said angrily, "The data doesn't matter, but what we want now is not to pursue profits or an increase in the GNP. What we want is the survival rate of people. Even if your local government pays me 1 billion strings of cash a year, I won't allow you to kill people according to this ratio." What do you mean by helpless? If you're incompetent, then say that you're incompetent. Why are you saying that you're helpless? If you spend all your energy on climbing up, then of course you're helpless about the people's livelihood. When you sit in that position, then you start complaining, "It's not easy for me either." Is it easy to sit in that position? Why don't you give in when you're fighting for the position? If you let others sit in it easily, won't they have the energy to care about the people's livelihood? Isn't it because you want to fight for power? After the fight, you still have to check and balance. Then, just say that you're selfish. Don't fucking say that you're selfless and fucking president. Xiao Bao, Her Majesty is talking to you. What president? Wang Wan glared at him. In fact, she also agreed with what Zhang Xiaobao said. Of course, people were for themselves and their families, including her family. All the selfless words were to deceive the stupid people, Zhang Xiaobao said. But people were like this. They were a complicated species. Even if it were someone else, it would still be the same. She felt that Zhang Xiaobao was idealizing people. President, manager, book, knife, and panoke? Your Majesty, what did you just say? Zhang Xiaobao took 2 deep breaths and asked. Li Longji knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't seem to be so peaceful, but he didn't understand the hint in their words. He coughed softly and said, "I just said that cutting short hair doesn't look good, right? It's my fault. I thought too much. That about hair. In fact, short hair is also beautiful. My family is going to launch a new shampoo. Any man with short hair will be given a set, one for himself, the other for his wife or his mother. Tonight, I'll find a few men in the inner courtyard and help them cut their hair. Then, tomorrow, Your Majesty, you can see if they have to be like monks. To be honest, I don't like the monks' hairstyle. It's just that when they came here, there were more diseases in their place, so they cut their hair and didn't eat beef. When they came here, they didn't eat meat. In fact, there's no need for that. Buddhism talks about the 6 realms of reincarnation. Sometimes, killing is also to help animals enter the human path. Yes, the human path is not the human path, nor is it the infernal path. People say that it's pure and clean, but it has nothing to do with shaving their hair. There are many people who don't have hair, but their hearts are not pure. They always think too much about utilitarian things. I'll cut a few hairstyles. Your Majesty, take a look and decide which one you think is good. Let the working people of the Tang Empire try their best to learn. Zhang Xiaobao realized that he had thought too far. To be precise, the scope of the connection was too wide. It was better to return to the problem of hair. Li Longji was confused. When he came here, he was talking about the problem of growing his hair. Why did it become a mess when it came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, Li Longji nodded in confusion. He said, "There's also smallpox. You've done well in the past few years. The number of people who contracted smallpox has decreased, but you can't relax. You have to persevere. I've learned from the intelligence system that when people in the other countries contracted smallpox, they died in large numbers. There were no survivors in the entire village. Li Longji was very satisfied with this. When he thought about it, everything seemed to have started after Zhang Zhong came to Luzhou. At that time, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were the same age as Little Bei and the others now. This made him think that children of this age, according to the education of the two experts, were at the beginning of their lives. It seemed that after Zhang Zhong came to Luzhou, the speed of Tang Empire's development suddenly increased. If it was not because of their age, could it be that the emperor was far away? If that was the case, as the emperor, he seemed to have to bear some responsibility. He should have asked them to stay away from him. Perhaps they were developing faster now. Zhang Xiao Bao glanced at Wang Wan before he lowered his head to make tea. Wang Wan knew Zhang Xiao Bao was agitated again. She could not understand why Zhang Xiao Bao would be so emotional when it came to this topic. Could it be related to his life experience? When she saw Zhang Xiao Bao beginning to adjust his emotions, Wang Wan said, "Your Majesty, smallpox is actually nothing. After some time, tuberculosis can also be cured. Now that you have tuberculosis, you'll definitely die. In the future, if you want to die, you won't die unless the person is willing to die. The medical school's research has reached the final stage. When the medicine is ready, Xiao Bao and I will come up with a strategy of free treatment and subsidies. Even if you have tuberculosis, you don't have to spend the money for treatment. During the treatment, we'll also compensate them for the money they need for their normal work. This is because some families are most afraid of not having enough money to treat their main labor force when they get sick. Now that many diseases are treated for free, they're most afraid of not having a source of income. So I've discussed it with Xiao Bao. The treatment period is not long. Not all diseases have to be treated for many years. We'll compensate them for their living expenses. This way, they will take the initiative to come for treatment." Li Longji thought for a moment and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. I don't care about money. In any case, with Xiao Bao around, how much can I spend if I want to? Also, you have to pay attention to malaria. I can take care of money. Every time I think of people losing their lives because of money, I feel that I am not qualified to be an emperor. It's just like the primitive society in the past. Could it be that the leader of a tribe, just because someone in his tribe didn't hunt more prey, would watch that person slowly die after he was injured without doing anything? I believe that no tribe leader would do this. He might not be able to keep up with medical science or technology, but he would definitely think of a way to save this person. Because of various conditions, it's helpless that he can't be saved. However, the conditions in the Tang Empire now are already good. If someone who should have survived with such technology dies in the end because the emperor doesn't care, then what's the point of being an emperor?" Wang Wan was taken aback. She carefully sized up Li Longji and solemnly nodded. "Your Majesty, don't worry. In the Tang Empire, no one dares to compete with you for the position, not even the crown prince. As long as he shows the slightest intention, Xiao Bao and I will wipe out him and his forces. You can be an emperor. Not to mention that when you're on the throne, all the people in the Tang Empire won't have any problems. As long as you have a clear conscience, you can focus all your energy on the people. You can maintain this heart. As for other things, Xiao Bao and I will take care of them. This is the first time I found that an imperial country is so good. With a good emperor, the people only need to listen to the emperor. It's so simple. What imperial country?" Li Longji found that he had come into contact with a lot of things today and couldn't understand them for a while. "Nothing, Your Majesty. You can go and try the tower candy. The people on the ship just made it for children. Try it and see if it's sweet." Zhang Xiaobao took over and smiled at Li Longji. "You too." Li Longji truly didn't know what to say. He felt very comfortable because Wang Wan's words just now had been very clear. He didn't need to worry about whether his position as emperor could be taken away by others. Just as he had thought, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't want to be emperor, but they liked to treat the Tang Empire as their own. If he cooperated with them, they would protect him. It was very confusing. They clearly had the power to be emperor, so why didn't they want to be? Instead, they were willing to stay below and do things. Of course, they weren't above everyone else. He understood that they didn't fear him at all. It seemed that they had been like this since they were very young. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that they didn't want to be emperor. In their eyes, imperial power was truly insignificant. Li Longji really couldn't measure Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with his own thoughts. He shook his head, walked outside, and said, "Don't be too tired. Kill whoever stops you. Don't you need to consider my opinion? Don't you know me?" Li Longji's words made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan absent-minded for a moment. His words were too clear. He meant that even if it was a king or a prince, as long as they felt that they were in the way, they could kill them. Yes, didn't they know Li Longji? How did he get to the throne? How did he treat the former meritorious officials after he got to the throne? He was also very cold-blooded. It was only because he met the two of them that he changed. However, some of the characteristics in his blood wouldn't change. Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth and was about to speak when someone from the inner courtyard rushed in, almost bumping into Li Longji. The inner courtyard didn't care about this. Once he came in, he spoke to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Young master, young lady, there's news from young Lady Xiaobei's side. She successfully instigated Hu Liang and the other 8 people. But she discovered that the person with the fake name of Shanfeng was making a black substance into smoke. If he didn't inhale it, he would feel uncomfortable. Young master, young lady, please make a decision." Because when she was giving it to a man to smoke, she asked him questions. In order to be able to smoke, that man would answer anything. He also said that there were many people over there who smoked black substances. After smoking it, they felt comfortable. Ah, black substance? Does it become soft when roasted over fire? Is it usually very hard and bitter when eaten? Zhang Xiaobao asked with wide eyes. Wang Wan also became nervous and said, "As far as I know, there are very few people who take the initiative to smoke and can quit at any time. Xiaobao, you seem to be one of them, right?" Chapter 1057. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "It's all right. It's quite unbearable, but it gets better in the later stages. I used a lot of medicine, so it's not that effective anymore." Wang Wan understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant by the later stages. In the later stages, Zhang Xiaobao was sick, and that was why they used medicine. But in the past, Zhang Xiaobao was not sick, and he had taken the initiative to take medicine a few times. His purpose was naturally to infiltrate other people's gangs to earn money. But after Zhang Xiaobao left, he immediately became like a person who did not use medicine. He was not affected at all. The physical and psychological impact was not something that anyone could withstand. Perhaps it was this kind of willpower that determined Zhang Xiaobao's achievements. "What medicine are you two talking about?" Li Longji did not know what was going on. "Flowers, poppies. We planted a lot of poppies in Great Tang. They are under the jurisdiction of the Medical Academy and in the garden of Xingqing Palace." Zhang Xiaobao reminded. Li Longji finally knew what it was, but he was still surprised. "It's very pretty and it's in all kinds of colors. The Medical Academy planted it too? It's also used in medicine?" "It's a medicine. Otherwise, who would plant it? But even eating ginseng can cost one's life, not to mention this kind of thing. I didn't expect that others would discover the secret and use it to win people over. This is troublesome." Zhang Xiaobao felt a headache when he thought of the thing that had been boiled. It can be used in medicine? Can't take too much? What if the illness doesn't heal? Can it stop people from taking medicine? Li Longji asked 4 more questions in a row. How do I put it? This kind of medicine is usually effective in a short period of time. If it's not effective, it's only used to relieve pain. If it's taken for a long period of time, it means that the person is done for. They will either die of illness or die from the medicine. Just like tea leaves, there's also tobacco. If you drink too much tea, you will also become addicted. Coptis root, bitter and dry grass. If you get used to it, you will also become addicted. But if you want to stop being addicted to this kind of thing, not everyone can endure it. Now, other people are not only using religion to confuse people, but they are also using opium poppy. It can be said that they are using a two-pronged approach. In addition to changing people's beliefs, they also need to help the addicted get rid of their drug addiction. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao finally felt that this matter was tricky. He was very clear on how much of an effect the combination of one's thoughts and one's physiology would have. Poppies had never been publicized to the people of the Great Tang. Occasionally, someone would get their hands on some, but they would treat them as ornamental flowers. Even if there were barefoot doctors who researched everything and used traditional methods to boil the shell of the poppy and mix it with porridge to treat diarrhea, they would never think of cutting out the juice and boiling it into a colloid. Now, people were promoting religions, and then those who believed in them, the core members, would eat such things or smoke. This would cause people to hallucinate and think that it was the power of the Lord of the religion. In this way, the believers would definitely be more confident. Zhang Xiaobao was all too clear on the feeling of taking drugs. It was very comfortable, and that feeling wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. But once it was gone, they would first feel empty in their hearts, followed by all kinds of reactions from their bodies. Not to mention that most people were ignorant. Even he and Wang Wan were in the same situation. There were countless organizations that used drugs to control people. The scary thing about drugs was that they were clearly aware of the dangers, but they were still unwilling to resist. Even if they knew that taking drugs was wrong, they were willing to make mistakes again and again. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao covered his face with his hands and knocked his head on the table with a loud thud. He sat there motionless. Wang Wan's reaction wasn't much better. She sat there dejectedly and sighed. This was the first time Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan like this. He was puzzled and asked, "Cuckoo, that flower, is it really harmful?" "It's true. If you use it, even if someone tells you that it can help you become an immortal and live forever, you will still believe it. Especially now, the common people are still not very knowledgeable and can't understand the effects of that thing. It's like a dream, and people can't distinguish between reality and illusion. If it's used by the army, their combat power will be very strong for a short period of time. Even if you cut off a few pieces of flesh from their body with a knife, they won't be affected. Even if they're shot normally and should die, they can still hold on for a while. Now you understand, right?" Wang Wan hated the person who invented opium. If one didn't get sick, there was no benefit to taking it. Then why not use it in the army? The flowers planted in my Xingqing palace won't harm me, right? Li Longji still couldn't understand. Wang Wan shook her head. "It's fine if it's just the flowers. Who said that the army didn't use it? Everyone in the seedling protection team carries it with them, but no one will eat it normally. They will only eat it at critical times, such as when they are seriously injured or extremely tired. Then they will eat it when there is a mission that needs to be completed, and when there is danger, they will overdraw their life force in a short period of time to make a last stand. When we go to war, the special forces will also carry it." "Oh, so that's how it is. It's good to use it for good, and it's evil to use it for evil. Is the addiction really that big? I want to try it and see if it's as you two said." Li Longji made a very normal reaction. "Absolutely not." Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and kept waving his hand. He said, "Many people are addicted to it because they are curious. The first few times they eat it, they don't feel anything, and they might even feel uncomfortable. When they feel comfortable, they won't touch it anymore. Out of 10,000 people, only one will succeed." From what Cuckoo said just now, "Xiaobao, you seem to have used it before, and you are fine, so why can't I try it?" Li Longji remembered what the two of them said just now. When Zhang Xiaobao was about to say something, Wang Wan interrupted. "There will be a chance in the future, Your Majesty. We will let you try it, but not now. As for Xiaobao, how many Xiaobaos are there in the world?" let the boat speed up. I think Xiao Bei and the others won't be able to handle it, especially when such a situation occurs. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face and regained his confidence. He also thought it through. After all, he wasn't the one who was addicted. If it was someone else, he could just lock it up and wait for them to slowly recover from it. Wang Wan nodded. We have to go there quickly. Also, the newspapers should increase the publicity and tell people that that thing can't be eaten. If they eat it, it will cause harm. The harm is? Thinking of the harm, Wang Wan hesitated. Telling people that it would cause them to become addicted to it, causing them to become sluggish. In the end, they might even die and spend all their family's money. Back then, everyone seemed to understand this principle, but the effect was not obvious. Tell them that if they use that thing, it will harm their children, and they won't be able to reincarnate. If they have already taken it, quickly tell the Zhang family and Wang family in other places. The Zhang family and Wang family will help them get rid of the poison curse. Zhang Xiaobao helped to think of a solution. Li Longji was stunned for a moment. Then he said in admiration, Xiaobao is really smart. According to what you said, I also know how great the harm is. Nowadays, when treating diseases in Great Tang, there is a subject of curses. Its effect is similar to the comforting medicine that your medical school gives out. The medicine itself doesn't have any effect, but it can make people feel that it's effective. Thus, the success rate of treatment will increase. If that thing can really produce hallucinations, perhaps it can also play a big role in treating diseases. If people eat it, they will have comfortable hallucinations, and then they will be able to win people's hearts. The effect is not small. Yes, that thing itself can produce such effects. Otherwise, we wouldn't have allowed the medical school to research it. We're afraid that the rich will ask them for more money if they eat it. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Li Longji's words. At the same time, he also had a higher opinion of Li Longji. He was actually able to see through the essence of the matter. In this unique era and environment, opium wasn't that easy to control. Unless, at the very beginning, no one discovered the benefits of opium. Xiao Bao Cuckoo, since the two of you know about it, why don't you prohibit others from planting it? Li Longji asked. If they plant a little in front of or behind their houses, or find a remote place to plant a little, how would we know that they're planting opium poppies? We've already controlled it, and we've never sent the seeds out. The medical school's planting area is also strictly guarded. From today onwards, new laws will be promulgated. Those who plant opium poppies will be considered criminals, and those who sell them will be killed as soon as they're caught. Strictly control the inflow of seeds, and increase the reward for reports. The inspection of land and sea entry channels will also be strengthened. Without the seeds, they won't be able to plant it. If they want to treat their illness, they can go to the local medical school. Why would they use their own folk prescription? Zhang Xiaobao explained, feeling wronged. Then he solemnly explained the way to deal with it. Although Li Longji hadn't truly understood the extent of the dangers of opium poppies, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't lie to him for no reason. Thus, he agreed, we'll immediately send people to deal with this matter. Don't forget to let us have a taste. We don't believe and fear this thing. All right, if there's a chance, we'll definitely let your majesty try it. Our great Tang should increase our efforts in planting opium poppies. Perhaps after this year, when we go to deal with Duosher, we can use this thing to pave the way. We'll need to process it a little so that others won't be able to tell what it is. At first, we'll give it to them for free, then slowly collect money from them. If we don't have money, we'll get them to help sell it so that more people can use it. We'll use this medicine as a reward. I'm really too smart. Zhang Xiaobao finally thought of the use of opium, just like how the British used to attack Great Tang. Not only could it earn money, but it could also win over local powers and influence the enemy's soldiers. The influence of opium wouldn't be eliminated for decades or even centuries, and it could even topple a regime. The most important thing was to increase the publicity. Just like when he was with Wang Wan, there were still people in some villages who planted opium poppies. However, they didn't plant much and used it as a folk prescription. There was no way to investigate, but people knew the dangers of opium poppies and wouldn't normally consume it. Usually, children at home wouldn't be able to come in contact with such a small piece of gelatin. Usually, they would wait until they had diarrhea before taking out a piece the size of a matchstick and feeding it with water. Li Longji didn't want to stay any longer because of the Great Tang's laws. After chatting for a while, he got up and left. After he left, Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and said, "It's so bitter. It doesn't taste good at all. It tastes like coffee." According to what you're saying, I'm also taking drugs when I drink coffee? Are you really going to make that thing for Li Longji? Be careful not to let him get addicted to it. Normally, he should be eating pills now. However, with our interference, he can't even see Taoists, let alone concocting pills. If you make him hallucinate, he won't be able to do anything. You have to think carefully. I don't believe that everyone can resist the temptation of drugs. Wang Wan smacked her lips. She had eaten opium poppies before, but it wasn't this kind of black opium. It was the purified version. After eating it twice, she became confused and stopped eating it. This happened when she was younger. After she entered the military, she couldn't get her hands on it, even if she wanted to. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Actually, it's not a big deal. If he gets addicted to it, we can just throw him in the desert and throw him there for a few days. Then he won't be addicted anymore. Under the premise that he has a guarantee of survival, a drug addict can be said to be willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of taking drugs. However, under the situation where there are no drugs and the environment is dangerous, drugs will be placed in a secondary position. I believe that Li Longji's willpower won't be bad. Besides, it's not like he's like that immediately after eating opium. That's because he's taking it without restraint. The amount is not controlled well, and there's no regularity. That's why he can't stand it. Besides, if we can, we won't let him try it. I'm against it, but you're not allowed to touch it. Don't think that you would show off when you had nothing to do in the past. Wang Wan said seriously, "If I wanted to, I would have done it long ago. There are so many in the medical school. If I want to eat it, how can I not eat it? It's not like I have nothing to do. My spirit isn't empty. With such a good wife, my life is full. Just now, I said that we should let the people who eat more to take it. You have to help me put it on the agenda." Zhang Xiaobao reached out his arm to hug Wang Wan. Wang Wan dodged and said, "A broken pot has a good mouth. You've found a way to harm people again. The teapot is really the most difficult part to make. I'm not harming people. I'm speeding up the speed of ethnic integration. Whoever dares to stop or oppose will be the sinner of history. I want to unify the world, walk out of the solar system and the Milky Way, lead the people of Earth to the extragalactic star system, and spread the seeds of unity. You look like you're taking drugs. Go, what are you doing in broad daylight?" People who take drugs usually don't know what they've done. This is the thing. Look at him, smoking it after it's softened. How enjoyable. Looking at the servants packing up and preparing to leave, Xiao Bei pinched a small piece of hard black lump in his hand. He was very puzzled. Why did Shan Feng become so energetic after he inhaled this thing? He stuck out his tongue and licked it. He didn't feel anything, so he bit off a little with his teeth. After grinding it with his front teeth, he finally understood the taste. Bah, bitter. What taste is there? It's not delicious at all. It's worse than taking medicine. Take it away. I really admire Shan Feng. He uses everything. As he spoke, Xiao Bei passed the black lump in his hand to the inner courtyard. Xia Yuan and the others watched from the side and didn't say anything. They didn't have much of a reaction to Xiao Bei tasting something that the elder brother and sister didn't allow him to touch. The elder brother and sister had said that he could try a little and then not eat it. As the fleet packed up, Xiao Bei and the others boarded the ship one after another. The 2 pregnant girls from the Jiang Wang clan stayed in Hangzhou. They couldn't follow them. They had to wait for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to come over to discuss the matter of their unborn child. If it were other families, it would be better to just wait for the child to be born. Even if it was a wealthy family, it would just be better in terms of food and they could go to the doctor every few days. However, the news that the Jiang Wang clan received was that her son and daughter-in-law were coming over personally. When they were pregnant, they would start a series of education. It was called prenatal education, but they didn't know what kind of education it was. Anyway, to the Jiang Wang clan, as long as it was something that her son Xiao Bao and daughter-in-law Cuckoo said, she would listen to them. She believed that the elder brother and sister wouldn't harm their unborn younger brother or sister. Mother, wait for us to come back. We'll bring you good things. They are the specialties of Jiangzhou. I'll pick them myself. Xiao Bei waited for the ship to sail against the current. He stood at the stern and shouted to the people below. The people below just smiled and waved. They didn't feel too sad. With a large number of guards, it was impossible for Xiao Bei and the others to be in any danger. They just thought that they were going to have fun. After the fleet had gone far and disappeared, Wang Ju said to his daughter, "Chow or go back. It's windy outside. Be careful of the child in your belly. I believe that after Xiao Bei and the others go over, they will be back soon. Don't worry. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are coming over. I have to prepare to welcome them. I can't be careless. These 2 days have been the happiest days of my life. Xiao Bei and the others are really interesting." The meaning of Wang Ju's words was naturally not to welcome Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although the two of them were worthy of the local people's grand reception wherever they went, when they came to Hangzhou, they were considered juniors. As long as he didn't show his official status, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to be treated with the etiquette of juniors. Perhaps it was this that made him happier. No matter how powerful Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were, he didn't need to be very capable. As long as his daughter, Qiao acknowledged him as her father, her child would also be treated according to this line of succession. The one who needed to welcome them was the emperor. Although the emperor's influence on the local people was getting smaller and smaller, this small was referring to the money spent by the local people. It didn't mean that the emperor's influence was not really enough. No matter where the emperor went, as long as he praised the local food or other local specialties, the value of the local things would immediately increase. In Hangzhou, when it came to the good things, the tea leaves were naturally the West Lake Longjing. Longjing didn't become good because the emperor said it was good. It was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who pushed the price up, although they liked to drink it. The Longjing tea leaves in the area they circled couldn't be touched by others, but there were many places in Hangzhou where tea could be grown. Now, many of the original things in the mountains had been removed and replaced with the same kind of tea trees, which increased the income of Hangzhou a lot, although he was not the provincial governor of Hangzhou. When he thought that he could see the emperor again, the excitement in Wang Ju's heart began to become indescribable. How long had it been? He thought that he could only spend the rest of his life in exile. Who knew that he had a good grandson? Speaking of regrets, it was that Zhang Zhong didn't come. That son-in-law of his who had a conflict with him always sent him bad things out of courtesy every year. But what could those things be worth? What he wanted was to sit down with his son-in-law and talk things over. "Ah, is Yongqing still busy in the capital?" Wang Ju sighed and said, "Father, you know Yongqing's position. That's the Ministry of Works. In the past, the Ministry of Works of the Tang Empire might not be as good as the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Personnel, but now the Ministry of Works is the most important. If Yongqing comes, Xiaobao and Cuckoo will have to stay in the capital. After this period of busy, I will ask Yongqing to come and see you. Usually, he always says that he doesn't have the time to accompany me back to my parents' home. I really don't know if the children I gave birth to are good or bad." Hearing her father's sigh, Jiang Wang clan comforted him. Her hand gently stroked her stomach, which hadn't changed at all, as if feeling a new life. When Wang Ju heard his daughter mention children, he couldn't help but show a kind smile and said, "I don't believe that Yongqing will complain like this. If it's not good, why didn't he give his children away? Let's not talk about giving Xiaobao away. Even Xiao Bei he will shout out a price. It's like an auction. Many people will go bankrupt to buy one, haha. If he's busy, then let him be busy. When I'm free here, I'll go to the capital. It was not easy to enter before, but His Majesty sent me outside. When I'm free, I can hide in the house in Hangzhou, but I can't go back to the capital. That's a big crime. After meeting His Majesty, it will be easy to go to the capital. Yongcheng is busy with his own things, and I go to see him. It's the same for everyone. When my father-in-law comes, how dare he give me the cold shoulder? Wang Ju started to show his identity, but he didn't have much confidence. He was really afraid to face Zhang Zhong and the in-laws he hadn't met before. How did he treat them in the past? He really couldn't free himself, and he was also afraid that his political opponents would attack him. Otherwise, it would be easy to destroy his family. He thought that Yongqing knew it in his heart, but he couldn't help but admire him. Even in that situation, he didn't send Xiao or back. It could be said that he was persistent, stubborn, or even did not know when to advance or retreat. But in any case, Yongqing survived, and then Xiaobao was born. It would be difficult for him to make a move again. He finally found an opportunity and sent people to bring Xiaobao back. In the end, Yongqing had a close relationship with the Minister of Revenue and the prince's son. After that, there was no more after that. Yongqing's entire family ran to Luzhou, and Zhang Zhong's status as the top scorer was also gone. After that, he could only watch as Yongqing's entire family rose at a speed that made people tremble. Until now, it was not an exaggeration to say that the entire Great Tang belonged to the Zhang family and Wang family, who dared to cause trouble in front of Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo. The only thing he could rely on was that his daughter still recognized him as her father and had not cut ties with him. Also, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not seem to care about what happened in the past. Otherwise, they would not have let him live so peacefully. Who didn't know that Xiao Bao was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance? Oh, and Cuckoo. She even dared to say that if you kill me, I'll slaughter your village. What else wouldn't she dare to do? Chow. Do you think that before I go, I should inform my in-laws or something? I don't think it's good to be too rash. Wang Ju's tone had changed a moment ago. Jiang Wang clan gently shook her head and said, Father, you don't have to do that. You just need to wait in Hangzhou. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo arrive, they will arrange everything. I'll tell them. After all, you're my father. How can I let you? Jiang Wang clan did not continue. What she meant was that she could not let her father be bullied. On one side was her husband, and on the other side was her father. If either one of them did not lead a good life, she would also be sad. It was uncomfortable to be sandwiched in the middle. Fortunately, she had her son and daughter-in-law. When the time came, they could think of a solution. If they wanted to humiliate their grandfather, they would not have achieved what they had today. How could she, as a mother, not know how much pressure she had to face in Zhuangzi? Others said that the Zhang clan and the Wang clan had masters, but she knew very well that there was no master. Weren't the two little guys supporting the development of Zhuangzi? While developing Zhuangzi, they cooperated with others. While making concessions, they exchanged benefits. If they made a wrong move, they would be doomed eternally. Would such children be immature and embarrass their grandfather? Moreover, her grandfather was just a mortal. Would immortals lower themselves to the same level as mortals? With her daughter's words, Wang Ju was reassured. She nodded and said, Okay, I'll wait for them. I'll also take a look. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to meet their master? Jiang Wang clan shook her head again. This time, she did not say anything. She could not tell her father. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not have any masters behind them. She could not make up a lie to deceive her father. She could only shake her head. As for how her father understood, it was his own business. Sure enough, Wang Ju thought that the master did not like her or had gone into seclusion. She said regretfully, Fine, we'll talk about it later. Chow, you go back first. I'll help you. Welcoming the emperor is not a small matter. As he spoke, Wang Ju walked away. He knew the emperor's habits very well, so he had to make sure that every detail was taken care of. This was his advantage. In the past, he could enter the palace as he pleased. On the boat, Xiao Bei and the others did not know what their grandfather was thinking. When they were going against the current, they felt the wind blowing in their faces and looked at the scenery on both sides of the river. They felt that everything was strange. In the past, they had walked a similar path, but at that time, they were still young and could only vaguely remember. Now that they were back in Jiangnan, they wanted to properly experience the scenery here. According to their plan, they wanted to stay here for a year and experience what Jiangnan was like in all 4 seasons. However, they knew very well that this was impossible. They had come here to take a look and see where their elder brother and sister were going. They had to follow. Otherwise, who would teach them? Xiao Bei felt the wind blow for a while, and her face was numb. She shook her head helplessly and turned to find Hu Liang and the others. As for the person whose fake name was Shan Feng, but whose real name was Chunlan, she would not see her. Yes, now that she knew the other party's name, the other party would say anything in order to be able to smoke the black thing's smoke. She really did not know why the black thing had such ability. When Xiao Bei found Hu Liang and the others, the 8 of them were writing in the cabin. They had to recall everything they had heard and seen about the organization. They had to write it down and give it to the Zhang family and Wang family to judge. Even if they didn't know much, especially if they didn't know who was above them or how powerful this organization was, they still had to write down everything they knew. You're all busy? You've worked hard. Xiao Bei came in with a net filled with watermelons. In the entire Great Tang, other than her family, only the Sinongxi temple had watermelons. Even the imperial palace did not have watermelons, because Li Longji could just ask her family for them. Hu Liang and the others quickly stood up and helped carry the watermelon. The watermelon weighed around 12 to 15 kilograms. No wonder Xiao Bei did not carry it and instead dragged it. If the organization knew about this, they would say that the Lord is awesome. But they don't know. Only your family has watermelons. I'm almost done writing and will finish organizing it soon. Unfortunately, we don't know much. In the past, when he followed them, he had to be blindfolded. Every time he traveled, he would travel for more than 10 days. He did not know where he was. He heard that some people were locked in pitch-black carriages. At most, they would have to walk for more than a month. During that month, the people in the carriages were not allowed to leave. They had to eat, drink, and go to the toilet in the carriages. Their security measures were very strong. Hu Liang placed the watermelon on the table and handed the paper he had written on to Little Third for him to sort out. He then used his sleeve to wipe a chair that wasn't dirty to begin with and let Little Bei sit on it as he spoke to Little Bei. Xiao Bei smiled. That's right. If they weren't careful, my family would have found out. By now, my family has probably found out a lot of useful information. Let me ask you guys something. That dark thing is the thing that Chunlan wanted to absorb. Have you guys absorbed it before? What did it feel like? The 8 of them shook their heads at the same time. Hu Liang replied, No, our status is not high enough. Even the old woman that we sent the message to wasn't high enough. Chunlan is an exception. He's in charge of communicating with people like us. He's an additional form of communication. And he's also the person who looks after us. The last time we went in to see the miracle, we saw many people of high status. They drank that thing, and one of them became very strong after drinking it. He could lift a stone mill that weighed a few 100 kilograms. At that time, we also wanted to absorb it, but our status was too low, so we could only try our best. Now that I think about it, perhaps the person who lifted the millstone was arranged by them to confuse us. As Hu Liang spoke, he even drew a picture. What he was drawing was the action of someone sucking something. It was to put the thing in a metal box. Then there was a hole in the box. The hole was connected to a bamboo pipe. There was a fire burning below, waiting for the smoke to come out. Some people would smell it, while others would suck it with their mouths. Xiao Bei looked at Hu Liang's drawing and curled his lips. He said, disdainfully, So that's how it is. I thought they would be able to make something good. What master? Why would they use such a simple and crude thing? A broken box metal and a bamboo pipe. It's really hard on them. Come, I'll show you what I've drawn on this paper. It's described in the information sent by Big Brother and Big Sister Xiaozhu. Basically, it's about the same. Someone has already made it into a real thing. As Xiao Bei spoke, he took out a folded piece of paper from his bag and unfolded it for Hu Liang and the others to see. Hu Liang and the others had never seen the thing on the paper before. They were all very puzzled. This is? Hu Liang asked. An opium pipe. Big Brother and Big Sister said that if you don't have a good opium pipe, it's very inconvenient and unprofessional to smoke that thing. Therefore, they designed an opium pipe to make it more comfortable for others to smoke. Your mission is to bring the real thing after it's made and find the person who contacted you. We didn't get rid of that person and dealt with him very severely. However, we still deliberately let a few places go and only monitored him. After you've contacted him, you'll hand over the opium pipe and gain the favor of the higher-ups. Also, we'll give you a kind of technology that you've stolen. For example, the technology to make guns. When Xiao Bei heard that there was no one else, he showed his brother and sister's prowess even more. He proudly instructed Hu Liang and the others. When Hu Liang heard that Xiao Bei was going to hand over the technology to make guns to him and bring it to the organization, his face turned pale. He shook his head vigorously. No, guns definitely not. That's our Tang dynasty's secret. If we tell them when our Tang dynasty fights others in the future, if others learn how to use it, how many people will die in our Tang dynasty? It's not like the guns of the current army. It's a gunpowder gun. A gun that uses the gunpowder in a firecracker to shoot iron balls is powerful, but it's not easy to kill people. Their gun barrel manufacturing technology is not at that level. If they had the ability, they would have already made a real gun. If iron balls are not easy to make, they can use lead bullets. This is easy to shape, right? Big Brother and Big Sister said that it's not a problem to hit birds, but it's useless to hit rabbits unless it hits the head. Xiao Bei had a well-thought-out look. Since her brother and sister were not here, she thought that she was smart. However, she kept mentioning her brother and sister. Now the 8 people understood. It was not the guns used by the current Tang dynasty army, nor was it a newly developed gun that had not been widely used. It was a toy that could only be used to hit birds. Although it could be used to hit birds and blind people or accidentally kill people, such as hitting the throat, it was not as good as a crossbow or a bow. The gunpowder in a firecracker would not be able to shoot very far. They had bought fireworks before, but the places that sold fireworks did not sell a lot at one time. They only sold a few sporadically. Unless many people took turns to buy, they could buy more. Because the firework looked more powerful than the firecrackers. When the 8 people thought that it was just right, Lao Wu suddenly thought of something else and said, "If we send the bird guns, will the people in that organization not believe us? At the same time, will they feel that the things we send are useless? How can that be? Big Brother and Big Sister have already thought about it. We'll let you say that this is a training gun, and it was made by the Zhang family and Wang family first. Only by making this kind of gun, and then improving it step by step, can we make the guns of the current Tang dynasty. The Zhang family and Wang family do not have the ability to reach the sky in one step. Moreover, everything was sent by the Lord, and it was our family who stopped it. Since the Lord is so powerful, how can he not know the reason behind it?" Xiao Bei continued speaking, and the 8 people nodded. Good idea. Perhaps the leader of the organization, even if he thought that it was very difficult to use the guns they sent to research the guns that appeared in the Tang dynasty, he had to be very happy in the name of the Lord. All right, you guys have a good rest first. When we make the opium pipes, you guys take them and leave by another route. You must be fast. We will slow down the speed of the disembarkation slightly to give you guys some time. At the same time, you guys have to be careful. On the first day we arrive in Jiangzhou, we will release the portraits of the 7 of you. In other words, we will send a wanted notice to the Tang dynasty to catch you guys. Of course, due to our lack of craftsmanship, the portraits are not very similar. Most of the notices will say that the 7 of you have always been together. We will also write down your habits and characteristics so that people who are familiar with you will immediately recognize you. You guys have to be careful. In order to cooperate with you guys, we will burn a ship ourselves. I can't bear to burn a big ship. You guys should think about how to escape. Anyway, the other party will not come over to compare with us. That way, we will directly catch you guys. As Xiao Bei spoke, he walked towards the door. The 8 of them looked at each other. Hu Liang stopped Xiao Bei and asked, "Why are there 7 and not 8? Because according to what we said, you have already betrayed us. It was because of your existence that we caught the 7 of them. Therefore, we will not catch you. We will send an order to the local government to rescue you as soon as we see you and protect you well. I believe that the other party must have someone hiding in the local government to send this news back. When the time comes, you will be together with the 7 of them. When you reach the organization, you will take out the opium pipes and shotguns and reveal a few secrets of our ship. What do you think the other party will think?" Xiao Bei explained and then asked in return. Hu Liang suddenly understood and gave him a thumbs up. "Brilliant, really brilliant. The other party will think that you guys hate me so much that you can't wait to skin me alive. That's why you deliberately did not catch me. You're trying to sow discord and have the people in the organization kill me because I know too much about you guys. You don't want me to live for even a moment. Yes, they're not idiots. Therefore, we will use this method. Even if they are just in case, they will not kill you. Instead, they will lock you up. You must remember that if they ask you to inhale that thing, you must not inhale it into your stomach. Inhale it into your mouth and spit it out. When they don't give you the thing, you must pretend to be dispirited. If they ask you questions, you must say that you want to inhale that thing first, just like Qinlan. And the 7 of you, you must remember not to think that you are so capable that you can try anything. Otherwise, you will regret it." Xiao Bei suddenly thought of an important matter. He instructed the 8 of them and then walked out again. When he was almost at the door and was about to leave, Old Fifth suddenly shouted, "Xiao Bei, do you really believe in us that much?" Xiao Bei did not turn around. He stood there and said, "We believe in every Tang person, just like how the Tang people believe that Tang can provide them with help when they are out there. For the dignity of a person, Tang will do everything we can. We will not rest until we are dead." When Xiao Bei's figure disappeared, the 8 of them were still standing there in a daze, thinking about his words. Damn it! Anyone who believes in someone else deserves to die. Look at how good our great Tang is. Yet they still believe in someone else. If it were some other country backing them, would their country dare to make such bold claims when their people came out? However, Tang is a man of his word. I heard that Lu Zhou's Hurricane Battalion has already subdued all the islands out there. Those who are not convinced are gone. We have to do this job, and we have to do it well. Old Fifth slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Let's do it." The others chimed in and began to divide the watermelon. This might be the last time they would eat on the ship. Chapter 1058. Cuckoo, do you think they'll be able to develop a rapid-fire shotgun? Zhang Xiaobao didn't answer Li Longji's question directly. Instead, he continued to ask Cuckoo, "That's impossible. The blueprint we sent them didn't call for a gun to be loaded with bullets from the back. Instead, they first pressed the gunpowder from the front, then pressed the bullets, and used a paper cannon as a primer at the back. If they were to really follow the blueprint, they would need to use a rod to clear the gun chamber after firing a couple of shots. Otherwise, if they continue firing, who knows where the bullets will end up." Wang Wan didn't say anything earlier. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was doing it on purpose. He didn't want Li Longji to disturb their time together. "Your Majesty, it's impossible," Zhang Xiaobao replied to Li Longji. "I heard you. If it's impossible, why would they be willing to produce it? Besides, even if they do produce it, they'll still be good at hunting. Aren't you worried that they're from another country? Li Longji turned his head to glare at Zhang Xiaobao. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaobao's back was facing him, so he didn't see it. I just hope that they're from another country. Otherwise, what's the point of me and Cuckoo's previous series of internal affairs and military arrangements? They came to cause trouble, so if I don't cause trouble for them, wouldn't that be letting them off too easily? Zhang Xiaobao said casually. He picked up a corn and brought it to Wang Wan's mouth. Cuckoo, eat one. Li Longji tossed the paper aside. Xiaobao, can you still respect me? Let me ask you, if they make a bunch of guns, won't they be very useful at critical moments such as charging? Zhang Xiaobao turned his chair around and sat up straight. With a reporting look, he said, Yes, even if it's a shotgun, it has its uses. Not to mention a shotgun with gunpowder. Even a slingshot has the same destructive power. However, if there are those who can make guns out of steel, why don't they make bows and crossbows? This subject hopes that they are from another country, as long as they dare to follow this subject's train of thought. First of all, they had to find iron ore. Without iron ore, where would they find ironware? I can even use other means to teach them the method of prospecting. Secondly, they can't keep buying firecrackers from Great Tang. It's inconvenient to transport them. When the firecrackers are transported over in humid conditions or on rainy days, the gunpowder inside will be damp. Tearing apart the paper outside will cause a lot of damage. Therefore, they can only search for gunpowder on their own. It's very simple: saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. As for whether they can purify it well, it's not up to this subject to decide. Perhaps they can even create a more powerful gunpowder. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao speaking so seriously, Li Longji felt very uncomfortable. Thinking about it carefully, it turned out that he was already used to Zhang Xiaobao's way of speaking. Thinking of this, Li Longji smiled. Speak properly, just like before. Do you know that you're encouraging them to research on their own? What if they learn something? They won't be able to learn it. As long as they search for ores, this subject will be able to relax. Searching for ores is very tiring. Cuckoo and I can roughly pinpoint the location of the various ores in Great Tang. As for the other ores, I don't remember much. I only remember two. One is oil, and the other is natural gas. Great Tang has its own mines, and for the sake of the railway, it's currently undergoing a large-scale steelmaking process. The technology there is already outdated, and the losses in various areas are extremely high. Every time a piece of or is excavated, I feel as though a piece of flesh is being cut off from my body. After the railway is completed, I'll immediately seal off all of the mines and forbid anyone from digging them. Anyone who digs them will be a sinner of Great Tang and be punished according to the crime of treason. I'll leave them for my grandson, and the grandson's grandson's grandson, many grandchildren. I'm not sure about the other ores. It's too tiring to search for them. Let them search for them. Once they've found them, we'll occupy them. This saves us a lot of effort. Zhang Xiaobao's body went back to its original position as he lazily talked about his plans. Wang Wan nodded. She was also distressed that Great Tang's ores had been excavated. When she was in school, her geography textbooks would also introduce the country's resources. However, most of the time what she saw was what was written in a certain place, what was the function of the ores, what was discovered in a certain place, what was the reserves, and when were the ores completely mined. When she thought about why the ores were mined and what were the ores that were mined in exchange for money, Wang Wan felt extremely vexed. Thus, she was the same as Zhang Xiaobao. She treasured her country's ores very much. If she could avoid using them, she would avoid using them. Otherwise, many years later, her children would see the same things that she saw in her textbooks. She hoped that future generations would see the world's geography in their textbooks and say that there was something in a certain place, but it had already been mined out by Great Tang. If they wanted to see the real thing, many countries would send people to Great Tang to buy specimens so that their children could use them in their lessons. When she wanted to see it, her children would see in their textbooks that there was a lot of oil in a certain place. Then a cubic meter of oil could be exchanged for a large plastic bag from Great Tang, because Great Tang had advanced technology. However, in order to build railways, Great Tang had carried out the same mining as the Great Leap Forward. She wanted to end it quickly so that she and Zhang Xiaobao could seal the ores and never mine again. All right, it's not easy for us to find ores in other places. We agree to let them find it themselves, and then we'll go and occupy it. It's best to teach them more methods. We realize that Great Tang is too poor, and we can't continue to squander it. Li Longji nodded in agreement. He didn't feel the heartache of mining other people's ores. Furthermore, he had heard from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that Great Tang's ores weren't that good, and there were better ores in other places. Not only was the output high, but the proportion of iron was also high. Thinking of this, Li Longji started to worry. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, previously you and Cuckoo told me that you want to bring back the good stuff from other countries. A portion of it will be used first, and the rest will be stored later. I suddenly thought of something. Where should I put the good stuff after we bring it back? Also, if you let the merchants go overseas and other places on the mainland to help with the transportation, wouldn't that create a large number of rich merchants? If a person has too much money, they won't just be chasing after money. People like you and Cuckoo who are earning money for Great Tang are different. After they earn money, they might have other thoughts. For example, they might find a place outside and never come back. What should I do then? After all, they are people of Great Tang. They can research the things they use and grasp the technology. When the time comes, they might run to a faraway place and rebel against Great Tang with the locals. Should I send troops to attack them? I won't be able to." Li Longji thought of the key problem, and that was long-term stability. How could there only be one Great Tang for generations? Zhang Xiaobao felt a headache. Who knew what would happen in the future? Perhaps he would encounter a prodigal upper echelon of the political class. At that time, anything could happen. In the past, the sun never set in Great Britain. Later on, didn't the colonies become independent one by one? If he didn't colonize them, they would develop slowly. If he colonized them, they would become independent. The human heart was hard to predict. "Cuckoo, what do you think we should do?" Zhang Xiaobao couldn't think of a good idea, so he could only ask Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also confused about this problem. It was said that when the world was divided for a long time, it would unite, and when united for a long time, it would divide. Even if all the other races in the world were wiped out and only the people of Great Tang were left, when the Great Tang's land couldn't handle the population, it would still have to be moved out. When the time came, there would inevitably be ambitious fellows who wanted to obtain more power and encourage the local people to become independent. For a moment, the three of them fell silent. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were doing their best to think, but Li Longji couldn't even think about it. It was too far away, and his experience was far inferior to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's. After a long while, Zhang Xiaobao spoke up. "I think that we should have the merchants not bring their families with them when they go out. Also, when the soldiers go to other places in the future, they can't bring their wives and children with them. This way, they can avoid leaving them outside as much as possible. Furthermore, there should be some restrictions. For example, 3 years is a period of rotation. If you stay outside for 3 years, you have to come back. Otherwise, they'll think that you're trying to rebel and send soldiers to arrest you." Wang Wan had a different opinion. What if someone outside takes a liking to a local and intends to start a new family? What will you do? Arrest them. 3 years. If they don't come back by then, it won't work even if they start a new family. Li Longji still agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Wang Wan frowned. "In my opinion, it's still too early to worry about this matter. The reason why others can become independent is because Great Tang's martial prowess can't reach them when the time comes. At the same time, the technology of that place has also reached a certain level. As long as their martial prowess can't keep up, Great Tang's army can rush over as quickly as possible. If the people of Great Tang want to live together with the locals outside and fall sick, they will naturally think of Great Tang's medical standards. That's right. The speed of technological development is faster than the speed of the colonies, so they won't dare to become independent. Otherwise, how can they think of becoming independent when planes and soldiers are dropping bombs that can cause small islands to disappear? Furthermore, with the appearance of all kinds of communication tools, they can communicate with each other. The more advanced the means of transportation, the smaller the world will become. Without distance, it won't be possible for them to become independent. Thus, we can't colonize them now. We have to wait until the technological development reaches a certain level. I still believe in the people of Huaxia. Many colonies eventually become independent because they don't have any hope of returning to their homeland for many years. They can only reproduce locally. If the transportation is convenient, they will naturally be able to travel back and forth. Just like that, we will continue to strengthen the technological development. Zhang Xiaobao went along with Wang Wan's words. Li Longji could understand at times, but at other times he was confused. From the words of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it seemed like the two of them had experienced this before. Could it be that that powerful country had already run into trouble? This world was truly large. Hopefully, the more trouble their country ran into, the more they wouldn't immediately attack Great Tang. Once Great Tang caught up, it would be too late to attack them. We understand. We will issue a decree telling the merchants that they are not allowed to find local women to do that kind of thing, and they are especially not allowed to have children. If they really do have children, they have to report it immediately. After going through the procedures, they can be allowed to come to Great Tang with their descendants. But the army definitely won't allow such a thing. Anyone who doesn't stay in the barracks will be executed on the spot. We will issue the decree first, even if such a thing doesn't happen yet. Li Longji said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He wanted to hear their views on this idea. All right, Your Majesty, go ahead. Cuckoo, and I will definitely support you. Zhang Xiaobao was about to turn his chair back to bask in the sun again. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's attitude, Li Longji stood up and walked towards his cabin. When he was about to turn a corner, he suddenly stopped and shouted to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, we plan to have an all-fish feast tonight. You better prepare early. I really owe you in my previous life." Zhang Xiaobao said angrily when he saw Li Longji disappear. He then instructed the people in the inner courtyard, "Why are you still standing there? Go and catch some fish. Tonight, the entire ship will eat this. I will use a spade to cook a big pot of rice." 3 days later, in the morning, after Xiaobei's group slowed down, they were still some distance away from Jiangzhou. Zhang Xiaobao's group had already entered the boundary of Hangzhou. In order not to disturb the people, Li Longji had someone inform the local government in advance. No one was allowed to come out to welcome them, and the local officials were also not allowed to ask the people to deliberately clean up. Everything was as usual. The places that should be green were green, and the places that should be yellow were yellow. Whoever dared to paint a tree with green paint would be caught and beaten with a plank. This was what Zhang Xiaobao thought of. People could already paint mountains. What if the officials became smarter because of improved technology and thought of painting trees? The local officials really didn't dare to paint trees, but the emperor's decree gave them a new idea. So it could be done like this. In the future, when welcoming the officials, could they draw inferences about other cases? For example, when the officials inspecting livestock and poultry came down, they could temporarily buy some from other places and put them in the people's houses. When the officials left, they would take them back. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what the officials were thinking. Anyway, in the future, the capital would send several groups of inspectors. If the local officials could afford to do so, they would do so. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about whether he should appear together with Li Longji or appear first. If it was the former, his grandfather would probably be in a difficult position when facing him. Once he wore an official's uniform, his status would be lowered. If he chose the latter, what would happen to his godfather? Should he go with him first? It was hard to get a good identity. Cuckoo, what should we do? You should have experience. Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan for advice. You are yours, and your godfather is your godfather. It's not like your grandfather doesn't know Gaolisher. He has his own connections. Let's go down first and change boats. It's also good to leave 1 hour earlier. Wang Wan didn't care about this at all and said casually, Okay, Sai, I have to kowtow again. Li Longji, we don't even kowtow. We have to kowtow to a grandfather that we haven't seen for many years. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he followed Wang Wan and changed boats. The two of them got a small boat and asked someone to row it. Like an arrow, they flew towards Hangzhou's pier.